Good morning out there, and welcome to Traders Corner's Easter Special Investors Summit. My name is Rob Anthony, and I want to thank you for joining us today. With the presidential election, escalating Israel-Hamas conflict, and high interest and inflation rates, 2024 promises to create some great trading opportunities. On our panel today, we've handpicked 7 professional trading experts of the highest caliber, and they've agreed to share their most consistent and profitable trading strategies with us today in a free online educational forum. Today's show is packed with great information and discounted special offers, so we're getting started immediately. Our first presenter was inducted into the Traders Hall of Fame in 2007. You've probably seen him appear on CNBC, Fox News, and Bloomberg Television. He's the founder of BigTrends.com, which provides investors with specific real-time stock and option strategies and investment education to profit from significant market trends. Here to present how to trade same week options in 48 hours or less is Mr. Price Headley of BigTrends.com. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Price.
Oh, thank you so much, Rob, and good morning, everybody. Thrilled to be with you to kick off this Easter special Traders Corner event. And so Rob's going to let me turn into the presenter where I can share my screen with you. I'm going to talk today about how you can trade same week options in 48 hours or less. You know, Rob and I were just talking before we started about the popularity of zero DTE, 0 days expiration options has been hours or minutes before an expiration, but saying, hey, why not give yourself a day, 1 DTE or 2 DTE, 1 day before expiration or 2 days before expiration, take advantage of this, and then pop in, pop out, and still have some breathing room before we get to that actual expiration time point. As I get things kicked off here, let me just remind you that the information I share with you in today's presentation is based on our proprietary research, and it's intended for illustrative purposes only. What we're talking about here today should not be considered specific advisory recommendations. As you know, stock and options trading have large potential rewards, but also large potential risk. The past performance of any trading system or method is not necessarily indicative of its future results. Do see our terms of use on our BigTrends.com homepage for more information. With that understood, I want to share with you today 3 secrets that I use in trading these same weekly expiration options. So every Friday there's an expiration in all the major stocks option contracts. So those are called weekly options. We only want to trade those weeklies though on certain days of the week. So I'll share with you today my specific rules on how I get in, and also talking about how we manage trades, whether we hit profit targets or how to stop out of trades that aren't firing. The other thing too is that I'm not going to talk about just one indicator. I'm actually going to talk about 2 indicators that we like to use, which both have to be firing on the same exact bar or candle to double confirm the breakout is a true breakout. And we're trying to minimize or avoid as many fake outs as we can, get the true breakouts and get rid of that noise. Because the noise is not just financially potentially an issue, but it's also psychologically an issue for you. You want to protect your confidence in your trading method and take the best of the best and leave the rest. Okay, so we're not trying to trade every single little blip. We're looking for really truly confirmed things are taking off with power, with thrust, and with opportunity that comes behind that. We're going to talk also about how we use strategic stops and targets to create a favorable risk-reward ratio. It is all about the numbers being lined up in your favor. If you don't know me, I've been trading options for over 34 years. I founded BigTrends.com back in November of '99, more than 24 years ago. Been blessed to serve tens of thousands of traders all over the globe. And the whole thing for me, whatever I'm trading, it's got to be a systematic, quantitative edge. I want to take the emotion out of the trading process and really focus on how we can systematically execute an edge and look at it as an edge over a long series of trades. And the great thing about these slides and my team always being so good to get me my most up-to-date information on this, whatever strategy I'm talking about, in this case, these quick ones, we call it the lightning option trades actually because they're so quick, is that we just booked 2 nice healthy winners this morning. Okay, so you know, with the holiday coming up tomorrow, remember we've got the Good Friday holiday, markets are closed tomorrow ahead of Easter. We were getting into this strategy, you can see actually yesterday, considering that today is kind of like this week's expiration. So we got in yesterday afternoon. First one here was Honeywell, ticker HON. Honeywell as a kind of an industrial conglomerate and giant is a higher dollar stock. You can see that the stock here yesterday was finishing with a late day rip of around 205. We get into these trades typically between 3 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. at near the end of a given trading day. And one of the great things about this is that if you're a smaller lot trader, you're not worried about day trades with this strategy. You're saying, you know why? Because we're looking at getting in an afternoon right near the end of the day because we're getting our daily signal confirming. And then the earliest we would get out is the next trading morning. So you don't have to worry about day trades with this strategy that I use here for Lightning Options Trader. Notice I have not one, but two different indicators that are both showing me that we had a breakout above our key thresholds here. You can see, compare the difference where we had a breakout previously about a week ago in Honeywell on the bottom panel indicator here, but the middle panel indicator was not breaking out. Okay, now I'm not going to give away settings here, but I will share with you that we're using a couple of normally what people would be considered to be oscillators here, and that's the %R and the RSI lines here. Okay, I'm not going to get into what settings we use, but I'm going to say, look, we need both of those with our unique parameters. You get those settings when you become a subscriber, but the key is that you need both of those key indicators here to tell us that indeed they are breaking out together. And this is being used in a very unconventional way. Most people would say when those key oscillators, %R and RSI, are both hitting up into their what's called their overbought extremes, most people will think, well, overbought implies it shouldn't keep going up, right? And yet you notice we bought Honeywell 202.5 strike calls that were going to expire at the end of the day today, yesterday afternoon. So we literally had about 24, 25 hours to go before expiration here. But yet we only needed to catch this one little quick pop that we hit this morning where the stock runs from, you see, closing yesterday near 205. It ran to about 207 almost this morning. Now, we bought these 202.5 calls in the money because we wanted to reduce our time risk since we're trading so close to the expiration. And our target is a double, right? If we get a double, we don't just take a partial and try to let it keep running. We take the whole thing out at 100% gain. And in this case, that on $1,000 invested resulted in a $990 profit. So we put $990 in, we got a profit back of $990. These examples are all before commissions, but as you know, commissions and options are down as low as they've ever been in my 3.5 decades of options trading experience here. So the beauty of this is that you find something that works and it may not fit what everybody else thinks works. That's actually where you're going to have the greatest confidence that you can keep trading that with kind of conviction, because if you're trading what everybody else is trading the same way they're trading it, you're probably going to get average or even after commissions and whatnot below average results, right? So we need something that's unconventional that can give us that edge. Now notice this dramatic move yesterday and today in the other name we just closed this morning, which is First Solar, FSLR. We bought the 165 calls again yesterday afternoon. They were going to expire then 25 hours later, now today at 4 p.m., they will stop trading, right? Notice where First Solar is breaking out. It finished yesterday about 167. Now, we couldn't quite get our full $1,000 invested. We got about $830 invested. And you can see this morning when it popped from 167 today, trading up to about 172. Think about that. We've got a 165 call that we bought for, in essence, I think our entry price on it, let me just confirm that real quick for you. Our entry price on it was that we filled it at our exit actually was $4.15. So we paid just over $2 or $200 a contract, turning into just over $400 a contract in less than 24 hours, right? From yesterday afternoon to this morning. So we take that bird in the hand of the double and say, take the money and run, right? So again, you say, well, gee, that huge candle, right? That was a big upside candle yesterday. And you think, are we too late? Aren't we into resistance? You can come up with all kinds of rationale about how that's a problem. None of those things factor into our analysis. Our analysis says both of the oscillators have to be crossing up into their breakout zone together. If they don't happen together, we don't take the trade. Notice, you can see a couple days before, earlier this week, we saw one of them cross above, but the other one did not, right? So this is the key, is lining up both of the indicators together gives us what we call double confirmation. It tells you, okay, you know what, we don't want any slow boats. We want to get on the speed boats, the faster roads to options buying success here. So we're buying a call or buying a put, in these cases, buying calls yesterday paid off doubly for our lightning options traders this morning with 2 doubles. Again, can't guarantee what the next trade will do, but the idea is that we're following the keys to building wealth, knowing that we're targeting a bigger gain and a more manageable risk. So we'll get into the risk part as well. But 3 secrets to harnessing this power. First things first, only focus on trading on certain days of the week. Right now, obviously, this was a holiday shortened week. Our rules are we will only consider trading on a Wednesday afternoon or a Thursday afternoon to get into a trade. You say, isn't that cutting it close? We're getting headed into the end of the week. Usually it's on a Friday. Today, this week, today is the equivalent of a Friday because the markets are closed tomorrow. But the idea is that, look, Wednesday afternoon or Thursday afternoon is the only times we'll consider getting in. Why do we do this? Because guess what? Your time premiums go down as you get closer and closer to expiration. This will increase your leverage. But if you're not careful, it can also increase your volatility, i.e. your risk, right? So our goal, though, is to say, look, the risk reward is still in our favor when we can target a double and then take about half of that in risk for our stop out, right? We use a 50% stop loss. You want to have that little bit of width in that potential stop loss because if you use too tight of a stop, you'll get noised out of too many trades. We also do not enter trades on the final day of the expiration week, which would mean that we would not get into anything today because of course they're going to be too close to the expiration. And also you'd be dealing with more day trades if you're doing that. We don't want a day trade. We want to do more of a quick swing trade over typically 2 trading days with this approach. So why should you care? I'm always a little hesitant to show these performance numbers because I don't want to blow up your expectations. But the reality is this is what we've done going back to the beginning of 2020 through both bull and bear markets. We can't guarantee the future. Future results will vary. Past performance never guarantees future results, as you know. But looking backwards, our system, you can see, generated a $21,000 gross profit. This assumes you put in up to $1,000 a trade, $21,084 gross profit, adding up all winners and losers before commissions and before subscription investments. So you've got to factor that in accordingly. But the idea is that, look, we've had a lot of wild volatility in that period. We had, of course, the 35% haircut in the markets off of the COVID panic in the first quarter of 2020, right? You had, of course, the bear market of 2022 where, the NASDAQ was down some 30%. S&P down like 19% that year. In fact, if you had looked at 22 and 23, you would have basically round tripped to about a flat market over those 2 years, even with the good comeback last year. And of course, the continuation so far in the first quarter of 2024. We don't really care about what the market does in the long term with this strategy, right? We're thinking about the next 24 hours or less, and typically from one afternoon to the next trading morning in the case of the 2 I just showed you. So it's about quick short-term speed and not getting so worried about your capital being into a buy and hold tie up, right? We want to turn that money over more regularly. If you look at the performance for just the last 7 days, look at that. Just since last week at this time to now, a $3,500 plus profit, allocating just $1,000 a trade in just the past week, right? Those couple of trades we just generated plus last week, you can see resulted in a very healthy 7-day result. Don't expect that to happen every 7 days, right? It's definitely been an exceptional 24 hours, frankly, from yesterday to today, not counting also what we did last week. But the idea is that, look, we're going to look to roll those over and keep on following our system. So while I can't guarantee any future trade, I can say we will continue to follow our system. The systematic mentality is what keeps us finding these patterns that we believe can give you a healthy growth profile over the long haul. How do we find those trades? Secret number 2, like we said, not just one indicator, but 2. Like 2 heads are better than 1. In this case, 2 indicators are better than 1. We're looking at both of those oscillators. I share with you that what they are, RSI and %R, can't give away the settings. You get that when you become a subscriber, but you can see it gives us not just twice the confirmation. For me, it gives me twice the confidence because I'm looking at weeding out the noise, the less certain signals, right? So if one is breaking out but the other is not, I'm saying, is this really a validated launch point, or is it kind of a question mark? And for me, it is a question mark if both of them are not breaking out together. I don't want to trade question marks. I don't want to trade coin flips. I want to trade things where I've got confidence that the launch is actually in progress and it has enough power, enough thrust to be worth trading for me and for subscribers. The idea is that, look, we're looking at those first two examples I showed you were calls. Let me show you a bearish one that we had on Best Buy. This is BBY. And what I love about this example is it shows you don't have to be right for the big picture. You just have to be right into the next trading day or two, right? So you can see here that now we're getting both of these indicators breaking down together in unison here. So prior, you can see August trade, right at the end of August going into the start of September. Notice BBY there was trading in the neighborhood of about 71 bucks. We bought the 71 strike put, maybe it's a little under 71, but the idea is we bought the 71 put, maybe a little in the money. And remember, a 71 put means you got a right to sell the stock at 71. That right to sell gets more valuable as the stock drops. That's why puts go up when the stock goes down, right? So puts move inversely to the stock. We paid $1.07. That's 107 bucks to control 100 shares of stock playing the downside, right? So the next trading morning, you can see it opened a little lower, and then you see there's that spike where it traded down to about just under 69, and that's what we needed, right? Our intrinsic value at 69 would be worth $2 at least on this put option, and so of course we sold it out at like $2.15 when it traded just under 69 bucks, and then the stock reversed back up, and then over the next week and a half, it kept on ripping to the upside. Did I care? No. All we needed was this one little quick pop, and that's all we took advantage of, right? So when other people are bottom fishing there, a lot of times, of course, you know that in that case, it would have eventually worked to bottom fish, but we didn't want to play that game. We wanted to play the short-term momentum game, play the continuation effect of a strong trend, and that's what both of those indicators breaking down showed us, is that it could go lower that next day. No guarantees, but the idea is that we're trying to put the odds in our favor over a large sample of trades. When I trade these stocks in both directions, buying a call or buying a put, we know that we've traded for example, Best Buy, BBY. I'm never locked into trading a name only on one side. We just had Best Buy looking back last week. And so this is part of that 7-day performance I showed you earlier, is that you look at what's happening here and you say, look at the structure of both of the indicators breaking out last Thursday afternoon. And we use daily charts here, by the way. These are all daily charts. I'm not using anything intraday. I'm not saying you got to screen watch at all. When we get a signal, we send it to you via real-time email, and also you can get it via a WhatsApp update on your smartphone when you become a subscriber. So the beauty of this is, like, last Thursday afternoon, we're saying, okay, Best Buy is launching here. We're saying this is telling us that we want to be into calls in that last hour of the trading day. We can send out these trades usually anytime between about 3 p.m. Wall Street time, about an hour before the close, to as little as 3:45, about 15 minutes before the close. We usually like to get it out in that 3 to 3:30 window. So you got at least a half hour or so to make sure you get in before the close. Now notice, stock was trading here about 80.5. We were buying the 79 strike calls, which would be about $1.50 in the money. And you can see the next morning, the stock got a brokerage upgrade. Do you think it's possible that any institution or other big traders might know of possible upgrades or downgrades that might be coming in very short order? Do you think that maybe that information ever gets out on Wall Street a little bit? We can all have our opinions, but I suspect that that's what the price action from that big bar was showing us. We don't know what's the cause of all that buying, but somebody probably knows something somewhere. Some collective group of people are probably buying, that word's getting out. I don't claim to have that insider information, but what I do feel that we have in our favor is the indicators to pick up that price action surge that tells us that there's probably more good things coming for Best Buy when we get that fresh breakout signal last Thursday, the 21st. So you see here that the next morning it goes from 81.5, opens above 83, trades about 83.5. Remember, we've got the 79 calls here. So above 83, those things are worth more than 4. If we paid 2 or less, those things have doubled. And you can see actually we did get it near the highs, and actually sometimes you get lucky and get more than a double on that gap open. In this case, we got 192% gain on $1,000 up to $1,000 invested. Couldn't quite get all of it invested, but you see still got $1,750 in profits on a maximum commitment of no more than $1,000 on the gap opening. Now notice we take that money and run. In this case, the stock did get sold down off of that opening later that day. So you're saying, look, if you waited to the close, it closed 81.66, you'd still make money, right? If you paid, say, $1.50 or whatever, it turned into 4, but you see it finished worth about 266, you still make money, but not nearly as much as you made right off of that open. So we're definitely a bird in the hand philosophy, right? You get a double or better in this case. You don't ask questions. You say, thank you very much, Mr. Market. I will take that money and go take my profits and go to the sidelines and wait for the next good entry point. Okay, so now we're not always going to win. We've got to talk about stops. We've got to talk about risk management. I always remind my subscribers, especially coming off of how hot this service has been here of late, and as you come in as a new subscriber with the great special I've got for you in a few minutes here, bottom line is that don't get too high and start loading up and loading the boat thinking that this is the surefire way to the get rich quick philosophy. This is not how you want to stay in the game. I attribute my 35 or so years in the options game as taking the gradual allocation approach, not getting ever loaded up on any one trade. So here's an example of one that looked like all systems were go. Would have thought it should have launched. It didn't. Okay, this was fired out on a Thursday afternoon, going back into prior August here, where you can see that, look, both of these indicators breaking out together says we should see from over 76 bucks that this thing can surge the next morning. We bought the 75 calls, more than $1 in the, or just over $1 in the money, paid $1.53, right? So we feel like we've got a pretty good risk reward trade here. All it needs to do is get to about 78 or so the next morning, and we get our double, right? Well, you see, it opens a hair lower, and then it just keeps drifting off. So somewhere here near the strike price, back near 75 that next morning, that was a Friday morning, August 26th, that you're saying, look, we've got to get rid of this trade. It's hitting our 50% stop loss. We even get a slightly worse fill. By the time we get out, we're down almost 53%. You say, man, why not just wait for it to bounce back? Because it doesn't bounce back, right? If a trade doesn't fit the winning profile, you've got to have a place to pull the plug. And people would say, well, why not use a 20 or 30% stop instead of a 50% stop? Because you will get whipsawed on too many of these trades. You'll get faked out. So some trades will be down a little bit, then they'll rip on higher. So the idea is that 50% is where we cry uncle and say, look, we're done. We call it, we're not going to hang on anymore. Salvage, half the capital thereabouts, and then move on to the next trade. So we're out at like 75 cents and better than being out at 0, right? If you hold it to expiration, you have 100% loss. We don't want that. And it can happen still. You always have that theoretical risk when you buy any option that you could be risking all the capital you invested in that option if you got a really bad gap against you. That's always a possibility. That's why I always remind subscribers, don't get greedy. Even with the run we've had, don't start loading up on your next trade. Be consistent, start slow and build. The great thing about this is when you think about that, we bought that contract for 153 bucks per contract. If you want to let the strategy prove it to you when you get started, start out with one contract at a time. It might cost you a couple $100 or less per trade just to get your feet wet and see how the trade works, how the trades work over a larger sample, and then you can gradually build your size up. The third secret here is setting up that favorable risk reward ratio. So targeting doubles and using 50% stops. Sure, every once in a while we'll get a better than expected gap in our favor, like we did in that Best Buy call example where we made 192% last week. So the idea is that, sure, sometimes you get an even bigger outsized gap in your favor. It can gap against you too, but the idea is that it doesn't take a lot of these doubles to help you start stacking up some pretty healthy net returns over time. When we look back at what's reasonable to expect, this strategy's had 25 profits of 100% or more over the past 24 months. So that's averaging just over one of those per month historically. Now, we just had 2 of them, actually 3 of them in the last 2 weeks, right? So we like to think we're getting better all the time, but let's face it, there's going to be times where it doesn't work. And so keep that in mind and look at it as a process of building wealth in a growth-oriented strategies. Like we said, outliers are fun when they happen, right? Outliers beyond your 100% profit target can happen on a subsequent morning when you get a big gap in your favor. This was another First Solar example. I just showed you another one. See why I like trading First Solar, right? But the idea is that, hey, if we got a First Solar put trade, we take that too if it met our criteria. But the idea is that we got a call trade set up here. This is back in a prior July where you saw that it was breaking out here. The stock was finishing the day right near 77 bucks. And you go, man, this thing's just breaking out into that close. We've got 2 more days till that expiration. And we said buy the at the money, near the money 77 strike call. We had to pay $249, almost $2.50. If you're putting $1,000 in, that gets you 4 option contracts in for 996 bucks. So you say, look, okay, I'm buying this. Why am I paying so much time premium? Because First Solar can move a lot. It turned out there was a big surprise vote in Congress that actually went in the direction of the solar companies. First Solar, a big beneficiary of that vote, and the stock gaps up the next morning from 77, opens the next day near 90, right? Here we are trading near 90 that next morning. We say, well, I've got a 77 call, it's at 90, that $2.50 is now worth 13, right? You've now gone up some 5-fold in the option. And so we were locking it all down there and taking 407%. Now you see, if we'd held to the next day and this one, it went to 100, right? That thing would have gone to 23 instead of 13, right? But I'm never going to be greedy and say, hey, if you get a windfall profit, do you think you should hold on and hope? You could always sell part and keep going. But the idea is that, look, we found that usually taking the bird in the hand, it's the more stable approach. And it also just says, look, you don't have to worry about that trade anymore. You get back to the safety of cash at a double or better. In this case, this is the equivalent of getting like 4 of those doubles real quick, right? That can happen every once in a while, but don't expect it to happen that often. But it's just one of the advantages of buying options is that you get the extra kicker when you get a big gap in your favor. So, when we recap kind of the 3 core same week trading secrets, we're not trading these like a 0 DTE, 0 data expiration trader would than the last day of an options light. We're trading them the day before that or 2 days before that on a Wednesday afternoon or a Thursday afternoon as an entry point, knowing that we will not have any day trades that way when we get in right near the close in the last hour of the trading day. Use double confirmation to minimize fake outs. We can't get rid of all of them, but it will definitely help minimize the fake outs. It will help us to increase our confidence and your confidence in the signals that are being called out in real time. And on that note, let me just also show you just a real quick example of what these alerts look like when we called them out. We're out of these trades, so do not buy these right now. These are expiring today. We're out, okay? But this is what it looked like when we called it out yesterday afternoon. Yesterday afternoon at 3:20, just to give you a little flavor, we said we were buying to open the First Solar calls at 2:30 or less. We were buying to open the Honeywell calls at 2:10 or less. So that we sent it at 3:20 at 40 minutes before the close. And like I said, you can get it not just via real-time email, but you can also get it via a WhatsApp update on your smartphone. And then of course we did cash it in and ring the register today when we saw this is our exit that we sent out right off of the open here. You can see we sent it out here at the open. We said, okay, here's your stop, here's your target, here's your stop, here's your target. And then of course, minutes later, both of them were filling at the targets, double plus, right? So that's what we're looking for, both of them around the double on that case. 2 doubles the next morning. Doesn't always happen that way, but that was makes for a great week, right? But the idea is that, look, it's about stacking up the winners and the losers to let it help you use that double confirmation to allow for not just doubles, but also the 50% stop losses and letting those things stack up. Think about it. If you could just make a double, lose 50%, make a double, lose 50% on $1,000 on every trade, make 1,000, lose 500, make 1,000, lose 500. If that's happening with that kind of regularity, then you're looking at, okay, that would average a $500 profit over each 2 trades, right? Making 1,000, losing 500. Up 500 over 2 trades, that'd be a positive $250 expectancy per trade in that example. Obviously, we can't guarantee what the future holds, but the idea is that that's how that stacks that set up in your favor over time is the objective there, and you can see what we've been able to do. The reminder on that performance history, again, looking backwards, past performance can never guarantee future results, but going back to the beginning of 2020, what I love about this look back is that you're talking about all kinds of different environments: bullish, bearish, dramatic drops in COVID, the bear market in 2022, the rip to the upside in AI stocks here in 2023, and this so far in early 2024, AI is still all the rage. But guess what? We're going to be looking at a lot of different sectors, a lot of different plays that we feel like give us a meaningful edge. And like I said, just in the last, you can see 7 days, a rather insane $3,500 plus gross profit. That's still assuming no more than $1,000 invested per trade. And by the way, on that last one, this one is never compounded. None of these examples are compounded. We're still using $1,000 allocation, even as the portfolio grew from 5,000 to over 25,000. You'd say, okay, look, we'd be the gross. So we're talking about still using $1,000 allocated per trade. So that's the point, is that it's that slow, steady approach that wins the race over the long haul in our experience and in our opinion. But the idea is that, look, if you want to get these real-time trade alerts, the service is called Lightning Options Trader. I've just set up a special Traders Corner package for all the folks who are in here today to take advantage of this. It's called the Quick Options Trading Package because we're looking for speed, right? Whenever I buy an option, I always say I've got a need for speed. And never is my need for speed more urgent than on a 1 or 2 day sell expiration option, right? We've got to catch those quick breakouts that have the true thrust, the true power that I showed you in numerous examples here with the double confirmation signal. We call it Lightning Options Trader because you know how lightning can strike so fast, almost out of the blue. And what we've done is said, you know what, instead of just saying try it a month at a time or a year at a time or whatever, try 3 months. I feel like that's a really great window to let this work for you week in and week out over the next, 13 weeks, 3 months. You say, okay, look, we're going to not just give you trade alerts. It's not a black box system. I give you the insight into the actual settings and rules for our Lightning Options Trader folks here. So it really is all about making sure you're putting yourself into the best frame of mind to trade things the big trends way, which is very different, like I said, than the traditional overbought, oversold definitions, right? And when you hear the word overbought, you think, oh, I should sell it. Guess what? With this approach, it's the exact opposite. Both of them show you the strength of breakout, and you indeed get a lot of continuation moves that next day or two. Access to my weekly video updates. I will do weekly video training for you as a Lightning Options Trader subscriber, and I post it for all my Lightning Options Trader folks every Monday evening at 6 p.m. I'll recap the past week's trades, talk about what we're looking for in the week ahead. Remember, we won't trade on a Monday or a Tuesday. We will only trade on a Wednesday or a Thursday each trading week on our entries, right? And then we'll guide you. We'll never leave you hanging. If something's not working, we don't just forget about it. I always talk about every trade that's open and say, here's how you manage it if it's working. Here's how you manage it if it's not. This is not fantasy trading. This is reality trading, where we're looking at guiding all of our subscribers through every single trade from beginning entry to the ending exit, win, lose, or draw. So, of course, you also get support. We've got live fellow traders standing by, my analyst team and I. We give you a dedicated email address to our research group here, where anytime you've got a question, you can get an answer. If you bought it off my website, you paid $297 a month times 3 months, that'd be an $891 typical cost, but I'm going to give you a big discount on that, and I'm going to give you something else. I know I've had to kind of jam in a whole lot of content here in this first session, and we've got 6 more great speakers coming after me, fellow traders, on what they're doing in today's markets. But bottom line is that I want to give you a lot more education. The first 15 buyers of today's special will get my Quick Options Bootcamp. Now, this is a multi-hour bootcamp session, a set of sessions that you actually can get lifetime access to with today's offer. So you can watch it an unlimited amount of times to reinforce it and get any questions you have answered on it too via our support team. Bottom line though is the first session is the Lightning Options Trader System Reveal. We go through the specific settings and rules on how we get into and out of these trades. Second session, I show you insight into how we scan for these trades. So you can actually learn through this bootcamp course how to scan for these trades yourself. You could get a whole lot more trading opportunities in addition to what we're calling out for Lightning Options Trader subscribers on your own if you want to learn how to do this yourself. And then ultimately a lot more on the elements of trade management. I mentioned capital allocation, how we keep your psychology balanced and steady and consistent. That's a $297 value. I would say it's probably worth a lot more than that, but we're throwing in as an extra bonus at no additional charge today when you lock it in on this special link I'm about to give you here. 3 months of trade alerts from Lightning Options Trader and the 3 resources, plus the Quick Options Bootcamp course, adding up another several $100s of value minimum. That's more than $1,100 total value, but I'm marking it down today to the insane low price point. So scratch out that $1,100. You're not going to pay that. You only have to put a one-time investment of $177 out today to get access to 3 months of these trades. Remember, one of these trades can generate on $1,000 invested, can generate $1,000 profit or sometimes more in those big gaps I showed you, like First Solar. But the bottom line is that, look, you go to this page. It's not a www link. It's members.bigtrends.com/LOT, letter O, LOT3 for Lightning Options Trader 3 month special here, LOT3. So you go to that page, and what you're going to see when you go to that page is you're going to see how simple it is. I'm going to pop it up here real quick. When you go to that page, you basically see that we're all about keeping it simple, right? The keep it simple approach has served me well in trading and in life. The more I complicate things, usually the worse off it gets, right? It's more important to say, if you have a method that's worked for you, it's worked for us here and for our fellow Lightning Options Trader subscribers, let's just keep it simple and say, how do we execute that consistently over time? So what we've done is we've taken all the discounts at $1,188 value. We've marked it down to just $177. Now note, do not add the lifetime bootcamp to your subscription here. I am not charging you an extra $77 today. If you act on it quickly before midnight, I'm going to give you the lifetime access to the Quick Options Bootcamp in addition to the 3 month alerts service for Lightning Options Trader. You'll get that bootcamp when you act before midnight. So don't add that to your order. I'm taking that down to no additional cost. Not something I usually do. You can see usually it'd be a bare minimum $77 add-on, but I'm giving it to you for $0 extra added on, getting the bootcamp for free when you lock in what's already this 80% off plus on the Lightning Options Trader 3 months. Would normally cost you almost $1,200. You're getting it for $177 today. Of course, we've got all the major credit card that we take here up on the top, or down below you see you've got the PayPal link as well. That's how I do so much of my online buying these days, is with PayPal. We just ask that you review the terms and conditions. Like I said, we're on our 25th year serving Big Trend subscribers here. So you know we're here for you to serve you well. But review the terms and conditions, and they're spelled out down below in the bottom panel there as well. Click that I agree button, and you'll be good with your credit card information or PayPal information in there to start getting Lightning Options trades as soon as we get our next signal. Now, bottom line is that you can also email us if you've got questions. clientcare@bigtrends.com is the main email you should take a note of here. Also, if you want to talk to one of our trading consultants, if you got any question with your order page, you've got other questions about Lightning Options Trader, call that 800 number toll free. It's 800-244-8736. If you can't remember it, remember it's 800 Big Trends. 800 Big Trends will get you to us. And we'll be happy to serve you with that. So again, and thanks, Rob, for posting that link. Just a quick reminder as to why it might be fortuitous to do this. I mean, again, I can't guarantee the future, but I can say, look at what the last week. If you waited a week, if you'd seen this offer a week ago and you hadn't acted on it, you see that the opportunity lost could be substantial. I can't guarantee what the future looks like, but I can tell you we're going to guide you through every single trade, win, lose, or draw, with the support of our team here for you every step of the way as well. So bottom line here is that, as you see, what we're all about is giving you not just trades. I'm not just giving you fish here. I'm basically teaching you how we do it with our Quick Options Bootcamp course. This is a multi-hour training course. You're going to get the bootcamp for life in addition to the 3 months of trade alerts. Obviously, after the 3 months is up, I'm confident you'll see enough value that you'll be happy to re-up at whatever the appropriate price is, because basically you will see how much opportunity you've been missing, that now you can no longer miss out on great quick trades without the risk of the zero DTE kind of setups, but saying, look, we're more about focusing you on the best of the best trading opportunities to come week in and week out. How many trades would you expect in a typical month? Bare minimum of 4, but we would say typically up to 6 trades a month. We did have 2 this week, like I showed you with the Honeywell and First Solar examples. So bottom line is that sometimes you get 2, sometimes you get 1, but we're going to take the best of the best and make sure we can help you operate on that. VW asks, what platform does the scanner run from? We typically do these scans, VW, in TradeStation, but you can also do them in Thinkorswim and other platforms too. But bottom line is that it's all about saying, look, we do the work for you, so you don't have to. But if you want to learn, as you learn the bootcamp course and learn how to do it, you can set it up across a lot of platforms, I'm sure, in addition to the ones that we've used. So go to that link, members.bigtrends.com/LOT3. And you say, okay, well, what about spreads? What about other types of option strategies? We're not going to complicate it. When you get a big directional move that we think can happen here, we believe that you want to leverage it with typically a little bit of an in-the-money option with a day or 2 to go, because we want to get rid of some of that time risk, but also it's the near-the-money options, maybe a touch in the money, where we still get a big gamma boost, as we call it. Gamma boost basically means that we pick up delta. And when you buy an option or sell an option, it has what's called delta, which means how much is your option going to move for the next point move in the stock. And so a lot of times in the at the money option, it has a delta around 50%. The stock moves up a point, you basically gain about a half point when it moves a point in your favor in an at the money option. But as you go more in the money, you actually pick up more deltas. And so the faster that gamma effect kicks in, going from near the money to more in the money, you'll see you get a very large bang for your buck on a several point move in your favor here. So, and Frank asked about recordings. I know that Traders Corner does record these, so you should see some kind of follow up on that if you missed part of the session here. But don't miss out on this phenomenal value here. And remember, it's not a www link. I know it gets a little confusing for some folks. It's members.bigtrends.com/LO, letter OT, LOT3. So make a note of that real quick. I'm going to hand it back over to Rob so he can get ready for our next great fellow trader and presenter. Thanks so much for having me, Rob. It's always a pleasure to be with you on these Traders Corner awesome events here.
Thank you so much, Price, for calling our event awesome, and thank you for being here. I'd like to just point out, the math jumped out at me in my head. $177, 3,500 and change. That's exactly almost a 2,000% return in the last week, which is really, really impressive. I love your strategy on trading the same week options and holding for 48 hours or less that have such a great upside with very minimal risk. In this market, holding for 48 hours or less seems like a great plan, and, congruent to our conversation beforehand. And I'd also like to throw in, Price is a 35-year of experience veteran, been in business for 25 years. That alone speaks for itself. But your technical analysis is spot on as always. We always love having you on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to learn more about trading low price same week options that have been pretty consistently hitting 200% winners or more, be in and out of your position in 48 hours or less with amazing precision, you can find Price's special offer. I put it in the chat box. You can always find Price at www.bigtrends.com. And conveniently, like you said, the 800 number is 800 Big Trends. Thanks again, Price. Happy holidays to you, sir. We hope to have you back in Traders Corner.
Appreciate you.
Be well, bud. Our next presenter is a professional prop trader who successfully trades and manages 6 funded prop accounts with a few different prop firms. He's been trading the financial markets for over 20 years, and his disciplined rules-based system that has assisted hundreds of traders to become funded prop traders who become consistently profitable, pulling profits out of their markets for their accounts for a steady monthly income. Here to present how to pass a prop trading evaluation is Mr. David Kushner of Right Line Trading. Welcome to Traders Corner, David. Check your mute button for us, Dave. You want me to send your unmute request?
Okay,
David,
can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
All right, thank you for that introduction.
You're very
Appreciate it.
welcome.
So this is my first time for presenting in Traders Corner. So I'm going to be talking this afternoon, it's already noon, about the money flow tracker software that uses mathematical modeling combined with artificial intelligence. So this is the team over here at Rightline. That's me up there in the top left-hand corner. Let's do the disclaimer. You have to do the business end first. So trading futures commission options trading has a large potential reward, but also a large potential risk. You must be aware of the risk and be willing to accept them in order to invest in futures and options market. Don't trade with money you can't afford to lose. This is neither a solicitation or offer to buy or sell options, and no representation is being made that accounts where is likely to achieve profits or similar losses to those discussed on this website. Past performance of any trading system or methodology is not indicative of future results. Everything we talk about is for educational purposes only. Okay, so who am I? So my name is David Kushner. No, I am not related to Jared Kushner. I've been trading the markets for over 20 plus years. I've traded stocks, options, futures, and Forex. My background was I had an automotive parts business that I started when I was 18 years old. I ran that business successfully for 28 years before I sold it in 2005. And since then, I've been trading full time. So like most of you, you probably have a whole shelf full of indicators, trading systems, hard drives full of stuff that just doesn't work. You know, and all these systems came with a lot of empty promises of helping you become a more profitable and more consistent trader. So I saw a webinar that Mark Sachs did from Rightline on the money flow tracker, and then I quickly realized that this methodology is not based around the same old indicators that everybody else teaches, but it's more based on mathematical modeling and triple and quadruple screen analysis. You know, and we only trade with institutional money flow. So when I talk about money flow, I'm only talking about order flow, money flow, only institutional money flow. And this has made me much more profitable and consistent trader. So now I'm running over a 70% win rate. So what I'm going to talk about today is the money flow tracker software, the high probability setups, the unbreakable rules, how I trade breakouts and sidestep losing trades, and how to pass the evaluations and get funded. So those who stay to the end, we have a very special offer with some additional software as a quick action bonus. So I'm going to kind of go over this really quick. You know, why do some traders succeed while other traders don't? Well, because they lack a trading plan. You know, successful traders meticulously plan their moves. They know what they'll trade, when they'll trade, and how they'll trade it. So without a solid trading plan, you're really like a ship without a compass, drifting aimlessly, hoping to not hit a bridge. You need an edge, right? So, you know, our edge in the market is trading with institutional order flow, you know, and the psychological challenges. You know, trading is very much psychology, as its numbers, fear, greed, impatience can sabotage even the best strategies. So developing a mental resilience, or what I call a mental mindset and emotional discipline, is crucial. And overtrading. This is a big one. This is what most retail traders do. You know, excessive trading leads to exhaustion, poor decision making, you know, and not adapting. You know, markets change, markets evolve, you know, and you have to be able to change with the markets when they are changing. And remember one thing, trading success isn't guaranteed, but understanding these pitfalls can radically improve your odds. So you need four things to create trading success. The first thing you need is software that will give you a competitive edge over all other traders. The second thing you need is that edge to track the direction of money flow. And again, only institutional money flow. The third thing is etched in stone rules to follow. And this will eliminate discretion. And the fourth thing, which I think is the most important thing, is patience. Patience to let your trades set up. So I'm going to break down the system in detail, and I'm going to kind of go kind of quickly because I have a certain amount of time. But here are some trades. Here's an options trade we took on AMC. Here's a trade we take on GME. Here's a trade on 30-year bonds. Here's a trade on the euro. So, you know, I don't want to show you a bunch of trades that we've taken. I would be here all day. But you know what? It's likely you're having a problem making money. Why? Because you don't have the proper tools to officially manage your trade. You overtrade. This is a big one. You overtrade, you revenge trade, you make impulsive decisions. Gotta get my tongue out of the way. It's having a problem talking today. You lack consistency. You trade with indicators that lag price. You don't have a proven trade methodology that uses mathematical modeling. And all this leads to blowing up trading accounts. So my commitment to you is to bring this to an end. So why do 95 to 98% of traders go broke? Because they're trading the same old stuff that everybody else teaches that honestly just doesn't really give us any predictive future properties. Now, I'm not saying that the money flow tracker software can predict the future. Otherwise, I'd be on TV. But, you know, it gives you high probability setups. So Mark Sachs, which is the developer of the software, you know, he's had over 15 plus years of study of applied mathematics. He was a professor in Jefferson University. He did work for the US Navy and the US Army, and it allowed him to engineer this software and trade methodology that can radically change your trading performance. We have over 500 traders between our 3 trade rooms that we trade shoulder to shoulder every day. So before I get started, I want to share with you my trade journal. Now, I use an online trade journal, right? And, you know, this is our trades for March. Now, what have we done in March? Well, March, we made $11,434. And this week, if this software breaks it down by week, this week we did 2143. And look, we only traded 2 days this week, and we still made $2,000. Now, we don't trade every day because if we look back in last year and we go back to, let's say, July, look at all the days that says no trades, right? Well, I was on vacation from the 11th to the 17th, and July 4th was on a Tuesday, right? And we didn't trade Monday because the markets were really slow because everybody was on vacation. So we didn't trade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. We did not trade in July. And look what we did in July, $9,000. June, we did $9,000. And in June, look how many days we didn't trade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days we didn't trade in June, and we still made $9,000. Here is my equity curve from last year, and here is my equity curve for this year so far. It's a pretty good equity curve. We're running a 73% win rate with a profit factor of basically 3 to 1. All right. So I wanted to share my trade performance with you. So the market consists of many small retail traders plus one or more large institutional trader. Right? So the money flow tracker software has 3 key metrics that we use. Triple screen assessment of correlative markets using our AI engine, triple screen assessment of order flow, remember institutional order flow, and triple screen assessment of the LIQUIDITY for momentum. Now, what does triple screen assessment mean? Means basically, I just like to call it like this. We have 3 time frames in agreement, right? And our time frames are in multiples of 3. Now, we trade with Unaranko bars, so we use range bars for our higher time frames. So the most powerful force that moves price is triple screen assessment of order flow. So when I say order flow, everybody thinks of these type of candles with numbers on the left, numbers on the right, numbers on the bottom, numbers on the left, numbers on the top. It is really impossible for you to make good trading decisions and try to figure all this out. Right? We went a step further, and when we talk about triple screen assessment of order flow, means we want order flow to be going in the same direction on 3 time frames. So our order flow candles are displayed like this. If it has a green outline, it means the delta in this candle is positive. If it has a red outline candle, it means the delta in this candle is negative. Now, I like to keep things simple. I say, if it's a green outline, there's more buyers than sellers in this candle. If it's a red outline, there's more sellers than buyers in this candle. Pretty simple. Our charts are displayed like this. You need one chart to trade off of. Everything else is done for you in the background. The 3 time frames in agreement are done in the background. So the second most powerful force that moves price is triple screen assessment of the LIQUIDITY for momentum. And we use what we call our hybrid candles, the wicks in our hybrid candles. So triple screen assessment of the LIQUIDITY is the same as triple screen assessment of order flow. We want to see momentum going in the same direction on 3 time frames. And like I showed you on the charts, our indicators are displayed in these line graphs, different colors. Makes it really easy to understand. So now let's talk about the hybrid candles, which are the wicks. So when you see candles that the next candle opens up at the same price as the previous candle closes, and then closes, and the next candle opens up as the previous closes, that's a momentum burst. When you have a wick that comes all the way down here, that's a pullback candle. And we wait for pullback candles, and I'll explain why. So then we created the modified LIQUIDITY. Now the modified LIQUIDITY took all these indicators, we added an algorithm to it, and developed the modified LIQUIDITY. So the modified LIQUIDITY does not show divergence or anything else, but it shows the strength of trend, and that's what we're looking for. So when the modified LIQUIDITY goes below 20, this line will turn red. When it crosses above 20 and is sloping up, it will turn lime green. And when it crosses above 80, it will turn dark green. And if it crosses below and is sloping down, it will be orange. So we want the modified LIQUIDITY to be pinned at 100 or be pinned at 0. So we get the acceleration dots. And I'm building up into the system and to the rules, right? So now we'll talk about the quant lines, which is the third most powerful force that moves price. So our quant lines take 28 market components. They're examined by our AI system for correlation. Now, correlation is a very important part of trading, but most traders don't pay attention to it. We do. So if the euro currency is going up, wouldn't you want to see the pound, British pound going up, the Japanese yen going up, the Australian dollar? Or if the ES is going up, wouldn't you want to see NQ, RTY, and ES going up at the same time? That's a powerful move. It's like the old saying, a rising tide floats all boats. Well, it's kind of the same in the market. When the markets are rallying and all the markets are rallying, that is super strong. So we went one step further and we created the C2 indicator. Now, the C2 indicator adds another time frame. So now we're not looking at triple screen assessment, we're looking at quadruple screen assessment, which gives us a better percentage, higher probability trades because we have to have a trend in place. So the colored background, either green or dark pink, tells us we have 3 time frames in agreement. The stair-stepping line is the C2 indicator. So we must have the C2 indicator in order for us to take a trade. All right, so let's put it all together. Here's the money flow tracker system, the rules and the setups. And if you can follow these easy to follow rules, you should have very high probability trades. Now, I'm not going to tell you that every trade is going to be a winner because it's not. And honestly, I won't lie to you and tell you that it is. Because if anybody ever tells you that they win on every trade, you should not walk, you should run the other way because it's virtually impossible. Every trader has losing trades. So here are the rules and the setups, and it's super simple. We want 3 time frames in agreement. So we want a green background or a dark pink background. We want the C2 indicator. Okay? The thick line and the dot dash line going up, we want the thick line above the dot dash line and below the dot dash line going down. We have what we call pivots, higher time frame support, VWAP, right? If we have to break one of these to get in a trade, because this is resistance, we must break it by 3/4 of the candle's body. And then we have to have a pullback candle. We don't trade without a pullback candle. And I'll explain to you why in a few minutes. The next rule is both quants need to be in agreement, either red or green. The multiple time frame indicator needs to be in agreement, either red or green. And the modified LIQUIDITY needs to be green and pegged at 100 or 0 to get the acceleration dots. And this was the outcome of that trade, 63 ticks. So we don't use these triangles anymore. But if you look at the chart and you can see how clean the chart is, we like to keep our charts clean. Now, here is a live chart of NQ. So we have pivots, we have these shaded areas where our higher time frame support and resistance areas. So we don't trade into these areas, we trade away from them. All right? Okay, so let's keep going because I only have 45 minutes. Excuse me. So look, if you're trading with the money flow tracker rules, this is one of the things that I really like about the software, and I've been trading with it now for over 3 years. And that why we have days in the, that we have days that we don't take trades is because the markets are choppy and non-trending or range bound, and we're not going to get setups if the markets are in those conditions, period. So we don't take trades unless they meet the rules. And if we wouldn't take trades on those days, we probably would be losers. Okay, because that's when most people lose money. Trading is when the markets are choppy and non-trending. Like if you look at, a minute chart of, let's say, NQ today, NQ has been really, how could you trade this? This is a 10-minute chart of NQ. There's no way you can trade this. And there's no way we're going to get a setup in this type of market. So the software will keep you out of the market as long as you follow the rules. And it's okay not to trade every day. Would you rather, you're here to make money. not to make trades, right? So here's a trade. Here's the setup. I got a dark pink background. I had CL, broke the pivot, but then it spurted down. Missed the entry on this pullback candle, but I got another pullback candle. And then I placed the order. I hit my first profit target at 10 ticks. Stop goes to break even. And then I exit when the dot dash line changed from red to yellow. So the money flow tracker software gives you clear and exact entries, clear and exact exits, and you get all your ATMs that are pre-configured for you. So I'm going to teach you how I trade breakouts with the money flow tracker software. I call it the PB&G, pullback and go strategy. So I need to get my pen here real quick. Make sure it's a good color you can see. So here's how I do it. The market is coming down, hits a pivot, right? Right? It keeps going down. This candle here broke the pivot by 3/4 of a candle. This is the next candle was a pullback candle. So as this candle is pulling back about halfway, right? That's when we place our order to sell on down close. Now, what happens if the market's coming down, right? We get that pullback candle, and all of a sudden the market decides, you know what, I'm going this way. Well, if this candle closes up, the order automatically gets canceled. And that's how we trade breakouts. And that's how we sidestep a lot of losing trades on false breakouts. Because remember, markets will do this. The market will come down. Let's say there's a pivot here. The market will come down, normally break the pivot, pull back to it, and then drop. And that's where the pullback candle comes in. So if you break the pivot and pull back and it goes up back up this way, then you just sidestepped a losing trade by using this strategy. Do we sometimes miss a trade? Yes, but we far sidestep a lot more losing trades than trades we miss. The other day, we must have sidestepped 4 losing trades by using this strategy. So here's one. You can see my markers. Broke the pivot, got the pullback, placed the order, up it went. Here's another one on crude oil. Here's 2 on the Canadian dollar. Okay, any questions so far? All right, before I get into the auto trader, which happens to be one of my favorite subjects. Okay, so now let's talk about the money flow tracker auto trader. So the auto trader, we trade on a very large bar size, 24 Unorenko bar size. And this was a trade that it took for 704 ticks. Here's another trade it took for 665 ticks. Here's another trade for 1,016 ticks. Here's another trade for 792 ticks. Now, I took a trade the other day on the money flow tracker. Let me see, I want to get rid of the sound here. I don't need sound, right? And I was in this trade. No, that's not it. That's the wrong one. Let's see. Here it is, sorry. So I was in this trade, it hit my first profit target, and I said, you know what, I want to record this because I think this trade is going to go ballistic. So I turned on the recording just as I hit my first profit target of 80 ticks. Now, if you look at this, I'm going to go fast forward. We're up 342 ticks. We're up 450 ticks now. We're up 543 ticks now, and I moved my stop closer because the MA diff, and I'll explain to you what the MA diff is, and then we exited at 570 ticks. So the MA diff, what is the MA diff? The MA diff is this. Let me go ahead and close this, and let me open up a chart here of, just use the same for NQ. So the MA diff is telling us how far away from the 50 is the market. And when the MA diff gets to a certain number, like on NQ, like 115 on NQ, we expect a pullback. So if we get a signal and the MA diff is at 110, we're not taking that trade. All right? So it gives us a way to gauge if the market is going to be pulling back or is ready for a pullback. If the market's moved too far away from the 50, it tends to pull back to the 50. All right? So this was a trade, another trade, 792 ticks. And this is the criteria for the strategy. And basically it does, it follows the rules. We set it up. We want the bias and the C2. We want the LIQUIDITY. We want the modified LIQUIDITY. We want the 50 and the 15 to be the same color, red or green. We want to have the MA diff. We don't want to trade it above this number. We want the quants to be red or green. And we want to be able to break the volume zones, which I call higher time frame support and resistance. And we want it to wait to clear the pivots. Okay, so it won't take a trade into a pivot. Here is a chart on the for the MNQ swing trade. So it won't take a trade into the pivot. It will only take a trade if it breaks the pivot by 3/4 of a candle. All right, it doesn't wait for a pullback. And it's okay on the swing trader because it uses such a large bar size. There has to be a trend in place in order for you to get a setup. So here's the equity curves from 2021 and 2022. I don't know what this was. I think that was part of the recording. Let's go back forward. Wyse, okay. So that's the auto trader. I love trading with the auto trader because there are some days that I don't really get a great setup on my regular NQ chart, and then MNQ kicks off a trade. Remember, MNQ trades twice the volume. Look at the volume. On NQ, 311,000 contracts today. Let me put it in here, MNQ. Where is it? Look at MNQ. MNQ traded 693,000 contracts, more than twice the volume of NQ. A lot of traders are trading the micros. Okay, so let's go forward here. Let's talk about the evaluations or how to pass your evaluation accounts. And 1 second, I need to get something to drink. Okay. So a lot of traders focus on the carrot. What do I mean by the carrot? They don't focus on the process. Okay. If you focus on the process, you focus on your setups, right? And focus on trading well, the profits will take care of themselves. Do you know that most professional traders are only 40% or less right? Their win rate is 40%. Right? So what does that tell you? It tells you that they are managing their risk. And that's what you are. You're a risk manager. If you focus on how much money you're making, you can't focus on your risk. So professional traders focus on risk. We don't focus on risk. We focus on trading well. The profits will take care of themselves. Take qualified setups, and you'll be surprised how well that works, as long as you have a good trading methodology that gives you high probability trades. Remember, the challenges or evaluations or whatever they're being called by your firm are really designed to make you fail because of the parameters you put in place. Like how many trading days to pass, the trailing drawdown. This is the biggest one why most traders fail. And this stuff causes sloppy trading, causes revenge trading, causes impulse trading, and does nothing but cause you stress. You know, we trade in the room from 9 o'clock in the morning till 11:30, 12. And if we don't have any setups, we don't take trades. And we're not stressed out at all. Not at all. So this is the process that I look at. Most people go ahead and sign up for a 50K account or a 100K account with whatever firm you're trading with. You're not trading 50K account and you're not trading a 100K account. You're trading your drawdown. So on a 50K account, your drawdown is $2,500. So if you think about this, you are trading your drawdown. I don't risk any more from $250, which is 10% of my drawdown on any one trade. Now, I showed you here in Edgewonk, again, we're running a 73% win rate. Right? So I'm not worried about losing 250 here and there because my profit factor is 3 to 1. So it means that on one winning trade can wipe out 3 losing trades. So your win rate versus reward. Now we're over 60%. So even if we're trading 1-to-1, we're profitable. But if you're trading 1-to-1 and you're not at over 50%, you're not making money. And I think why most traders feel like they're spinning their wheels is because they're running a 50% win rate and they're trading 1-to-1, and sometimes they might get a 2-to-1, and maybe sometimes they might get a 3-to-1, but overall they're trading a 50% win rate, and that's not good enough for us. So rather than avoid risk, take intelligent risk, and this will give you that competitive edge over all other traders. And you want to have a competitive edge. You know, our edge again is trading with institutional order flow and not trading in choppy, non-trending markets. So look, now the most powerful software and trading methodology is available to small retail traders. So you have 2 options. First option, if you're profitable and you're making money on a consistent basis, God bless you, and do whatever you need to do to keep doing that. Trading is tough. Trading has been very challenging the last couple months, but it will get better. Or the second option would be take action today, join the thousands of traders who work 4 plus or minus hours a day from home and have no boss and total financial freedom. All right. So the money flow tracker software, the benefits and features. It's super easy to learn. You get all the workspaces. They're very intuitive, perfect for beginners, perfect for any account size. You can trade futures, forex, stocks, and options with it. Now, we have lots of traders that subscribe to our software just to trade with the autotrader. And what they do is they still work. So every morning they go to their strategy and they turn on their autotrader. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up the strategy in the template here. Edit strategy. And in the strategy, it has daily profit target. So let's say your daily profit target is 300 and your max loss for the day, let's say, is 100, just for argument's sake. So basically you're looking for 3 to 1 on every trade. You can start trading at a certain time. You can have it stop trading at a certain time. And for those who are trading with a prop firm, you know, you have to be out of the market before the market closes. If you put 36.30 in, exit on session close 36.30, it will exit the trade up or down 10 seconds before the market closes. So what they do is they turn it on and they go to work. And when they come home, they're either going to be up or they're going to be down, but their loss is going to be limited to what they set their max loss at. Okay, so let me see. Lou is asking here a question. How can it be possible if you're trading 24 unit ankles on NQ, you lose one trade? Because we're trading MNQ, and we're only trading 4 contracts. So it's 50 cents a tick per contract. So 4 contracts is basically $2 a tick. We take 2 contracts off at 80 ticks and we let the others run. That's how we do it. All right. So the first 10 traders that come aboard today, we're going to give you some extra add-ons and more. So the first thing you'll get is the market analyzer. So here is my market analyzer. It's live in the market today. So for instance, on NQ, we trade 8, 20, 40 bar. So we always look at NQ and we look at this column right here and it says it's flat. Why? Because it is flat. You know, on ES, we traded 248. On gold and crude oil, we traded 2510. So when we look at this market and we see that crude oil is green or red here at the 2510, then we go look at it. Doesn't necessarily mean that we have a trade. It only means that we need to go look at it and see if we do. It means that we have the conditions, but it doesn't matter. Yes, Vincent, you could trade a $300,000 evaluation. Most of the people that are using the autotrader are trading with $100,000 evaluation account. So the market scanner is a $9.99 value. Then you'll get the NDT platform, and this is our execution platform. Right? And it looks like this, just like this picture. And this is what we use to execute our trades. So we put our account in here, we put the market in here, we use a stop limit, we put our ATM in here, and when we break a pivot and it pulls back halfway, we would click buy on up close. This is amazing piece of software. It's a $14.99 VAT. You get the master class series, which are excellent on futures, forex, stocks, and options. You get 1 month free access to my trading room. And our trading room a study was done by Dr. Victor Allen. And in his study, he reviewed more than 225 trading websites and evaluated them using several factors, including their transparency, proven track record, and assisting traders with educational material and online support. We came out on top, and this was published in Traders World and Stock and Commodity Magazine. So this is our offer that we're doing today. And the Money Flow Tracker software normally is $23.95 a year. We're doing, no, I don't know what that noise is. We're doing a 50% off sale for $11.97 a year for the first year, and we're going to do $11.97 for next year also. So you'll get 2 years at 50% off. You only have to pay for one at a time. Or if you want to do a lifetime license, it's $29.99. Normally it's $59.98. We're giving 50% off of that. If you prefer to do a monthly, it's normally $597, and we're giving $200 off of that for $397, right? And for the first 10 traders that come aboard, you get these bonuses. You're going to get the AutoTrader included in your package, which is a $29.97 value. You're going to get the NDT, which is a $14.99 value. The market scanner, which is $9.97. 1 month in my trade room. You're going to get all the tutorials and videos, and you're going to get your software installed by Sir Charles and coaching by me. He calls me King David because I call him Sir Charles. Anyways. Okay, so this is less than $100 a month. How many of you have lost $100 this week? A bunch of you, right? So, and I'm gonna give you the extra bonus of the charts for the money flow tracker minute charts, which a lot of people like to use for swing trading. All right. So here's my commitment to you. When you subscribe to the money flow tracker software, is to help you become a successful trader. Remember, if you're not successful, it's not your fault. Again, if you're not successful, it's not your fault. You're just not using the right tools to be successful. You know, the money flow tracker software is totally unique and will give you that edge to trade with institutional order flow. So again, my commitment to you is to teach you not just how to read the setups. I could teach a 5-year-old to read the setups, but it's also to help you develop that mental mindset you must have in order to achieve financial independence, right? So it's a well-known fact that 95 to 98% of day traders and swing traders are losing money. And this trader is a retail trader, and all he's doing is taking his money because why? Because he is trying to trade markets that are non-trending markets. He's trying to trade markets like this, right? And all he does, he goes long, he loses, goes short, he loses, goes long, he loses. And all he's doing is flushing his money, but not our traders, because this is an institutional trader. And you know, for every buy, there's a sell. And the institutional traders are taking that money from retail traders. So would you rather trade with an institutional trader or retail traders? We trade with institutional money flow, right? So again, this is our offer. We're giving 50% off a lifetime license, not a lifetime, a yearly license. Costs you $11.97 for the year. And next year will be $11.97 also. You can get a lifetime license for $29.99 or a monthly for $397. And you're going to get the AutoTrader, you're going to get the NDT platform, the market scanner, a month in my room. You're going to get your software installed and coached by me. And believe me, I've coached a lot of traders. We're good on time. So this is there must be about 50 testimonials by our clients and students. And this woman here was in a webinar just like this. Why does it keep doing that? Was in a webinar just like this. And she contacted Mark and she said, I want to learn how to trade. She know nothing about, I mean, when I talk about nothing, she didn't even know what NinjaTrader was, right? So Mark sat her down, gave her a picture of a setup, and said to her, when you see this setup, if you have a green background, I want you to click up buy on up close, and if it's a dark pink background, I want you to click on sell on down close. So she did that for 4 months. P.S. She's a 6-figure trader now, and she doesn't trade every day either. This is a testimonial from a client that was in a webinar, I don't know, maybe 6-7 months ago. And his name is David, just like mine. And he sends me a message in the questions box, and he tells me, I am the world's worst trader. I've been trying to trade for the last 10 years, and I'm doing nothing but spinning in my wheels. I have some success, then I have failures. I have some success, then I have failures. And he says, can you help me? I said, sure, David, no problem. So he subscribed. Now he's running a 70% win rate. Now he has 10 Apex accounts and 10 Blue Knox accounts. And this is what he wrote. The money flow tracker software, along with David's methodology and rules for trading, allow me to act like a robot and eliminate any guesswork or emotions from my trading. We use the NDT, which allows us a single push button to enter trades. So it's easy for him. He follows the rules. He sees his setup. He pushes the button. Sees setup, push button. And that's what he does. And he's been very successful at it. Here's our offer again. I had a customer write in to Rightline yesterday, and he sent this message. And where is it? I just had it here. Here we go. And this is what he wrote. And this guy's first day in the room. He sent it to Charles anyway. He said, I want to let you know I took my first trade in David's room this morning, and it was just as I hoped. David told us exactly when to take the trade. I hit the button, wrote NQ down, dragged my stop down. It was beautiful. $505 total profit on my first trade, just in time before I had to leave to work. Thanks again for the recommendation to David Kushner's Trading. You better believe I'll be keeping the room subscription. So we have lots of traders that started out newbies, didn't know anything, or have been struggling for years, and they came into the room and we've traded together, and they've turned their whole trading career around. All right, so let's go ahead and leave this up. Any questions?
King David, I am
Yes,
going
sir.
to ask if the audience would direct questions to you via email or calling the 800 number just for time purposes.
Okay.
And I will give you a compliment. If that was your first time through the Money Flow Tracker presentation, aside from the voice, I could swear it was Dr. Sachs himself.
Are you subscribing?
Rob, I've got a question for David. It's Norman. Hey, David, how you doing?
Okay.
David, how did you get a picture of my toilet? That's what I want to know.
Norman, I'm going to pose my favorite question to you. How much did that plant cost you?
Those are questions?
No, Norman's a regular presenter, and through his presentation, if you stick around for a few minutes, you'll see it. But David, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been frustrated, unable to pass a prop trading evaluation, or if you've been unable to successfully make withdrawals from your funded account, Mr. Kushner over at Rightline Trading has a solution for you. His prop trading program includes the tools, training, and live trading room access to get you funded and keep you funded. I've put his link in the chat box. It's up on the screen as well. Thank you again, Kush, for making such a generous offer to our audience, for being here. Great job on the presentation. We hope to have you back on Traders Corner.
All right. Thank you for having me. Everybody have a great holiday weekend, and God bless everybody.
Likewise. Oh, happy holiday weekend to you too. I'm so sorry. I forgot. I know not everybody celebrates the same holiday as I do, though.
Look, we celebrate anything here, down here in Central Florida.
Give me one good reason.
We don't have to have a reason to celebrate anything down here.
No, right. I used to live in Windermere, so I'm familiar.
I live in the Villages.
Oh, wonderful! My uncle's there. But
I'll have him give me a call. I will get him hooked up with the Money Flow Tracker.
He's retired and doesn't do it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Have a great day, Kush.
You too. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned at the top of the show we had a great lineup today, and if you can't guess, our next presenter is no exception. He's been a trader and trading educator for over 4 decades. He has over 1 million views on his 4-minute drills for traders found on YouTube. He's a former commodity specialist for Payne Weber and has managed extremely large account trading accounts as a commodity trading advisor. Here to present Prop Trading Math is Mr. Norman Hallett of The Disciplined Trader. Welcome back to Trader's Corner, Norm, and let me wish you a happy holiday as well this weekend.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Same to you. I hope I didn't scare David there. I think he didn't know it was me, but that's okay.
He'll get used to us.
I was the one with the hand that was going up, not the one where the guy was flushing the money. And I don't live down there. That was, that was just a prop. Thank you for coming, everybody. For my presentation on prop trading math. My credentials are minor in that I have a undergraduate degree in mathematics from the University of Cincinnati. And that blackboard that you see right there was not really written by me. It's written by Rob, the guy just introduced me. He did that math work for me, I think. That's what I heard. But the math I'm going to show you, of course, is not that complicated, but it is something that you're going to have to kind of sit there and be attentive. The math is relatively simple, but I think that that the simplicity, is a good thing, because as you trade with prop trading, the ideas and the wherewithal that I'm going to describe here in this prop trading math is going to kind of hit you as you're going, hopefully keep you on your trading plan, whatever that may be. I'm going to take a look right here. Just want to ask really quickly, how many out there are actually prop trading right now? Because it's a little bit of a different world. Can just somebody in the questions, can you just kind of put just give me an idea, okay? Somebody, good. All right, so I'm getting kind of an idea here of those who are prop trading. If you're not familiar with prop trading, I'm looking here at the chat too. This is it's the wonderful world of prop trading. Boy, I'm telling you, for a trader who is even a decent trader, prop trading, why risk your own money when they'll give you 90% of the profit that you generate? And they can do that because you're actually supporting the 9 other traders that are coming and paying fees, of which I'll go over here, and making plenty of money for the prop trading firm. So they want you and me and those who are actually getting wires in their account to brag about it like I am, so that they can bring more people into prop trading. And I'm just hoping the people I bring in are smart enough to have a trading plan that they've tested and works, and have the mental and emotional wherewithal, which is that last piece is the piece that most people are missing. All right, let's get into it. Prop trading math. The first thing I'd like you to do is just to take a second so that we have something to compare it to. I want to ask you the question, how much money did it cost you to trade last year? Now, if you're a break-even trader, then go ahead and subtract the cost of your trading platform, or maybe even the annual money that you pay to run somebody else's system and have them give you whatever you're doing. The data feed, if you have a lifetime with Ninja and it costs you $1,500 maybe, and you've been trading for 5 years, so divide that by 5. But look at a number. Most of it is the win-loss number. What have you lost or gained or broken even? And be honest with yourself. I'm not going to test you on this, but I want you to have kind of a comparison as I run through some of the costs and that you'll have to bear when you prop trade. This is a study that I did with prop trading firms. It analyzes the costs and the opportunities and the parameters, what the level is where you blow out an account, and what the level is that when you're qualifying to get funded, and so on. If you would like a I'm going to give you the bottom line of this in a second, but if you want to see this comparison in its entirety, because you can't read it here really, just write admin at thedisciplinedtrader.com and say, hey, I saw Norman, who was crazy enough to offer me the prop trading firm study, and I'll send this to you. I'll have it sent to you, and you can kind of take a look at it yourself. And I think you're going to come with the same conclusion that I came. And then there were two firms that I really like, because the numbers kind of work the way I look at numbers. And again, you can mesh these numbers the way you want. But they are Apex and Topstep. Both have been around. The major thing that I look at for a prop firm company is how long have you been around? How much have you been paying out to winning traders? And has that winning trader payout been growing month after month? And there's no firm that is even close in the growing of payouts than Apex. In fact, I believe they paid out, they just changed on their site, I think today, from 100 million in payouts between this year and last year to 130 million. I have to check whether it's maybe 22, 23 and now, but 130 million dollars, whether it's 2 years or 3 years, that's an exciting figure. But I think the most exciting figure is, I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 million just last month. So they are growing. The current months are bigger than the month before, and so on. So I really like what they're doing. They have a very high Trustpilot rating, although I'm not a huge fan of Trustpilot, because they have certain parameters that I don't go for. Like if you redo your site and it's only been up a day, that's going to count heavily against you because you haven't been online for that long. They don't look very deeply in some of these. But listen, 4.8, you gotta give them a pat on the back. They got traders from 150 different countries. I give you this link right now just in case you never see me again and you want to go with Apex. I've made a deal with them, so to speak, that this link, it forwards to the link that will always give you the best pricing, and I'm going to go through that pricing right now with Apex. So you kind of get a feel. All of my examples today will be with Apex, even though I've passed with Topstep and Apex. I've isolated now my intention on Apex because of some of the things that I've been talking to you about, and I don't like to get too complicated with my life. So I'm choosing one firm and talking about that today. All right, I'm going to blow up. You saw that confusing chart that you couldn't read. I'm kind of blowing up Apex's version of that, and I'm zooming in on what I believe you should start with when you're dealing with any firm. Really, you need to. 25K is a little bit too small. 50K, you can actually do a little. So you can make some nice profit with them. Right now, I have 7 $50,000 accounts that are past the evaluation and into the funding phase, and also 3 $150,000 accounts, of which I believe has the best math. But let's go through what I believe you should be starting with, and the reason you should be starting with a $50,000 account to test for and then trade is the fact that it is the quickest route to getting money in your checking account or your saving account, wherever you have it sent. In a $50,000 account, you only have to make $3,000, $53,000. You got to cross the $3,000 threshold. So once you get to $53,001 or whatever, $10, wherever you stop trading, you'll then be funded with these same parameters. I'll go through a little bit about what that looks like after you get funded. But for right now, just know that you need to make $3,000, and you can't lose $2,500 from your trading high. In fact, it's an intraday trading high. If you put on a position and you're making $1,000 in that position, and then you let it go back to break even, normally in your own trading account, you say, hey, I'm even. But here, they take away that $1,000 from the $2,500. Now you only have a $1,500 floor. So I'm going to show you a little bit in this presentation about some of the things that you should be doing in your current account, your current trading plan, somewhat of an adjustment to make in order to fit into their parameters. And I've just given you one of the hurdles that they count open trade equity that you don't take against you. The solution to that in one word is scalping. I've never been a scalper, but if you always put on multiple positions and you take your first and one of those positions you treat as a scalp, the other is I call a runner, then you're going to be able to pad that $2,500. And if the trade doesn't work out and doesn't extend and breaks you even on your second trade, on the second position, then at least you're going home with the scalp amount. Okay, so don't want to I can't help myself get into some of the things that I advise you to do, but let's stick with the numbers here. They charge monthly $167. They charge that pretty much never. They're always discounting either 90%, which means that you'd be paying $1,670 a month, not $167, or 80% a discount, which means you'd be paying $33.40, or sometimes they run a 70% discount on 167, which puts you closer to $47 to $48 you'd be paying a month. So it's never this. They're always running sales. And if they don't have one, wait a week or wait a couple of days, they'll be running one. Right now, they're running an 80% sale. So if you were to open an account with Apex using my link here, then you would be able to get this or better. But right now it's $34, $33.40, I guess that works out to be. In any event, that's what that looks like. So it's not a monthly, and really, after you get a handle on this, it really shouldn't take you any more than a week or 2 weeks to pass, to make $3,000 in a $50,000 account. In fact, part of the contest they're running right now, the special, is that they'll allow you to pass in 1 day. The usual rules is passing in 7 days. They like it to take at least 7 days of trading in order to make your $3,000, because they don't want you having one $3,000 trade and then calling yourself a trader. They want to see consistency in your trading, but which flies in the face of this 1 day. They'll allow 1 day to trade, 1 day to pass, which kind of confused me. But whenever you're confused, like anything else, follow the money. And I'm going to give you the answer to that in a couple of slides, why they're allowing 1 day to pass. But in any event, whether it takes you 1 month or 2 months or 3 months, it's not a lot of money to be in the game at $35 a month. All right, let's take a look, a little bit more of a breakdown. The evaluation stages, there's the evaluation stage and then the funded stage. All right, I mentioned that in this $50,000 account, they're posting $167 a month, but they're always giving this kind of discount. So you're either paying $49, $34, or $17. I've kind of rounded those off for myself. So that's what you're paying a month. So they also have what they call a reset fee. If you go ahead and if you do breach your account and go to 2,500 and take yourself out of the game by going below that loss over your trading high, open trading high, then you're going to need to reset your account or start it all over again. In this particular case, in fact, in this special, and they run this often, a 50% off their reset fee. Normally it's $80. Right now they have a 50% off. They're running an 80% discount on the 167 plus half off on the reset fees. So it's not worth closing your account and then opening another one for 34. You might as well just save yourself the problem and reset for 40. So you can be fairly aggressive in this evaluation stage. In fact, when I coach you, if we ever get together and you run my trading plan, this is what I generally coach. You can be, especially if you're an experienced trader, you can be aggressive at this stage because a couple of resets and you'll probably be there. Even if it takes you 2 months and 2 resets and you're trading as conservatively as you want, the 2 months is going to cost you right now 2 times $34. If you have a couple of resets, 2 times $40. So it's $144. These are the numbers. I want to just emphasize these yellow numbers because it's not a whole lot. The first check that I asked for was only $1,000. I passed my first $50,000 account and I built it up, and I'm going to show you what those numbers look like. And it winds up to be 50. I asked for $1,000, and all of a sudden I looked and it just paid me back for all of my fees plus some. So it doesn't take long. Okay, so $144 is what it would take you to the cost of giving you 2 months to pass, 2 resets on a $50,000 account. Okay, now in a funded account, once you pass, you're going to be asked to pay another fee. You can either choose on this $50,000 account, and numbers different for each one of these choices, but you're going to be asked, what are the costs of, oh, incidentally, on the evaluation fee and on the funded fee, you're not paying for NinjaTrader, you're not paying for the data feed, which is either Rhythmic, they give you all of that stuff, or Tradeovate. So none of that is a question here. You're not paying for any of the platforms or the data feeds. But when you pass on $50,000 account, they'll give you a question before you start trading. Would you like to pay $80 a month for the lifetime of trading this $50,000 account, or would you rather pay $140 one time and never have another fee while you're trading with us? Okay, I mean, of course, there's round term fees, but those are taken away from your balance. I'm not counting that. That's a normal cost, not different from what you're doing right now with your own money if you're trading your own money. Of course, if you have confidence, you're going to take the $140 lifetime fee. And so on the 10 accounts that I'm trading right now, I don't have any cost of doing business. I'm just trading for profit, receiving 90%. In fact, I've received 90%, I've reached 100% of the first 25,000 that you earn in each one of those accounts. So that's what the numbers look like. And so if you choose the lifetime and you add that 144, now you're trading a $50,000 account, and your total expense after 2 months of doing this with 2 resets is $244. That's a nice number. And so when you make your first $1,000 and you make your first, you ask for your first $1,000, you'll have made 4 times your expense. So I just wanted to emphasize the fact that if you're trading with Apex, it's low. Some of the rules are a bit restrictive, like the one I told you about. When you let go of open trade equity, it's counted against you. But if you have a good plan and you're consistent, if you have a 60 or 70% type winning plan, do very, very well here. And there's no reason you could do it. Okay, let's take a look at now withdrawing fund. Now you're funded. When can you withdraw a fund? To make a withdrawal request, your account must be a required minimum balance to approve the payout. And the trailing must be past, of course, the trailing drawdown level. In a PA account, which is a funded account, the trailing drawdown stops at the starting balance plus 100. So that red line that followed you during your evaluation stage, in other words, when you were 51,000, now that red line was not 47.5, it was 48.5. So it follows you. It doesn't follow you here in the funded account in the same way. Let's take a look then again at the $50,000 account. Okay, you've got to build. So you're starting now with a $50,000 funded account. You trade it. You've got to trade past 52.6. Okay, you've got to trade it past 52.6 before you can ask for them to wire money into your account. Okay, so this is the minimum balance that you have to see. You can ask for as much as $2,000 in a $52,000 account each pay period. There are 2 pay periods a month, one that starts on the 1st of the month and one that starts on the 15th. To be clear, you can request money anywhere from the 1st to the 5th of every month and from the 15th to the 20th of every month. So in general, if you're doing very well and you're starting to make, you've got $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 profit in your $50,000 account, you can then request $2,000 twice in that month. You can request $4,000. Now, if you do that, if you request one time for 3 months in a row, okay, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, that takes off the cap on what you can then ask for. There is no $2,000 cap on. Now, let me just say that if you've built your account to 52.6 and you take out 2,000, okay, you're going to only have a balance of $50,600. The red line is at $50,100. It's $100 over the starting balance. So you'd kind of be a fool to take out that much. If you only built your account to $52,610, I still suggest you take out $500, which is the minimum that you can take out, okay, that you can ask for, because I want to see that money in your account. When that happens, when it happened to me, it happened to people that I coach, you all of a sudden get very serious about this. In fact, the first time they sent money into my account, I asked for $1,000, they put it in my account. I called my bank to make sure that it was real money, and it was, and it continues to be. So I got to tell you that what I want you to do is get that. I want you to get funded. So I'm willing to be aggressive in the evaluation stage. And then when you're funded, I want you to trade with a good trading plan. And then I want you to get money in your account. That's going to put it all together like glue. And then all of a sudden, it's all real. Okay. So that's all I will say about this. I'm giving you a lot of math, and I'm hoping I'm not confusing you too much. But I'll ask for questions in a second when I finish up, if there's time for questions. Otherwise, you can go to the page I'm going to send you, and there's a question thing. I'll be on it for the next hour after my presentation. You can ask me any questions. But 52.6 is the level that you have to reach before you can take out the money. In a $150,000 account, which is the one I really like, because it's got a $5,000 floor, not a $2,500 floor. I like it. You got to make $9,000 in the evaluation stage, but you only have to make $5,100 in this stage to ask for. I think the maximum you can ask for is $2,700 in the 150. So let's not get too confused. Let's stick with the $50,000 account. Let me take a little bit of a break here and just ask if you're following me here. I'm going to take a look at the chat right now, and the right here, the question, if you want to just tell me that you're into this and that I'm not just talking to myself. Because when I go through the numbers, I just want to make sure that you're with me on this. Okay, great. Okay, all right, let's keep going. The next thing that I want to talk about is what's the maximum withdrawal amount that you can take out. Kind of covered this a little bit, but I want to cover it again here. In this, as I mentioned, in the $50,000 account, you can take out $2,000. And I guess I was right on this. I know it because I've done this. 27.5 in the $150,000 account. Okay, each account is considered a separate standalone account. In other words, why would I have 7 $50,000 accounts and 3 150s? It's because they're all treated equally. And if I use what they call a trade copier, I'm going to show you that in a second. You can then, if I make a $300 trade in profit and I make it in all of my 10 accounts, all of a sudden I've made $3,000 that I can eventually withdraw. So you can withdraw out of each of your accounts a maximum of $2,000 with every pay period until you get 3 in a row, as I mentioned to you. And then, so it behooves you, if you're a good trader, to then, and you can diversify. I'm going to show you in my next slide a little bit more about that. But each account that you qualify for is a separate standalone account. This means if you have 10 accounts, you can withdraw the maximum from each account each pay period. Okay. For example, if you have 10 $50,000 accounts, you can withdraw $2,000 from each account for a total of $20,000, and you can do this twice a month for $40,000. I haven't done that because I've just started using trade copy. I resisted it. I kind of like what I thought was more control by just doing separate windows. But it's pretty nice to have the trade copier. You can do this the first 3 months, and on the 4th subsequent month, there's no maximum. Okay, I think I've explained this. Don't want to beat a dead horse, but what a terrible example. I'm an animal lover. I take that back. I'd rather go with the toilet from the last guy's, David's presentation. All right, so that's what that looks like. Okay, again, this is what I recommend that you start with. Okay, let's talk a little bit about multiple funded accounts. Okay, how much time do I have? I think I got another 15 minutes. Great. Trade copier. This, for instance, this would be what 10 $50,000 accounts look like. You can manage it. Here's why you do that. First of all, I've explained to you that you can have multiple accounts and take out you can be aggressive in some and not with the other. You can do a number of different things by having different accounts. But you can do what I just mentioned to you, have the same trade. And now I've interviewed, most won't talk to me because there have been people been doing this with different firms that are now with Apex for years. I've been trying to get a hold of them and for them to be honest with me about how they do this, as I was learning along the way. And a lot of them do it this way, where they'll just have 10 accounts, make a small trade with a small risk. They have a small target of $300, and they'll make one trade for $300 on a couple of micro S&Ps, and then they're done for the day, and they've made $3,000. Not a bad way to do it, but it's not always positive. What if you have a $300 losing day? Then you have a $300 winning day and another $300 winning day. And so it takes you 3 days to then, and that's pretty good too. Even a 2-to-1 system can do well in prop trading if you make some of the changes that I may be able to describe once in a later slide. Or you can have the same trade but different position sizing. In other words, if you wanted to be a little bit more cautious with half of those accounts and kind of regular aggression in your in the other 5 accounts, then so be it. You won't make as much, but if you happen to be losing that day, you can come back a little stronger with the ones that you've lost less with, and not have to be shackled by having to make up the 300 that you lost yesterday, depending on how you count your situation on a daily basis. But this is another way that a couple of people have done it. Most actually have done this first way. I kind of am playing around with what I believe may be the best way, at least for me to do it. When you work with me at some point down the road, if you come to some of my presentations other than this, I don't mind being aggressive with their money, a little bit more aggressive than I certainly would be with my money. So I may be more aggressive with some than I am with others. So I would maybe divide. I would be 3 on my standard risk management, 3 on a tighter risk management, let's say, and a 4, and then 3 on a more aggressive stance. And maybe I'm doing different. I like to trade the currencies, especially the Eurodollar and the Japanese yen. I like to trade the crude oil. I like to trade the S&P and the NASDAQ contracts, also whether it's the micros and the minis. But you can see here at a mix, if you've got a pretty good trading plan, but not all winners, you're still going to go home nicely on that day. So there's a lot of different reasons to have multiple accounts, but the main reason is if you're good at it. Hey, look, if you're good at it and you've been real consistent, then you can do this. You do it this way and be very successful. I like the diversification thing. It's that's the way I grew up with not only my trading finances but my personal finances. I never like to put all my eggs in one basket, and so I diversify. But whatever floats your boat, and you have an advantage for these limited time. For those with limited time to trade, you can do a lot in a very small period of time. That's what this person was stressing to me. The 2 people that were adamant on this is the only way to do it, and you can be more aggressive with a few of them. I say question mark because I say no to people who are new, traders who are new, but those that have had some experience and can understand the parameters of risk management can be a little bit more extended if you're doing, but not in all. In other words, you want to always have that diversification of risk in your portfolio here. So I wanted to just kind of give you those, I want to give you the basic parameters. And remember, it's costing me nothing here. And if you're a little weak on whether you want to trust your system or it's new to you, and you take that $80 a month, so that's what you're paying for these kinds of results. So really, unless I'm not seeing something, and I've been looking at this for over 2 years now, really exclusively trading in prop, and managing, stopping, and analyzing, helping others to do what I've been able to do. I just want you to know that there are ways to do this as you reach a certain stage. First, you got to try first you've got to pass the evaluation stage, then you got to go for that. But I want to show you something that I've got for you today. This is how to build a substantial long-term income with prop trading, because I believe, I wrote a paper called The Death of Simulated Trading. I don't believe anybody should be sim trading anymore. You really should be doing your practice trading where you buy and sell in a prop trading evaluation. It doesn't cost you much, as I've shown you, and you might as well get a nice reward if you happen to make that $3,000. You might as well start feeling the success of trading in different stages. I do want to say that that it's, you know, for a new trader, it's important to know how to use the mouse, how to set your orders, how to put in a limit, how to put in your stop, how to adjust your stop, how to make your trade at the market, and so on. That probably can be done in a simulated trading, but even then, you know, work with one micro position in the S&P and practice even the mouse movement, because that's the only way that I can see anybody would ever be trading that anymore. You know, and the crazy part about it is, at the beginning I thought that prop trading was going to just have a flow of $5,000 to $20,000 account traders, people with small accounts just rushing into it, and yes, they are, but the least resistance to prop trading is coming from those that are trading 50, 100, 500,000. Why should they put that money in and make 5 or 6% on something that's totally safe, and then trade somebody else's money? It's there for you. So here's what I put together for you. I put together a five-piece course, 5-video course on how to build a substantial long-term income in prop trading. The first piece is the overview and clear advantages of prop trading. You're going to understand how prop firms make money, what the prop trading rules are, and why it spells a huge opportunity for you as a disciplined trader. I go very deep into this because any trading is mostly mental, and the reason they keep charging these lower fees and loving it is the fact that most people just keep paying them. 90% keep paying them. So you need to be inspired. Look, it's just you and your computer most of the time. And if you work with me, you know, every week or so, if we get together, and every month we all get together with our loaded gun simple trading plan. But that's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about a specific process to adjust your own trading plan and your own way of looking at things to fit what I believe is the future of especially the small trader, and that's prop trading, and even the big trading. For me, it's my future and my present. So I want to make sure that you have a deep appreciation. So this first piece may not sound important to you, but I want to show you some of the work I've done with the math even deeper than this to show you that you're in the right place. The second piece is the importance of the right kind of trigger to pass the evaluation with ease. Now, you're going to discover the best win ratio, and you'll solve a common trading discipline dilemma at the same time. Remember, I said that they count your open trade equity against you. So if you have an account, $50,000 account, and you have a crazy trade, the first trade, you're up $1,000, you put in a break-even stop that you would normally in your own account, if you were trading your own money and the market went down and stopped you out, you feel pretty, all right, I didn't take my 1,000, but no, instead of that $2,500 floor, now it's $1,500. They count that against you. Why? Because professional traders don't do that. Professional traders, when they got a nice profit, especially a high percentage profit, they're going to defend that. So I want to show you the right kind of trigger in order to help you to take scalps and then overcome. There are kinds of triggers. I want to show you what those are, and that is the second piece. The third piece is how to handle the drawdown rules so that you can trade with relaxed confidence. When you understand how to keep your drawdowns low, you'll compress the time you need to pass an evaluation. When I say that, what I mean by that is that when you get closer to the, when you don't do the right thing in my example and you let that $1,000 go, and now you have $1,500 to that red line, and you do it again, and now you have $500 to that red line, or anytime you're under $1,000 in that red line, you start to tighten up. Okay. Now, there are ways of handling that. I want to show you the ways of handling that. Do you fight back, or do you get aggressive and just look for the reset? There are times and places to do that. I want to show you how that is so that you can stay relaxed when you trade. Look, I'm the disciplined trader. They call me the disciplined trader. It's the name of my site, the disciplined trader, one of my sites. And the reason is because I've spent the first 15 years on the internet just teaching, not telling you where to buy and sell, but teaching you how to be controlled with their mental and emotional capabilities. But what good is if I do that and you have a lousy trading plan? So because I've written several books on trading plans, I've made that part of my offerings, but not here. Here is what I'm talking to you about. I'm talking to you here about how to handle the drawdowns, a way to trade. You got to trade it differently. In prop trading, I'm going to show you the right way to do it so that you can stay away from that red line and continue to trade with confidence. The fourth piece is how to run your prop trading as a business. You got to frame this the right way. Too many traders look at this and say, hey, let me give it a shot. I'll try it. It's kind of a hobby of mine. No. You got to run it. I don't mean you can get an LLC, you can be that serious, but not that. At least you have to frame your running as a business, whether you're trading for consistent retirement income or trading to diversify your portfolio, knowing which funding amounts to test for, when not to, and when to reset your account, and the proper position sizing. I go through a lot about position sizing. That's going to spell your steady income stream. So just like you would have goals in any business, you have to have goals in your prop trading, and you can do it here because of all the advantages of prop trading, which I go through. Okay, so in this offer to you, how to build a substantial long-term income, you've got the piece of getting deeper into why you should be excited about it, the clear advantages and the overview. Then you're going to get the importance of the right kind of trigger to pass the evaluation with ease, and you can actually bring that trigger with you in the funded phase. How to handle the drawdown rules so that you can trade with relaxed confidence, and how to run your prop trading as a business, which all leads to the fifth video, which exactly how to get funded in 10 days. Now I put 10 days because that's what it took me the first time to get funded. Okay, and now it takes me a day or 2 days, and there are reasons for that, and I can show you in another session or talk that we can have. But we'll wrap up this 5 video series with a blueprint of how I got funded in 10 days for $50,000 and why it took me 22 days to be funded for a little over a month to get funded for $150,000. Now that only takes me a week to get funded. But there are things that I do, extensions of what I'm going to teach you here. But this is the actual what happened to me now in the first year and a half ago. Now things are free flowing. I've learned a lot even since then. So this time frame has been funded. But here's where I put it all together so that you can be the next trader getting funded. Okay, so this is a $497 course. It's a beautiful course, and of course I've already been showing you, even if you count the $497 with the $400 or the $244 I talked about before, your first $1,000 are going to cover this. So this is a very reasonable price, certainly, to ask for what I've done for you here, as far as doing all the footwork, testing it myself, dealing with it myself, trading myself, getting money into my account myself. I'm going to show you how you can just follow what I did and what others are doing. So that's $497. But I want to make a special deal here. I don't want anybody to have any resistance. If you're struggling right now with prop trading, or you've been considering prop trading, $197 will at least make it clear for you that you don't belong in prop trading, so you don't have to waste your time, or it will elevate you so that you say to yourself, hey, Norman was right. This is going to be the death of simulated trading. So what I want you to do is go to the disciplinetrader.com/prop, okay? /prop, and use prop now as the coupon code. I'm going to let you write that down, and I want to give you one more screen, the disciplinetrader.com/prop, okay? And then use the coupon code prop now. That will take that $300 off, and you'll be connected to me. You can send me emails. This is your connection with me. I allow you to email me with questions and so on. So this is the introduction to what I'm doing and the total explanation of what it takes to win with prop trading. But I want to show you this from Roger Kennedy. He's a senior trader who doesn't show his age, I call him. But when you get to the page I just directed you to, you're going to see a bunch of testimonies, but I plucked this one out, exactly what I needed for struggling to get prop trading funding. I keep telling myself, if I could just get through the funding process, trading for a small regular retirement account income would be easy. However, I just couldn't figure it out how to change things. Then the disciplined trader came along with his years of experience. It's me practical prop trading experience, and an obvious ability to teach. Norman's clear, concise explanation of how to prop trade for long-term income has been far beyond my expectation. It was just not theoretical. I've been able to immediately put his suggestions to practice. These were so practical that I kept thinking, why didn't I think of that? The value of even one session, one lesson of the 5 exceeds the cost for the entire course. Thank you, Norman. Raj is a great trader. He's doing well right now. I just wanted to show you what others are saying if you have any hesitation of taking my offer here. So that is my offer. My time is up perfectly, Rob.
Norman, you win a prize today.
That's right. I even got you back on track. So that's good. That's good. I hope people take advantage of this. This is so much fun when you get into this, and this course will kind of let you know whether you belong or not. But I think you're going to see that most of you, 9 out of 10 of you, belong. So thank you, Rob, for having me. I appreciate it.
Hey, big thank you, Norman. Congratulations on your success as a prop trader. Great information, and I see you've done your due diligence as usual. I never knew the math behind the prop firms, and your presentation was certainly enlightening. It's always great to have you on Traders Corner, over 1 million views on YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Norman Hallett, a true professional. You can find him at thedisciplinedtrader.com if you're interested in being mentored by a true professional trader with 40 plus years experience who can pass a prop trading evaluation with ease. Look no further. I did put his links and the coupon code in the chat box. Thank you again, Norman. Happy holiday this weekend. We hope to see you here again.
Thank you, Rob.
You're very welcome. Be well, my friend. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next up is an extremely gifted trader and software developer who became interested in day trading as a college student. He started using NinjaTrader out of curiosity to test his ideas and now has over 14 years of experience with programming on the NinjaTrader platform. He's actively day trading futures, focused primarily on the NQ, and was able to get $30,000 in payouts last December alone with Apex. He's most passionate about futures trading, but remains committed to building the best day trading tools, and let me tell you, they are good. He enjoys connecting with his clients and bringing their ideas to life. Here to present NinjaTrader to the next level, Tools for Success, is Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Joel.
All right. How's everyone doing?
I'm doing pretty good, and I hope you are too. And in case I miss it at the end, happy winter holiday to you, or spring.
Hey man, it's Holy Week. We've got a lot of people in attendance today. I'm excited to just show you guys some of the things that I've been working on and even some of the latest updates that I have on my software products. So let's get into it.
Go for it.
Thanks for the intro, Rob. So appreciate you guys being here on a Thursday afternoon. Market's pretty slow, but we'll take a look at some charts here in a moment. The title of my talk today is NinjaTrader to the Next Level, Tools for Success. And so I've been developing on the NinjaTrader platform. I've got myself titled here as the CEO of my company, also the software engineer or the software developer, designer, and then also futures trader. I'm going to show you guys here real quickly my office. This is a picture of my office where I work, where I'm presenting from right now. Purchased this at the beginning of the pandemic, actually. So when everyone else was working from home, I was finally working from an office and able to separate my home life from my work life. It's a picture of my screens and my office inside. And also, I just want to give you guys a little lens on something that I've enjoyed over the last year, which is my sauna and cold plunge routine. And so I think this routine helps me mentally focus and dream and continue to stay sharp with everything that I'm trying to do. As you guys know, trading is not easy, right? We're all here because we're looking for something. And we've had some great presenters here previously, Norm Hallett, and even before that. So I also use Apex Trader Funding. So I'll show you guys right here. You can see the statements of in the fall. My most recent payout was February 1st for $2,000. And so I took a total of $30,000 in payouts, have taken a break from trading in the last few months to kind of focus on finishing up some of my software products. It can be a lot to trade and manage this whole business at the same time. And so kind of trying to settle up on some of the things I want to accomplish in the software side. And I will be back in the trading, and trust me, I'll be updating all you guys on this. A lot of you guys are in my email list or things like that. So I'll be updating you via YouTube and email as I get back into trading specifically with what payouts I'm receiving. So hopefully you can appreciate the transparency there. I want to give you guys a little bit of value today in thinking about a trading plan. And so give me one moment. And so in my trading plan, and I think you guys could apply this as well, I think you should define some trading hours. When am I allowed to trade? And I'm even going to tighten this window to 1 hour, because I really believe that we can overtrade, right? Which brings us to the second point of maximum trades. How many trades am I allowed to take in the course of a day? What markets am I trading? How many contracts am I allowed to trade? And what will my language and my mindset be? And so we're reminding ourselves, right, to stay positive. We're reminding ourselves that the words I speak matter, right? And so I think for me, when it gets back into trading, it's going to be 9:30 to 10 o'clock, or maybe even 10:10. 40 minutes is enough to pull out either a profit or loss for the day and keep moving on everything else I need to do. So let's look at, and we're going to get right to the charts in a moment, but I'm going to ask you guys some questions here. And by the way, I'm seeing you guys in the question area. So if you have any question or comment at any time, I'm tracking that. Feel free to weigh in, and I'll take a look and answer and comment on whatever you have to say. First of all, have you missed a trade entry because price is moving too quickly to get the order placed? The answer is probably yes, right? We're waiting until a bar closes. We're waiting until it bounces off support and resistance. And so we want to avoid, if possible, missing trade entries. Do you struggle with trade exit decisions, such as following your plan for target and stop loss orders? And again, I've built in some features for that to help you follow your plan and not increase your stop loss. Would your trading results improve with predetermined areas where a market reversal can be expected? And so again, I think support and resistance is a concept. Having key levels that you're watching and tracking is a concept that can be applied to any trading plan. Knowing key areas where we can expect the market to reverse, where we might want to do business. Do your trading tools make day trading easier or more difficult? And then lastly, I want to say today, guys, it's time to start trading futures with excellence. No more silly mistakes. So today I'm going to showcase my most popular NinjaTrader add-ons for trading futures with excellence. So a high-level overview of today, the main topics. We're going to move through each of these three topics in the presentation today. First of all, we're going to look at chart execution features for all trading plans. That's for both entries and exits. And I believe there's something for every single person here that can augment or supplement your current trading plan. Even got some new ideas of how I'm actually trading the NASDAQ that I'll share. I'm going to show you the best trade copier and risk manager features. So like Norm wrapped up his presentation with talking about a trade copier, I've actually built my own trade copier. I'm going to show you guys that. And then lastly, I'm going to show you some advanced support and resistance methods. So we'll start with the enhanced chart trader. So the enhanced chart trader, which I've designed, is a suite of execution tools for both entries and exits. And what it's going to do is allow you to build the perfect chart trader configuration based on your trading plan and your needs. And I view this as ready, aim, fire. When we're placing a trade with the enhanced chart trader, we can first identify the trade, right? Secondly, we can aim, meaning we can predetermine our entry type and price, and we can actually predetermine as well our stop loss and profit target before the trade ever fires. These are features I've built that you can't get anywhere else on the NinjaTrader platform. And lastly, as we fire the trade, we go ahead and put the entry in, and then we are able to manage the trade directly in the chart window. So the first thing we'll do here is take a look at the basic chart trader tools. So I'm going to jump over to the charts now. And again, if you guys have any questions throughout this presentation, just leave them in the chat, and I will answer those either in the moment or at the end of the presentation. For some reason, I'm a little short on breath today. I don't get that, but thanks for your patience with me on this. So on the left side is the standard NinjaTrader chart trader. How many of you guys have seen this? If you're trading in a chart, NinjaTrader includes a chart trader here on the left. It's included with the platform. On the right, conversely, is my chart trading platform. So I'm going to cover a few differences. This here is a very low price to get started. It makes it so much easier to place your trades and to manage your trades. So let's take a look. First of all, with click entry, if I want to buy, I'm just going to click buy and click in the chart. And apparently my sim account, all right. I wonder why it's doing that. Bear with me, guys. Some of these sim accounts can, okay, I guess sim 110 is going to work. So some of the sim accounts can actually get corrupted and need to be reset when you're doing lots of different testing and things. So that's all that was. So what we're going to do is we're going to compare this. Okay, so if I want to buy, I'm just going to hit buy and click in the chart window, and now I have the order. You see the difference between what I've got and what Ninja's got. Very similar, but you're going to have additional customizations. On Ninja, you're right clicking to place the order. You're having to select the proper menu item, versus over here, you're just determining, do I want to sell or buy? If I want to sell, then I click in the chart window. Notice you're able to attach orders to plots. So if I hit sell and I hover my mouse over this plot, I can see this here is the 5-minute 20 EMA on a 1-minute chart, right? This is the 5-minute 20. If I click, now my order is immediately attached, and it's going to trail that plot down until it is filled. Exit order display features. So let's say that I am in a trade. I'm just going to go ahead and go long. So now we're long. So let's take a look at the comparison between what I've created in Ninja. You've got the amount of dollars on the trade, right? And I can turn off the ability to attach orders to plots, but I can see the amount of dollars in profit, the amount of dollars in the stop loss. Versus Ninja, I have no stats displayed on the orders. I've also got a break even button. So with this, I can adjust. So if I want to move to break even -8, I could scroll the mouse, click, and now the stop loss is moved to break even -8. You got the break even button, ability to attach to indicator, trade executions. So again, as I close this, we're going to see the difference between what I've created and what Ninja has, which over here, we turn this on, a little bit more sloppy, especially if you have a ton of trades. You get a lot of unnecessary text here. In comparable, I've just boiled it down to the arrow for entry, arrow for exit, and then I can see the time, 45 seconds in this trade, and the amount of profit or loss. So again, we're keeping the chart window clean and concise, and just adding some user convenience features that make this much more straightforward to place and manage trades. Bar counter display is included. Again, it's just going to count down whatever bar type you have. Automatically, it's going to count down for you, so you're not having to add the other indicator there, and it just keeps it simple. Again, only showing the minutes and seconds. And then profit and loss display. So here I've got the ability to see all my trades for NASDAQ or all instruments, okay? So I can separate this, right? If I'm going to the ES, I can see that I have not made any trades in the ES. Versus here, give me a moment on this. Oh, got to change accounts to Sim 110, guys. We can see that we've done $30 on all or $0 on the ES. So again, these profit, loss, and display is also improved. Again, if I buy market, I can see here I can toggle between dollars, ticks, and points. Same thing up here, dollars, ticks, and points. So I may want to see dollars up here, but see points down here, or vice versa. And also, I'll just point out these limit entry buttons. Again, any of these buttons you can remove. So if we're not ever going to buy market, why don't we remove those buttons to prevent a potential mistake on clicking these buttons when we don't intend to, right? So you can remove any of these buttons that you're not using. The limit entry buttons are more customizable. So again, with Ninja, you're just locked in with these buttons right here versus over here. You can customize these in a lot of different ways. What offset would you like in your limit orders? Are you wanting to place it at the bid or the ask? And so these are highly customizable as well. Lastly, I'll show this is a brand new feature I put in only a couple weeks ago where you can trade minis and micros in the same chart. So again, if I select micro here, pay attention, hit buy market, look at the dollars. We're now trading a micro contract on a mini chart window. So again, this is pretty neat because even like Norman said, and when I get back into Apex, I'm going to be trading probably 5 micros, because what does it do? It cuts my risk in half, right? With 5 micros, I can actually make 50 points. 50 points would equal $500. So that's plenty of profit or loss to move the account in a direction toward getting a payout. So I'm going to show you guys a few more features here. This, as we get more into the chart trader, this is going to be the essential chart trader tools. Today, I'm just going to focus on ATM strategy planning, but you can also do position sizing. You can see your risk reward, one-click order placement, and quick select buttons for the ATM strategies. So I'll switch over to this here. This panel, okay, this is doing position sizing. So again, here as I click through, I can change. Look how it's showing the target and stop. Now I have a 15-point target. Now I have a 20-point target and a 25-point target. So by selecting these, I'm quickly changing ATM strategies without having to use the drop down. Right, you guys are familiar with ATM strategies. You probably created some. So using this drop down is a little less convenient when compared to just quickly selecting from one of your top 4 ATM strategies. And so you're able to see risk reward, right? So as I move this around, let's say I want to tighten my risk. Now I've got a 1.5x reward compared to my risk. And so again, you're pre-planning this trade, right? So if I toss this target up here higher, stops here, and I hit buy market, you can see the orders actually go in at the prices that I predetermined before the trade. So you're able to plan your trade. You're not just locked into a specific ATM strategy with a fixed target or stop. You can pre-plan your trade directly in the chart window. And again, maybe you guys didn't even notice, but position sizing is coming into play, right? So as I plan out this trade, and as I move my stop, 5 contracts, 4, 3. So this is actually configured to risk 200. I'm working on this because it'll disappear after a certain number of seconds. But this is allowing you to adjust the number of contracts to keep your risk in line with $200 or less. So automated position sizing with varying trade size, all planned within the chart window. You guys cool with that? Is everyone following me on this? And I want to give you, in fact, I'm going to shift gears and just kind of run through a few more features that could help you guys as far as like being able to augment different things in your trading plan. So let's just run through here real quick. All right. Advanced exit orders. What this is going to do is allow you to create custom trailing stops. And I want to emphasize you can actually rename these. You can have up to 10 of these. So you can add custom 1, 2, 3, 4, all up to 10 and rename them. So for instance, if I was going to plan this, I might select the parabolic SAR. Now I actually have a trailing stop based on the parabolic SAR. So if I select this, trailing stop configured successfully. Now let's go ahead and buy market. We'll turn this off, buy market. And again, Sim 101 is causing us some problems. Now we're in the trade. If I turn this on, the trailing stop is going to jump to the parabolic SAR. So, man, thank you, Annette. I feel like I'm just like having a hard time getting into this today. And so like, I really appreciate that comment. This is a game changer in prop trading. Cause yeah, it can just feel normal. Like I created these tools and it just can feel normal and routine. But yeah, this is some pretty cool stuff as far as being able to create your own custom trailing stops. Yeah, Gene, I mean, there is a lot of features in here, but again, I've created this and given you a user manual where you can like literally read through and understand everything. And so, yeah, there's a lot in here, but I'm continuing to work with my customers to make it easy to use and understand. Promise you guys that. I don't want this to be complicated. I really care about your success and want you guys to get the most value out of my tools. So one of the ways that I trade is I use the ATR. So we can see the ATR right now is 5.3. So with this on right here over with the initial exits, default is going to be a 20-point stop and target. ATR would be 8. Why is it 8? Because I have it set to be 1.5 times the ATR. So 5.3 and ATR times 1.5 is around 8. So this allows you to vary your targets and stops, right? How many of you guys use the exact same target and stop every time? This always cracks me up because I'm like, man, even on the ES, a 1-point target is way different in certain markets. Even in the morning when it first opens, right? A 1-point target's nothing, but a 1-point target in the afternoon might be a lot, right? And so I think there's got to be a way to vary your profit targets and stop losses, and I believe the ATR is a great way to do that. Look at the ATR when we first opened, running about 11. So 11 multiplied by 1.5, I'd be looking at an 18-point target 1. So again, a pullback to the 20 EMA, this is the 20 and the 50 EMA, is a great opportunity for a trade every time. Look at the pullback here to the VWAP. As we started coming through all of this, the VWAP is a sell for a 20-point winner. And so I'll tell you guys, my goal with Apex is to do 60 points a day. That's my daily goal, 60 NASDAQ points. On the flip side, with a 40 NASDAQ point loss. And I believe this is going to be my path to $40,000 in a single payout period. $2,000 multiplied by 20 accounts, okay? As Norm talked about, you're trading multiple accounts. And that it does not come with the ATM strategies. Remember, the ATM strategy is something you can already build in Ninja. So you're in NinjaTrader, you are building these ATM strategies. They just also show up in my window, right? So You can look on YouTube. I mean, creating an ATM strategy is easy, I think. And, you know, it's just where you pre-configure your target and your stop. Let's look at a few more features here. So Renko bars, right? You can actually pre-configure this, that when you want to enter on a Renko green bar, you can do that, or a Renko red bar. For instance, if I click this button, and again, I'm having to change from Sim 110, click this button, order is in place, that if we get a green bar up, we're going to be filled on the trade. Same thing with range bar. We always know where range bars are going to close, right? And so I really do apologize for this. All right. We always know where range bars are going to close, right? So when I click that, it places the order at the known close of the range bar. And so what that's going to do is get us filled on the trade as soon as the range bar closes in the direction that we want to make the trade. So great tool for anyone that trades range bars. Close. Here we can enter on the bar close. So if you want to enter on a green bar, you would just turn this on. It says buy one at market on the up bar close. So right here, as soon as this closes, we'll get the trade. And again, because I'm on Sim 101, it didn't work because that Sim account is corrupted right now. But again, you guys get the point of, is anyone in here entering on a bar close? Do you wait till a bar closes to enter a trade? I'm just curious if you could just type in the chat if you do that. Yes, Scott. Yes, I see you guys. Okay, great. So yeah, this is a tool to get you in when the bar closes and you're not having to manually click anything else. This is armed and ready. We'll just go ahead and see this trade play out and then I'll move on. You can set the direction. You want to enter long on the next red bar, or you don't care what the direction is. Any bar you want to enter long when the bar closes, you can do that as well. So this is going to get us in with a 10-point target and a 10-point stop. Let's watch right here. And we're in at market with a 10-point target, 10-point stop. That's closed bar entry orders. You can even integrate that with signals, right? So you can have a signal that you may trade, and then you can arm it so that when the next long signal occurs, it's going to get you into the trade. And lastly, bracket. Bracket entry is sometimes used for news. So for instance, or even on the open, customers use it for the open. So for instance, right here at 9:30, we could initiate the trade so that when the market opens, we get both a buy and a sell. So it's going to look something like this. You see how it places the buy stop and the sell stop simultaneously? This is going to be for news related events or market open kind of trading. So if anyone trades with brackets, meaning you buy and sell at the same time, buy stop, sell stop, OCO, you'll want to look at that. So I've covered most of the features that I have available here in this. Now I want to get into some additional stuff. So as I said, the main topics for today: chart execution features for all trading plans, the best trade copier and risk manager features, and then lastly, advanced support and resistance methods. We got to keep moving. I got 17 minutes left. Let's quickly look at the trade copier and then I'll get into my support resistance stuff. So this is my trade copier. As you select accounts, you can click on the account name. You can see right here we have account 430 marked as our master account, with these 3 accounts marked as follower accounts. You click on the account name, easily configure master and follower accounts. I'm not going to cover this whole thing now. I've got tons of videos on this on my YouTube channel, but if you guys need a trade copier, you're also able to track your account values, your drawdowns when you get into a trade. You know, let's just go ahead and get into a trade. I mean, what the heck, right? So I'm going to go ahead and go long, and I'll show you guys this trade copier. All right, so we'll hit market on this, and again, I want to trade, sorry, I'm gonna jump back here. I wanna trade a micro on the NASDAQ. And I think we're gonna go down, so I'm gonna go ahead and sell market. I'm gonna use a 10-point stop, 10-point target. Let's see, all right. You guys cool with this? A micro, we need account 430, and I'll hit sell market. A lot to pay attention to. But here you can see we did get the trade across all the accounts, right? And so now we've got a profit target and a stop loss across all the accounts, right? So now this trade is coming in our direction. Again, we bounced off of the 5-minute 20 EMA with this double top. I'm thinking, okay, it's probably going to go retest the low of day. So that's sort of the idea behind this trade. Again, not rocket science here, but as we move our stop up, I'm going to go ahead and try and take 6 points on this, and we can verify that all of our targets are moving. And so again, this is having a good trade copier is probably one of the most important things, right? But as I move this over here, you can see I've got all my targets at that price. Now, as I move this target, what happens? Every single target moves.
Target fell.
And I just got out of the trade. How cool is that? We took a trade on my Apex evals here in the room, a live trade. So I've got $15 added to all of my accounts. Now, what would I actually do if I was trading? I would be trading 5 micros. Why am I going to trade 5 micros? Because that means then that every 10 points, every point is $10. Every 10 points is $100. Every 60 points is $600. So it's just real easy math for me, right? If I trade 5 micros, I know that for every 10 points, I'm making $100 or losing $100, right? Breaks it down, makes it real simple. Look at this market tank. It's pretty great. So again, I put a ton of work into this trade copier. Why? Because I need something that I can count on, right? For my own trading. I need something I can count on, knowing that all my accounts are always going to be in sync, the orders are going to be in sync, and so I hope that you guys will check this out if you're going to be using prop firms and trading multiple accounts. Is that cool? Go ahead and start putting your questions in the chat. I want to take time to answer some of your questions. I'm going to have my offer for you guys here in a moment. But what I'll do with the rest of the time is just show you some support and resistance tools. So again, this is my key levels confluence indicator. It's going to combine high, low, open, close, the middle, the pivot point. So this parenthesis 1 is saying these are yesterday's values. So take a look here. We got this chart only boiled down to, this is a really choppy day, right? I'm not cherry picking anything. But I believe yesterday's close has value. I believe yesterday's pivot point has value. But this is just a bunch of chop. Hard to really see, honestly, the value in these support resistance levels. Other than here, the pivot point is obviously causing a reversal. It went between middle and pivot point right here, back and forth, broke down. Yesterday's open. We got a zone here with the close of 2 days ago, the low of 18 days ago. So again, these are creating zones, you guys. This is the low of 4 days ago and the high of 12 days ago. Creating zones based on those things. The other support and resistance indicator that I have, and I call the price action confluence indicator. And you guys should go check out my YouTube channel, the website. You can see more on this indicator, but this is gonna take and combine multi-time frames. So here we've got, if I hover this right, let's hover over this level right here. We can see that we have 1 daily, 240 minute, 60 minute, and 5 minute highs and lows. The last time that the market reversed in here was Thursday at 7:15 p.m. So you know what? Let's go take a look at that. We can go see at 7:15. 7:15. Right here. You see this little low? right here. So that's the last time that the market made a low in this zone. So again, these zones are being built by combining highs and lows across the entire chart window, across multiple time frames. And so let's take a look and see how these work today. Again, I think pre-Good Friday, just not super great trading today. But again, my biggest method as well, combined with these support resistance methods, is the moving averages. And I think moving averages do matter. I look at the 1 minute crossing over and becoming red is an indication to sell. And again, when it pulls back into this red area between the 20 and the 50, it acts as resistance. Even here, you got a little bit of support out of this blue, just a tiny bit of support. So you can find other videos on, how I think and how I trade, and I'll be putting out more stuff on that. But for now, we'll kind of wrap up. Now here we're hitting the 20 again. So we spike back up. We're spiking up here after that kind of big move down. Be looking to potentially sell. This is a washout, but you could look to sell with a 10-point target, 10-point stop on this. All right. So I got a question here. Says, can I set a loss limit per account / day using the trade copier? Yes. This is one of the unique parts about my product, is that there's two portions to this, the trade copying and the risk management portion. And so you can set your daily goal and loss right here. So how you do is you click here and you get an initial value of $100, loss and goal. And then I can adjust those, right? So if I scroll my mouse wheel, so this is how I'm going to set it up, right? Like we talked about, $400 loss, which is 40 points on 5 micro contracts in the NASDAQ. On the flip side, scroll the mouse wheel up to $600 for the daily goal. And then when this check mark is checked, it's going to automatically liquidate the account when the daily goal or loss is hit. And it can also liquidate the followers. So again, you just set this up on the master account, and when it hits, it's going to liquidate the master and the followers. Or you can have daily loss and goals differently for each of the follower accounts. So, I mean, I'm of the theory that I want to keep all my accounts in sync. I'm not trying to trade different sizes across different accounts, different targets, different stops. Like, I just want to keep the exact same trades across all the accounts. A couple of you asking, do I have bots for sale? The answer is no. I don't sell fully automated trading bots because at this point, I don't believe, and have been doing this for 15 years. Fully automated trading is, yeah, it could be possible, but it's a very, very difficult challenge or mountain to climb, I would say. Because you can have a back test that's good, right? And then what happens? The market changes. All of a sudden, the back test is no longer, what was working a month ago is no longer working today. So, I mean, fully automated systems are tough. I think trading, I think the path to success in trading is through, take another trade just for fun. I feel like we're just kind of screaming up right here. I feel like the path to discretionary trading success, or trading success, is through discretionary trading, meaning I'm watching the charts, I'm seeing what's happening, and I'm making decisions in real time as a human being, right? And so that's just kind of my theory at this point. So for what it's worth, but also discipline, right? That's why Norman calls himself, we need to close all on this. That's why Norman calls himself the disciplined trader, right? Because discipline is one of the biggest things that separates, I believe, success from failure, right? How many times do I just keep trading and keep trading, take a loser, get right back in, So I think that's why some of these things that I put up here is some of the, best things I can offer you guys for free today, right? Like Set a trading plan. Be disciplined. Only trade a certain number of contracts, right? We're not scaling into trades and then going to end up with 5 mini contracts in a trade, right? So other questions, you guys, and I'll go ahead and kind of wrap it up here and give you my offer for today. So for Easter today, we're going to be doing so I'm trying to get the offer pulled up. So we started this off today with yes, got some questions coming in. Make sure I'm seeing these. Yeah, so the max number of counts on the trade copier is more of a question about how many orders are you placing, right? So if you're gonna have a bunch of orders, like you're gonna be buying limit, another buy limit, another buy limit, and then you've got a ton of targets and stops, you know, theoretically, there's no maximum to the number of accounts my trade copier supports. I've heard customers using it with 30, 40, 50 accounts. But what you need to watch is how many orders are you placing across these accounts. If you're doing a simple trade setup, kind of like what I showed today, right, where it's one target, one stop, then yeah, trade as many accounts as you want. But if you're having a ton of targets and stops, that's where the NinjaTrader platform can start to get bogged down. So with this 40% off today, you can get the basic chart trader tools, which is what I started the presentation with, for only $115. Moving on, the essential chart trader tools is $595. What does that include? Being able to pre-plan your trade with targets and stops using the ATM strategy planning features, position sizing, seeing your risk reward, quickly selecting different ATM strategies using the quick select buttons, and more. And again, you guys can look at the offer on the website. I'm going to show you. Yeah, Zach. I see you. Yeah, we got shark indicators coming up next. It's going to be a good one. 40% off here on everything. Also, any of these features that I showed you guys are $295 each. So we looked at the trailing stops. That's an advanced exit orders management. We looked at price-based entry orders where we saw the range and Renko charts. We looked at closed bar entry orders, enter the bar close, bracket entry orders to place a buy and a sell stop simultaneously. All those are going to be $295 each. So again, you're purchasing different pieces of this to build it around what works based on your own trading plan. And yeah, we can look at the basic chart trader tools. Basic is going to be right here. So what you're getting is the break even button, customizing these buttons, the buy and sell click, ability to attach orders to plots. So again, sell click, click on the plot. Now you can attach an order to a plot. The order is going to trail down with the plot. You've got your custom P&L display to show with commissions, without commissions, or hide your P&L. You're seeing the dollars and cents on the trade. So if I go by market again, I'm seeing the dollars and cents on my profit target and stop loss. So again, just a lot of different things are in this. Again, available on my website. You can take a look at that as well. So the last thing I'll show you guys here, if anyone, the trade copier is a separate purchase. So let's take a look at, yeah, Scott, I do not actually trade order flow. And I think I might have some wiggle room here, I hope, till 12:20 or so, but I do not trade order flow. Okay, like I'll just be honest about that. There is an order flow indicator on my website, but it's not my priority. It's not my favorite thing. So you can reach out and I'd be willing to talk more about that, but I'm just being straightforward. I don't use it. I built it for a partner of mine, and you know, different customers of mine do use it and love it, but it's not my favorite thing. So I wouldn't want to be responsible to teach and train you or anybody on that. And then lastly, the professional chart trader tool. So this includes everything, right? All the features built into the chart trader, you're going all in completely on the chart trader. So the trailing stops, enter on the bar close, literally everything I built into this at one price. And I put this as 60% off because generally it is, because what I'm going to do is throw in my support and resistance suite with this. So that's going to be $23.95. Lastly, the support and resistance suite, if you guys look on the website and you're interested in this, at 40% off, this is down to $8.95. It's the key levels. I showed you quickly the price action confluence indicator, and there's a few other indicators there. And then some of you are asking about the trade copier at 40% off. There's two parts to this. My trade copier is going to be priced at $175, and the risk manager portion, which is the daily goal and daily stop loss, seeing your trailing thresholds. There's a lot of other features in there you can see on the website. That's also going to be $175. So I would tell you guys too to look at the customer reviews on the top of my website. Make sure you check that out. Just got a couple great reviews yesterday on the copier and having a lot of fun just interacting with my customers, building all of these products out. Again, the chart trader and the copier, those are that's my main focus right now, is finishing up those products the way I envision them being, quote unquote, feature complete. And so I would love for you guys to take a look at all of this stuff on my website. Last slide, here's the link. And so I can paste this in the chat. I was gonna see here where that's at. Just trying to get to the right spot.
I got you, Joel.
Perfect. Thank you, man. For some reason, I do not have that up today. Can't see that portion of the GoToWebinar right now. Don't understand. Anyway, so
The little arrow next to the box that says chat. You got to click it from going right to going down.
Oh yeah, perfect. Yep. So Rob's got it in there. I did want to make sure it's a clickable link, which it is. So you guys click on that link and it's going to take you to my website. I'm going to show you the website real quick because working on my presentation, there's just so much content in here, honestly, and I want to continue improving in the kind of way I present my stuff. But the good part is you guys can go look at everything. So you can take some time tonight, tomorrow, if you've got, some extra time on Good Friday, and even this afternoon, evening, look over everything. I've summarized it here for you guys. The coupon code CORNER is at the very top where you're going to save 40%. You've got the basic chart trader tools here, more information. You can use these links to see everything. And again, like I said, if any of you in here, I see some of you guys have been participating a lot, want to go all in. I'm going to do this for the first 3 people. I'm going to give you the support and resistance suite when you go all in on the enhanced chart trader with the professional chart trader tools. In fact, what I'll even do is give you the trade copier as well. So you're going to get these 2 as well. Duplicate account actions and account risk manager. So again, scroll through here. I think I've made this pretty clear as to what the tools I have to offer are. I saw you, Gene, ask about the cloud. That's going to be this best MA's trend indicator. Easy to see the trend, moving averages across multiple data series. So I've summarized it on this page for you guys. Right here at the top are the reviews. If you click on that, you'll see right here, Lewis left a review 18 hours ago, Scott 2 days ago. So really been working on getting some of these reviews done. And so I'm working long hours on these software products, you guys, to get them to a place where where I see them as being complete, right? And we're getting very, very close to that. But yeah, just grateful to be here and to be with you guys today. And I hope some of you will move forward on that professional chart trader tools package. Check out the website. Mark, I hope that addressed your question, my man. If you just go to the link that Rob provided, you're going to see the basic chart trader tools right there. And yeah, that wraps it up.
Joel, We were thankful to have you today, and we appreciate you as one of our regular presenters. And I noticed you referred to Holy Week, so at least I think it's appropriate to wish you a happy Easter and Holy Friday, Thursday, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators, thank you for making such an incredible offer to our audience today, and thank you for giving me the offer I couldn't refuse. Ladies and gentlemen, I did switch back to Ninja to use Joel's product. He's got some of the most powerful indicators, the trade copier, the trade management tools, the extra window with your profit and loss. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators will turn your Ninja into a super Ninja at a tremendous discount now through our Easter Sunday offer. Joel, always a pleasure to have you on the show. I wish you the best of everything, and I know that everyone who buys your products likes to leave positive reviews. We've heard so much great about them. Thank you for joining us today, and we hope you come back and see us again.
Thank you so much, Rob. Thank you, Annette, Leslie, Mark. I see you guys. Reach out via the website chat if you guys have any questions. I'm available now. It's right down here in the bottom right corner of the website. Look forward to talking to you guys. Thanks a lot, Rob. Have a great weekend, man.
Have a great everything, Joel.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, just because today's Investor Summit on Traders Corner had over 1,000 registrants from all over the world, and we want to thank you all for joining us today. And stick around because we've got some more great presentations to come. Next up, we actually have a 2-for-1 for you with the founder and co-founder of Shark Indicators and the chief architect of Bloodhound and Blackbird. These two incredibly talented software developers have created innovative trading software that simplifies trade management without coding. With over 40 years of combined experience in the software development and trading, they have uniquely positioned Shark Indicators to empower retail traders. Their primary mission is to provide tools to the retail trader that were once only accessible to large hedge funds. Here today for an interactive workshop, Building Your Trading System in Real Time, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Jeremy Tang and Zach White of Shark Indicators. Welcome to Traders Corner, gentlemen.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm always good. I'm having a ball today. How about
That's
you?
great. Oh, good. The weather here is finally just getting around freezing for where I'm at. I'm in Canada, so it's normally deep below freezing in the wintertime. So that's a sign that spring's coming around. So I'm glad about that. Barbecue
My
season's
lineage is
coming
from Nova Scotia, and I'm still in New England, so
up. Right.
not too far from New York City.
Yeah. Thanks for that introduction. My name is Jeremy Tang. I'm here with Zach White. It's going to be manning the screen today. So today's going to be a little different. We're going to try kind of an interactive workshop. That means, you guys who got questions, please just feel free to ask them as we go along, and we'll get around to them in the middle of the presentation, as opposed to just like waiting to the very last minute here. So a little bit about us, just in case for you that have never heard of us. We produce two kind of flagship products. One of them is called Bloodhound, the other one's called Blackbird, as was mentioned just before. And they are tools that will help you describe and let you build your trade system without having to write any lines of code. And you may be wondering, why would I need to describe my trade system in a computer? Well, we're going to show you one really big and very useful example as to why you want to do that, and that's for backtesting purposes, right? So if you think about it, if you want to backtest a system and find out how well it does, right, which is a prudent thing to do when you're designing your own trade system, you actually need a full-blown autotrader when you really think about it. That's how you're going to describe to the computer when you're going to go in, when your trades are going to go out. That's the only way it's going to be able to tabulate those results. So today, we're just going to show you a demonstration of how you can accomplish that with our software. And by no means, I want to just put this out there as a disclaimer, by no means are we sort of suggesting that we're going to present a trade system just because we need some sort of material to begin to work off of. But by no means are we going to condone the actual trade system itself, right? We just pulled this one off the internet, and we want to show you what it's like. If say you got a trading idea and you want to implement it and you want to see how well it does. Okay, so this particular trade system that we pulled off the internet, Zach, where did you get it actually? I'm curious.
I think it might have first come across my desk actually in the workshops that I do. But then again, you know, I've seen so many ideas. It could have been just something random that YouTube popped up for me as well. You know, if you do go to YouTube and type in corner RSI, you know, there's all kinds of videos out there on it. So it could have been one of those random things, you know, when I was looking something up. Who knows?
Yeah. Okay, so regardless, fellas, ladies and gentlemen, we're not condoning the trading of this particular corner RSI system, but nonetheless, this is how you would go about building it. So it's got two main pieces of criteria, and as you see, Zach's highlighted the 200 SMA. And the first piece of criteria is that you only go long, and you only do so when the price is above the 200 SMA, as it's there, as he's highlighting. And the second component looks at the RSI indicator, and basically the entry is when it's dips below the 5 threshold. That's what that little green dotted line is there. So you combine those two together and you get your entry signal. So let's go about building this, and you're going to see in a moment how quick and easy it is to throw this together. He's got Bloodhound open. That's our signal generator. I like to call this kind of like a logic engine, and you can use that logic arbitrarily. So in this case, we're going to be using it to create both entry signals and exit signals. I'll describe the exit signals in a second here. Right, so as you can see, it's got like this kind of like a logic board there, and in the logic board you can drag and drop in these nodes. These nodes can help you identify certain things. So right now he's plugging in the SMA 200, and what's really cool here is you don't need to stick to sort of just indicators that are, you know, standard indicators. You can use any kind of indicator that's installed in your system. And basically what he's describing here is he's looking for all the instances where it's going to be trading above the 200 SMA. So you can see the chart is nicely marked up here. You got these green zones whenever the price is above the 200 SMA. And this is great. Like, you can use, a lot of our customers actually use Bloodhound for that purpose, is actually to mark the chart up so they can see kind of their trade setups evolving in real time. And what's really cool here is you notice, like, not only did he plug that criteria in, but you could see it update the chart and paint the chart up in real time. And you're going to see that in a minute here too, as he plugs in the RSI condition. So again, with the RSI, we're looking at an RSI 2 period, I believe it is. Yeah, 2 period. And then we're going to be looking at those situations where it is below the 5 threshold. So there is going to plug in below the 5. Okay, and pretty much as soon as he hits supply there, we're going to see it pop on the screen. And as you can see on the chart behind it, you can see all the instances where the RSI is below the 5, and then Bloodhound has faithfully marked them all up. So immediately you can see, as you get this real-time feedback. And if you've ever been programming, if you ever tried programming NinjaScript before, you're going to see like how much quicker it is to do it with our software than it is to try to, you know, hand code it. And so now he's combined the two together, and it's marked up all the instances on the chart where both conditions are true. So I've been a programmer for the better part of 30 years now, and I've been doing NinjaScript for at least 15 years. And I would say, even with that experience under my belt, if I were to try to beat Zach at building a system like he's done here, there's no way I'd be able to beat him. Like, he put that together within, guys, it's only been like 3 minutes, and that's just how fast, when you have like a no-code solution like ours, you could describe these things. And so now he's going to build in the exit condition. So let me just describe that for a second. So the exit condition for this particular system is that is when you see that red line on the chart there, that's the SMA 7. And this is all, you know, relatively arbitrary, but we'll explain why we're doing this. But you know, as you see, when it crosses below the SMA 7, that's going to be considered the exit signal. So right now he's plugging in the SMA 7, and then pretty soon here he's just going to restrict the signals, and you can see marked on the chart instantly is all those instances where the price is crossing below that red line there. Okay, so very quickly he's able to put together these signals. Okay, so he's aptly named them entry and exit. As you can see, there's actually two tabs there, two pieces of information on that, or logic boards, I should say. And he's just gonna save that, and we're gonna pop it into our trade manager. So again, this is Bloodhound that you just saw. Bloodhound is like a signal generator, if I were to put it simply, but it can be a lot more than that if you want. But really, it's just a signal generator. And now he's gonna plug it into our other product, Blackbird, which the two are tightly integrated together. So he's gonna bring up the Bloodhound signal that he just built, loading it up there. And then once he loads that in there, he can specify what's going to be used for the entry. So he just created the entry logic board, and then he's going to specify the exit logic board there as well. And just like that, now you've got your signals wired in, and he's just now at this point, it's really a matter of just describing how those order sets, how those orders are going to go in. In this particular case, we're not going to specify profit targets and stop losses. That's just the nature of this particular system. Instead, what we're going to do is something a little bit cheeky. We're going to try scaling in up to 4 times. And so every time you get a new trade signal in the same long direction, we're going to scale in again. So we're going to keep doubling down, if you will. I guess investors call that the dollar cost averaging technique. Point is, whatever kind of technique you want to use, whatever kind of idea you've got, our software, it's like an empty canvas, and you're the artist. You can sort of paint and produce any kind of system that you can think up or dream up of. You can do it in our software. Okay. All right. So now that he's got that done,
beat me this time.
Yeah.
All right, but I'm done.
Yeah. In the rehearsals, Zach was actually faster at building it than I was at describing it, which is pretty remarkable when you think about it. So we're only now about 5-6 minutes into the presentation. He's built a full-blown system and a full-blown autotrader. That is extremely fast. And now that he's got that, we can take that information and we can actually we can use it to do some backtesting, and this is kind of like the iterative cycle you would do when you've got an idea on what you want to trade, and maybe you see something in the chart, like, oh, what if I did this? And then you plug it in, and then you basically realize it, check the results, and then iterate and change it and modify it. So we need a baseline first before we start that iteration. So as we can see, this particular system had a reasonably good profit factor. And maybe Zach, you can speak a little bit to the results that you see there. Yeah, let's pull up the equity curve and see what that looks like.
Sorry, I missed that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's a little bumpy ride there.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't. Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, well, yeah. This was the this was the housing bubble crash there. So I guess not surprising. Yeah. So, but yeah, right. This is the iterative process that traders go through, right? They hear of a new idea, and your first thought is, well, how do I know it's worth trading, right? And so obviously being able to get some initial back testing, is part of that process there. So.
Yeah, and what you're seeing here, guys, is the strategy performance window inside of NinjaTrader. This is actually built into NinjaTrader. And if you haven't seen this before, that's because most likely, like, you don't realize that in order to see these backtesting results, again, you need a full-blown autotrader to be built in code, essentially, so that NinjaTrader knows when you're getting in, when you're going out, and that sort of thing. And that's a relatively high hurdle for most people, right? If you've never developed software before, never used Ninja scripting, and even if you have, there's a lot of caveats and gotchas in there. So of course, using something like our software makes it very easy to do this. So easy, in fact, as we're seeing in a moment here, that we can change it up, tweak it, and within just a couple minutes, show completely different results by do some experimentation. So, Zach, why don't you take a look at the chart and see if there's any ways we can maybe improve the system?
Yeah. So, when you first look at this system, you obviously see the RSI dipping down quite a bit, but not quite getting underneath 5. I think this, like maybe there, as you scan through, right, that looks like it's really close. That looked like it would have been good to get in there, and get out up here. So maybe increasing that threshold level, like instead of being below 5, increase it to maybe 6, so you get a few more trades in there, right? Maybe that might help the system a little bit, right? Also, one thing I noticed here is this bar right here. So I'm pretty sure that RSI, yeah, it's below 5, right? So it's 4.7. So it's below 5, right? But we didn't get a signal because of the SMA 200. So maybe instead of looking at the closing price of the bar, maybe look at where the bar opens, right? So that would build an exception, at least for this one bar. And I'm sure it might build some exceptions, in other locations as well, right? Throughout time, other places backwards in time there as well. So, so we've already kind of picked out 2 easy, modifications to this system. So let's see what happens if we make those modifications here.
Yeah, the point is too, like, you really don't know actually until you've done the work and tested it out again, how well any kind of modification will do to your trade system. So really, I look at like traders, the trader's job is more like a scientist's job. You have to do some observation, test your theory or your hypothesis, and really that's been quite difficult in the past if you don't have tools like this to be able to test any kind of hypothesis that you might have. So really, if you had to be basically a coder, or maybe had the funds to hire somebody to do this, or heaven forbid, do it by hand, which is actually kind of the traditional route. But why, yes, I would. To me, it sounds a little crazy because, like, when you got tools out there and we have computers, it's so integral to our lives. Obviously, having a computer tabulate these results is exactly what they're good at doing. So why not harness that power and give yourself that edge? So Zach just made a copy of the entry signal there, and he's just making those tweaks that he mentioned. And while he's doing that, like, feel free, guys, just to pop in there. And if you got any questions, if you've never heard of us before, if you got some general questions about what we're about, what we do, or maybe you see something on the chart and you're like, hey, you guys, can you try this? And I want to see what that will do to your results. Feel free to pop it in there and we'll try it out. Like I said, we want to try to keep this one a little interactive here. So feel free to jump in if you see something on the chart and you'd like to try out. We'll see if we can maybe try something implementing it live.
All right. Here's the next back test coming up. And drum roll, please. All right, strategy performance. There we go. And let's see here.
All right. Okay, I see bigger numbers there.
Yeah.
Yeah. More promising.
Yeah, I mean, the profit factor is about the same.
About the same. Yeah.
Percent profitable. Yeah, it's about the same.
That went up a little bit, didn't it?
Let's see.
It's like 55 something, and it's relatively similar. Oh, it did go down actually a little bit.
Yeah,
didn't
it went down just a fraction. It's
probably just like 1 or 2 trades difference.
Right.
Yeah.
But here's the big reveal, and even that really didn't change much either.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I guess whether it's surprising or not, yeah, making that little tweak, did change. Obviously, it changed the behavior, and did increase a little bit more money. It probably increased the number of trades. Yeah, 164. Yeah, and I think the other
Loosening
one
the
was
criteria is,
117.
yeah.
Yeah, so there we go. It
That's what you expect, yeah.
added a lot more trades to it. So yeah, that makes sense.
I would say that the equity curve looks relatively similar. And that's
Yes.
one thing, like, this is something, to be pretty wary of, guys, is like if when you get to this point where you're doing this kind of analysis, it is sometimes useful to look at the equity curve and try to imagine what those drawdowns would feel like. Imagine you started the trading this back in 2010-ish, right? And you just saw an immediate, essentially a destruction of your trade system. Could you ride through that and continue on? That's something you really have to ask yourself. I would suppose most people were, is that the time period where most people were hurting anyways? Was it 2000? And that's a little bit afterwards, isn't it? Yeah. Period.
Yeah. The bottom was in 2009, and market really didn't do much for the next 3 to 4 years. Yeah. So maybe it was the consolidation. Yeah, that kind of hurt the system. That would be a good first assumption, right?
Yeah, I think the and if some of you guys might be thinking, well, that's a daily system. I don't trade daily. We just again brought this example out just because we needed some sort of substance to show. But of course, this will apply. This software will work just as well for intraday type systems. In fact, we have a lot of really cool tools that are designed specifically for intraday traders. In terms of risk management, in terms of money management, and stuff that we don't really have time to show. But most certainly you can actually do your back testing based off of an intraday system just as easily. So, okay, we actually have somebody asking for an example. How about this? Maybe we'll just continue with our last little tweak here, and then we can try out an example that Dinesh has suggested. I thought that would be a bit fun, as long as we have all those indicators. I think we do.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, those are
okay.
Standard indicators.
Cool.
I'm just not quite sure what the entry is. Let's see, just long above the EMA.
Well, how about we read it out? How about we do our last little tweak here, and then we'll do it. Once we've done that, we can read out his
yeah, we should be able to work that out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, guys. Go ahead.
So so kind of during our rehearsal, as Jeremy was kind of quizzing me about this system, he kind of brought up the ADX to see what kind of influence the ADX might bring to it. So let's put that on the chart here. And one of the cool things about seeing your back test on the chart, right? You can see NinjaTrader will show you the entry and the exit points, right? And we, at least in this, this short little period that we're looking at, right? Because it's a good little spot to kind of demonstrate this. But we can see in this particular spot, right? It looks like the first entry, the early entries aren't the good ones, right? It's the later entries that usually end up making the money there. So we can see this first entry was a loss. That one made a little money. That first one, not so good. That one, that was basically, that was a wash. But this last one was really what made all the money there. So, so what if, again, a part of a trader's iteration process to improve, any kind of system they come across, and the ADX VMA is a pretty popular indicator. So what if we kind of filter some of these signals out and say, if the ADX VMA is flat, we'll remove those signals when the ADX VMA is flat and only take it once the ADX VMA is sloping down, right? So we can see that the ADX VMA starts sloping down later on, you know, so it looks like it's going to cancel out some of the, maybe the first or second entry signal there, you know, and hopefully just keep the better last signals there. So we'll, yeah, so we'll whip through and make that quick modification.
And that's really the neat thing about our software is once you've kind of built in these signals, you can see it immediately on the chart, and then you can just eyeball it. You can go through and you can see situations where, you know, hey, I think, as Zach pointed out, I think we can delay our entry a little bit here, right? It's all marked up. It gives you a lot of structure, and then you can plug that in and instantly see how that affects your signals. And often that's, you know, that eyeball test can give you a tremendous amount of feedback alone without even having to do the analysis. Another thing I want to point out is the ADX VMA, at least the particular one that we're using here with a color-coded one, that has the sort of tells you when the red zones tell you when it's a sort of a downtrend, and the blue zones tell you when it's an uptrend. That's all from another company called NinjaTrader, and I just want to point that out because that means, like, with our software, you can plug in any kind of indicator that you may have downloaded off the internet. In this particular case, this was downloaded from NinjaTrader, and yeah, that gives you a lot of flexibility. So if you've got a favorite indicator out there and you're wondering, hey, I want to know what happens if I built a trade system off this indicator that I've downloaded, now you can do that, again, without having to know how to code.
Okay, there you have it. Filter created, and let's see. Let's see. Oh, let's get this. Yeah, let's get this selected there. And yeah, so there we can see it did eliminate that first signal. It did eliminate that first one there, and this one over here was eliminated as well. Let's see. Let me switch this there. This will be easier to see. There we go. Yeah, so that signal was eliminated and that one was eliminated. So it looks, you know, at least from this little snapshot in time, that looks like it's going to make some good improvements here.
Okay.
So, but of course,
we should expect a lot less trades in this case, right? So,
yeah, right. Yeah. Right. If it truly is eliminating the first one, you know, in that pullback, yeah. So, but of course, you know, assumptions are a dime a dozen, right? The proof is in the pudding, as they say. So let's go in and load that new version in. All right, there's the modified, again, another modified entry signal. And let's backtest it. Deafening silence as everybody's waiting for the test results.
All right, let's take a peek at it. I mean, as you see how fast and easy it is to do all these, do the stuff, you can see that even within a quick 30-minute session here, we've tried, you know, at least built the whole system and tried at least 3 different tweaks here. And hopefully in your mind, you're getting this picture that, yeah, if you got some, this is how you get a tradable system is a lot of iteration, a lot of testing, and really to speed up all that tedious work. Having our tool to do that, help you speed it up is invaluable. Okay, so yeah, I mean, this one looks like, and it looks like it bounces all over the place. I don't think anybody would be crazy enough to trade a system like this.
Yeah.
You know, but we did this. Yeah.
In a way, yeah, surprisingly, it was disastrous results.
Yeah. And sometimes you don't know that until you've tried it. You know, what may seem like a great idea in your head, you don't know until again you've done the analysis. And at least from, you know, where we come from, we think that's finding out what doesn't work or what to avoid is just as important as finding what works. because there's probably a lot more out there, a lot more things out there that doesn't work than that does. So eliminating things from your trading repertoire is just as important, and that's why we do things like this. Cool. All right, so let's jump over to Dinesh. Hopefully I didn't mispronounce your name. They ask a question about, hey, can you build a very simple test strategy? And the entry rule is, okay, entry would be EMA has to be above the 20 EMA on a positive parabolic SAR dot and vice versa. So he is, I apologize if I've got your pronouns incorrectly. Basically, they're looking for a system that's got a 20 EMA and a parabolic SAR on a 1 minute time frame. Okay, so let me switch over to the 1 minute then.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get my settings up here.
Yeah, and guys, this is not rehearsed. This is just somebody asking a question. We're doing this though to show you, like, you know, how flexible our software is. You know, we can configure a system that's arbitrary to whatever you may have any kind of crazy idea. You know, if you want to try it out, that's what a lot of our traders use for our software for, is to try out crazy ideas. And believe me, we've seen a lot of stuff that we're just like, wow, you know, we never even thought of something like this. And it's always exciting to see when our customers put our software to the paces and do things we never even imagined. So, okay.
All right, so I get the indicators on, so yeah.
And the 20 EMA, I believe that's probably your blue line there, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
And you know, that kind of sounds like the SMA 200 from the last system here. We're just using that as a trend filter in a way. So we'll set this up the same.
Okay, so he's going to select the EMA. Again, it's any arbitrary indicator you want, but let's just see what that looks like on the chart.
Yeah, and
okay, so it's a long and short system actually. So
it is a long and a short system.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. And let's see here. So,
and just an aside, fellas, just so you know, there's Zach actually runs a weekly workshop. It's free to attend if you're just trying out our software. And actually, it's very much like this format, except without me here explaining things. And you can ask questions like this and say, hey, can you show me how to implement this system? And then he'll just go and build it for you. With the object, of course, trying to teach you how to use the software to describe the system that you're thinking of. And it's a great way to learn if you like that kind of hands-on approach. And it runs every week. It's free. It's for trial users as well as paying customers. Doesn't matter.
let's see. All right. I think I got the two components here.
Yeah.
So now we just need to connect them together.
Okay. So I do want to do a little bit of a segue into, you know, like I think a lot of people, when they say, here, try this system, the first instinct is to think about just the entry signals. And we've actually spent a fair number of years trying to, you know, explain, you know, I think that our philosophy is it's a little bit more than just the entry signals. And I think entry signals are a focus point just because our industry is very focused on, I say, quick solutions. And the truth of the matter is, when it comes to trading, the trade management is just as big, if not a bigger aspect to your success than just simply the entry signals. And so we actually spend a lot of emphasis and a lot of our efforts in the software, building our software out so that you have a lot of flexibility with the trade management. So you've seen, you know, I know that it seems like the star that sort of steals the show is Bloodhound with the entry signals, and logic board looks all fancy and stuff like that. But actually, there's a tremendous amount of flexibility and power that we built into Blackbird, which is our trade and order management side. And what I mean by that is things like, you know, how is your trade going to behave once you entered? You know, is it going to, are your profit targets and stop losses going to be static, or are they going to follow the market as well? Or are they going to tighten in certain conditions? Are they going to widen in certain conditions even? Are you going to scale in under certain conditions? Are you going to scale out under certain conditions? And when I say certain conditions, those conditions could be anything. They could be things like, you know, I've made a certain amount of profit, a certain number of bars have gone by. I see this XYZ indicator turning against me or turning in my favor. Is all arbitrary, and all those things are programmable, and you can put those into your trade system as well. And so really, when you have that full comprehensive picture, that's when you're going to have the most realistic depiction of how your system will trade in real life, right? So we've thought of all those things, and those things are all very well supported and integrated in our software. Okay, yeah, let's just see. So I see Zach, you just put on a very simple trade management. So all that talk was,
Yeah.
Despite all that talk, you know, like obviously you can spend a lot of time tweaking that order and trade management
Right.
side.
Yeah, there was no profit target or stop loss mentioned, so I just made it an always in system, always in the market system there. So, and you know, there's a lot of green lines here. Looks like there's more green than there is red. So, all right,
Let's see.
there's the proof in the pudding. So let's open that up and see what we got.
Okay.
And you know, it's basically
more or less break even. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a wash, right? Yeah. And
but you know, again, that's sorry to interrupt. I was going to say, like, again, like that's a great starting point, and that's exactly where you want to be when you're just you start with some simple idea like that, and then there's so much more you can do to it. In particular, figuring out where your money management rules are going to be, your risk management rules are going to be, and again, we have some pretty sophisticated tools there.
Well, you know, if we stop trading it at the end of February, we'd be in good shape. Right? It is mostly above water most of the time, but it's just a couple of, you know,
Well, heck, if you started at March 6th,
right. But that was only 30 days. So let's see what else. I think I can get 180 days. I think. I don't remember what Kinetic will give us.
Yeah, and you're welcome, Dinesh. I mean, and things like I said, the results will change very drastically depending on how you design your order management as well, right? So,
yeah. All right. So let's pull up the strategy report again. And okay, longer term, not so good.
Well, see, it's got a pretty high probability, but it looks like it just gets, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, so obviously it's got to be a little more selective, you know, or perhaps, I mean, of course, at this point, like, you know, you got a great starting point though, and with our software, the best thing to do would be to scroll back and forth throughout the chart, take a look, and figure out why certain trades are not making money, and try to analyze and try to look at what are the indicators telling you at the time, and or even think about, you know, start thinking about where are you going to put your profit targets and stop losses, because that's also can make or break the system as well, right? So it looks like did I see the probability was pretty high? Was it, or was it the other way around?
Let's see, let me pull that up again. I can't get my taskbar up here. Just a sec. There we go.
It's 46%. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that was not it.
That was not it. Okay.
Let's see. Was it this one? I've got so many up. No, wasn't that one either. Let's just pull up a new one here. There we go.
Okay. Probability 99.39%, profitable 30%. Yeah, so that you know, that you just glancing at the numbers there, you know, but typically systems kind of fall into one or two categories. It's got like a pretty low percentage profitability, which means you really got to make up your profit on the runners. And then the advice, kind of the opposite of that is when you got a pretty high percent profitable, but you've kind of left, you know, generally speaking, those systems will leave a wide open, leave like a pretty large, what am I trying to say, risk, a large amount of risk because your stops are pretty far out. And so when you do hit those losses, they're usually pretty big. So it's kind of the flip side of it. You got to figure out there's no right and wrong here, right? It's all about like what you're most comfortable with. And so you got to ask yourself, like, you know, what is my risk tolerance? What is my trading personality like? And then go from there. You can just try to design a system that matches your personality, because you know if you're not going to be able to trade it the way it's meant to be traded, that itself could be you know, counterproductive.
Looking at Dinesh's comments, he knows the flaws with what's missing. So it sounds like he's holding out on us. So good,
Yeah.
good. So it's good that you got something going there.
So Dino is asking if it's possible to compare the data from two instruments, and I'll just say it is possible, definitely, to use data from other time frames and other charts. Yeah, so yeah, it's exactly. You could just bring in a chart like that, and then you can actually specify the instrument. And so it is definitely possible to use what's happening on a different market to help drive your main signal, if you will. However, if you're looking at pair trading, you know, where you're looking at sort of differences in price values, like, you know, yeah, pairs trading in general, that's something that you would need actually a separate indicator to plug into Bloodhound to do that properly. But in terms of analyzing, say price action or indicators that are doing something on a separate chart, and a lot of our customers will actually use like an index. They'll look at the index to see to glean what the overall trend is, and then they use that information to sort of filter out their main signal. So that's definitely possible. Yeah. And someone asked if this is this software it works with TradingView, and no, this software is built on top of the NinjaTrader platform. We've been with NinjaTrader since 2010, and we've chosen to sort of align ourselves with NinjaTrader because it is a very extremely flexible piece of software that's got a very extremely comprehensive API, and it's flexible enough that we can actually build within the entire, using the entire Windows, taking advantage of the entire Windows API as well. So kind of, you know, using those two together, NinjaTrader allows our tool to be built. I have looked at TradingView because it runs inside the web. It just simply does not have the capability that we need to be able to.
It's just a different language too. Yeah. It would be a pretty difficult port conversion.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't even be a port. It would have to be a complete rewrite of our software, and even then, I'm not sure I could confidently say it's possible. So that's why we do run on top of NinjaTrader, which in itself is actually a free tool for testing purposes. Is that my understanding? And so that's a lot of customers will go that route. Again, they're trying to build a trade system that they're confident in with, you know, and they need to do some back testing. They need to see the performance of their proposed system that's in their mind. And so you can use NinjaTrader to do that. Am I correct in saying that you don't actually need the paid license of NinjaTrader just to do the back testing? Is that correct, Zach? I don't remember.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
You know, at least, you know, the last time that I checked, you only need a, a purchase license to trade live. So as long as you're using their sim account, you know, for whatever you're doing, yeah, then you can just use the free version. So,
Yeah, okay, lastly, to get to if you want to try our stuff out, just go to our website at sharkindicators.com, and all you got to do is hit that free trial at the very top right, and they'll take you through a little sign up there, and most likely what will happen is Keith will reach out to you for an orientation if you're up for it. I do highly recommend you taking him up on it. It just basically can explore whether or not this tool will help you accomplish what you need it to do. No pressure sales, anything like that. Just, you know, again, the whole point is to orientate you to just to see if this is something that you could explore more. And then once you've kind of gotten past that point and you've started using the software, you'll get an email asking if you want to join the free workshop. And that's the workshop that Zach runs. And that's when you can really dive in and have some really specific questions answered of like, can the software do this for me? Can I build XYZ system? And Zach will help build it for you and show you how it's done. So that will take you to the training workshops there. And the sign up it's kind of like, just look out in your email for it. So, all right, that's basically kind of all we got today. So, and I can see that.
yeah, Jeremy, I'd just like to add, you know, on our free trial sign up here, you know, most people who come across our software, you know, they usually have some kind of system in mind, like Dinesh, you know, does as well. And so obviously your most important question is, well, can Bloodhound and Blackbird, you know, handle my system? And so that's what Keith will help you determine, right? You can explain your system to him during your initial meeting there, and he can help you determine that. So if you put in your phone number there, you know, Keith can give you a call back and you can talk to him over the phone and discuss, you know, what ideas you're working on, and see if those are possible with Bloodhound, you know, or, you know, and maybe you need another component, like another indicator, something that you're doing discretionarily in your head, and Keith can help you figure out, you know, all those moving pieces, you know, to see if there's any components, you know, that you might be missing that Bloodhound would need, you know. So so putting in your phone number there will help you get directly in contact with Keith, and you guys can figure that out together.
Yeah. Okay,
right,
guys.
well, guys, I want to thank you so much for being here. That's an incredible presentation. If you see my name pop up to talk to Keith, I've got an idea of my own that I want to test. But ladies and gentlemen, great news. No more expensive programmers. Now you can create your own trade signals, experiment with new ideas, and validate them with backtesting. You can literally create your own ninja system in minutes, no coding required. Like I said, you guys are probably going to see my name pop up because I've got one too. If you're looking to create your own trading system and optimize it and trade management strategies without any coding necessary, Mr. Jeremy Tang and Zach White of Shark Indicators have a solution for you. I've put their website in the box. You can go to it or learn more at sharkindicators.com. Thank you guys so much for being with us today, and have a happy holiday, end of week, weekend, whatever it is that you celebrate.
All right, thanks, Rob. Thanks, Traders
guys.
Corner, for hosting us again.
Not
Enjoy
a problem.
the extended weekend.
Thank you so much, and please come back and see us on Traders Corner again.
Will do.
Right. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our last two presentations of the day. Next up is a seasoned trading professional with over 14 years of experience in trading the markets. Over the years, he's tenaciously studied charts, strategy, and trade plan development. Since his own enrollment in NeuroStreet's coaching and training, he has now found his way to consistent, profitable trading for several years now, after facing a grueling 10 years of break-even-ish anguish. He's also a highly sought-after guest speaker for virtual events worldwide, tasked with educating and sharing his insights on how other traders can pull themselves out of the mire and into consistent profitability with discipline, proper money management, and a greater focus on the big picture. Here to present Get Funded and Stay Funded as a prop firm trader in 28 days or less, copying our signals, is Jim Simmons of NeuroStreet Trading Academy. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Jim.
Yeah, thanks for having us back. Always glad to be here. Hope everybody's doing great. Can you guys see my screen and hear me okay?
Loud and clear. And
Excellent.
I'm always excited for your presentation. I do love it.
Oh, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Yep, absolutely. Good to be here with everybody. And thanks so much to everybody for taking time out of your day. I know there's a lot of really great presenters as part of these events. And so thanks for being here and hanging out with us. We really appreciate the time you've spent to be here. So we'll go ahead and jump in to make the most of time. Speaking of time, before we dive in, of course, we do need to post our disclaimer. We can't guarantee results, can't tell you what to trade, where to trade, how to trade, when to trade. That is up to you. We can show you what we do. We can educate you, and that's about our role in this process. Okay. So if that sounds fair to you, let's go ahead and get started. So what do you want? What do you want? Why are you here? Right? What is it that you came to this event? You can see I just jumped right in here, right? What is it that you want from trading? And you can feel free to chime in the chat box. I love seeing the chat box going. And we're here for, odds are, probably the same reasons for the most part. You know, there may be some things on this list that kind of make sense to you and that you know, really resonate to you. Maybe it's the time freedom, maybe it's the, you know, shorter work day and that kind of thing. But I think all of these things stem into one issue or you know, thing that we're looking to solve, which is to make money as a priority, but also to do so in less time, right? The reason we got into trading was the idea, sure, you want to scale wealth and change your lifestyle and do all these things, but it comes down to the idea that you can make more money in less time. You can take what used to be an 8-hour day, shave it into a 2-hour day and make double what you used to make or more. The reality is the sky is the limit. There is endless opportunity. So why is it that we hear all the time, oh, traders fail and oh my gosh, nobody makes money? Why do we hear those things? What is it that holds traders back from seeing the success? Because we're not interested in hearing about the problem. We already know what the problem is. We've already experienced it. We've already been there, done that. So we've taken an approach here to developing something that I feel and that a lot of our other traders feel can really help our traders get further along. Now, I can't guarantee that everybody comes to our program is going to be massively successful and make a ton of money trading. What I can tell you is that if you put the effort in and you work through this process, you will become a better trader. Short of guaranteeing anything, I can tell you that. We can teach you some things, okay? So the first issue that we have to deal with is, why do traders fail? And it's primarily because of fear. We can relate any issue that any of us deal with in trading to fear, okay? And you say, well, I don't know about that, right? You initially think, not sure, right? Think about it. You take a loss. Okay, it stings a little. That equals pain, right? You take a loss, it's a little bit painful, you lost some money. It sucks. Maybe you lost an account. Sucks even more, right? Clearly that's an issue. All right, so we experience this pain. So everything we do in trading is just focused on avoiding pain. Think about it. You're in a profitable trade. How many of you are trading prop firms or evals? You guys out there trading prop firms, trying to get funded. Maybe you've been funded. Maybe you lost the funding. Maybe you're still funded and you're hanging on for dear life. Good. We can help you there. But you're in a profitable trade and you take profit early. Why? Why do we take profit early? To avoid the pain of giving back the profit, right? Why do we move stops? I don't, but I know none of you do. So we're going to call on everybody else. We're going to call out the other traders that aren't here. Why do they move the stops? Fear of losing. But it's also kind of an ego thing, isn't it? We don't want that stop loss on our trade report. We don't want to see that. We want to see win, win, win. So what happens? You get a string of winners. You get overconfident. You start forcing trades. You start giving back the profit. It's usually looks, for most traders, it usually looks a little something like this, right? Stair step up, elevator down, just like the S&P. So the fear is there. So there's other fears to trying something new, right? Maybe it's going out and getting a new indicator or an algo or getting education or getting a trade room or joining with one of the speakers here today. There's a fear there. That fear is also a fear of pain, of spending money and not making a return, which unfortunately happens for a lot of traders. Is that because the educator, the trade room, the product is garbage? Not usually. Not usually. Though it's easy to blame the product, the educator, the trade room, the whatever. It's easy to do that because it gives us an out to where we do not have to face our pain of accepting the fact we need to get better as traders. How do we do that? We're going to look at that here today. Okay, so the first thing that we have to do is acknowledge that there's an underlying fear. So how do we overcome those fears? The fears that tell us it's going to be difficult, it's going to be time consuming, it won't take a long time to succeed, or it takes a long time, or won't work for me, won't be sustainable. Where do those fears come in from? Well, it's partially a relationship with money. What is your relationship with money? Do you value the money? Do you love the money? Do you hate the money? Do you hate people who have money? Do you call out people and say, well, they're just robbed Peter to, whatever, that's all the sayings, right? You hear it. And so we develop this mindset from hearing everybody else, all the naysayers. Oh, you want to be a day trader? Are you nuts? Oh, it's so risky. It's not sustainable. You can't make a living doing that. You've heard it. We all have. So those are the fears that are ingrained in our heads. Well, I'm here to tell you that there are traders that make money. So we'll stop focusing on the problem, right? There are traders that make money. There are traders that make a lot of money. Now, I get that that's a subjective term, a lot. Well, what is that to you? Is it 500 a day? Is it 1,000 a day? Is it 10,000 a day? Is it, whatever the case? Let's add another zero. There you go. I can tell you, we have traders in our community that make this. We have traders in our community that make this, and this, and this, and even more. There are traders that regularly can make 5 to 10K a day. It happens. Absolutely, it happens. Is that the norm? No. Let's just be transparent about it. That's not the norm. But if you're busy shooting to make 5K a day and you haven't even learned how to make 100 a day, then maybe we ought to take a step back. Because remember, trading is what? Trading is an emotional game. Until you can learn to manage this, you cannot make that. So which do you think you're going to be more emotional, trying to make 5,000 a day or making 100 a day? Okay, hotshot, let's back it up a little bit here, right? Let's get you making money first so that we can scale. Okay, so that's what we're after. That's what we're after. Get to profitability. Step one. Okay, so how do we get there? Well, we have to acknowledge that there's some things that we need to overcome and problems that we need to solve as traders in order to continue to move forward. We need to cut off some of those things that are anchoring us down. So what are those things? How many of you here are second guessing your trades? Either before you get in, you're scared to get in. During the trade, you're scared to stay in. You're scared to take profit where you're supposed to. You take profit early, right? Now, there's a time to move your stops. There's a time to bail on a trade if it's not working. Acknowledge that. But acknowledging the fact that we were wrong as a trader is also incredibly difficult. So what makes a trader wrong or right? Anybody have some insight on that? What makes a trader right or wrong? Is it based on the outcome, which we have literally no control over? Or is it based on the execution of the trade? The only thing that we control is our execution. But again, if we're emotional, then we can't control the execution because we can't even control ourselves. So that's what we have to fix there. But if you're second guessing your trades, we have a solution for that. We're going to build trust with proof through live trade rooms that actually trade the markets live and track performance. So without further ado, let's go look at said performance and see how it's going. So here is, and this is full transparency. Obviously, every month, month after month, we make a killing every month. No, okay, guys, Look, there are ups and downs to trading. We'll be the first to tell you that. But if we can be consistent over the long run, there's a lot of trades in here, holy smokes, then we'll be okay. So let's take a look. So of the, what have you done for me lately, right? Okay, well, 8 out of 10 winners here. This is stocks. Anybody day trading stocks here? So we have a room that day trades stocks. 71, 77, 72, 83, 76. It's consistent. Okay, we had a not great month by our standards in March. We still hit 64% of our trades. It's salvageable. Did we lose our shirt? No. We traded the plan and we did well. Did we do as well as we wanted? No. We have high standards, of course. But over the long run, we can see that the numbers are there. These are the two primary strategies, clearly you can see by the numbers, that we trade in stocks. So if we have, how many trades is that? 923 trades that tell us our win rate is 74 to 75%, then we have something we can hang our hat on. Is every month going to be that? Is every week going to be that? No, it's ups and downs. Clear your head, keep going. It's going to be fine. Don't freak out, don't panic, but really good numbers with a good expectancy. What about in futures? Anybody day trading futures here? Okay. So futures, 76, I don't count July because it's just a handful. 76, 74, 74, 64, 64, 60. Oh my God, the train's coming off the rails. What is happening here? Well, January is a short month coming back after the holidays. We did fine. It was fine. We still made money in January. February came back with a vengeance. 76% win rate in February. We did great in February. Very, very well. This month, it was okay. Did we end profitable? Yeah. But it's not where we want to be. We like to be around that number, 70% in futures. Futures trading is different. Okay. So we've seen all these numbers and you go, okay, well, that's great. But how do we know that these numbers are real? Well, let's go over that. Let's show you. Which, by the way, if you want these links, then get in touch with us and we'll get them to you. You can see it for yourself. So how do we know that these trades are real? Well, here's 2 trades I took today. Got in here. Market just said, I don't know if I want to do anything today. I'm just going to sit here and, do nothing. But eventually it went because our edge tells us that that trade works. Does every trade work? Of course not. But the entries are there on the chart, right? There's the entry, there's the exit. You can see where the targets and stops are. Again, it's transparency. Why should you believe anything we say? You shouldn't. You should say, show me. And we're going to. Good, bad, and everything in between. There's the entry there, there's the exit. This one again, we got in, started going, and not sure, maybe, I don't know. Welcome to Today in Trading. There you go. So every trade that we've ever taken is in here. So if you want to go back and look at all of our trades, knock yourself out. They're all here. And they all end up on this log and they all get tracked for transparency, just to show, first off, if somebody shows all they ever do is win, then you really don't know what they're doing, because all of us know nobody ever wins all the time, unless you're a superhero, something. If you do win all the time, then we seriously need to chat. But nobody wins all the time. So knowing that, shouldn't we figure out how to lose, right? Shouldn't we figure out how to lose? The best hockey players, they know how to take a hit. They know how to take a check. They know how to fall. They know what to do to avoid injury. Football players, they get stretched, they get moved, they get put into uncomfortable positions so that when it comes game time, they don't get injured because they're used to that. Their body has become accustomed to that. So just the same, we need to understand that the losses will come. How do we find our way out? That's a critical component to trading. But here's the proof that we are doing what we say we're doing, which is important to show, because I don't think you should even listen to me if I wasn't going to show you that, right? So fair enough. What about lack of belief? Maybe you don't believe in yourself. You don't believe in your system. You don't believe in your ability to execute. Well, if you've shown yourself over and over that you break your rules, probably a good belief to have, frankly. So how do we fix that? We have calls. Now, these are not just calls. Hey, I want to talk to somebody who trades. No. So to give you some background, I've been trading for 16 years. I can draw. 16 years I've been trading. Am I the best trader on the planet? Obviously. No, of course not. But I've learned a lot, and I'm continuously getting better. But I bet there are some things, if we put our heads together and look at your trading plan, and we look at your trades, and we look at and digest some of the things, the challenges that you face as a trader, I bet we could come up with a plan to overcome those issues. I know as a trader that sometimes I can get a little bit nervous. So what do I have to do to overcome that? Well, I have to really make sure I take the best trades possible so that I can trust in my system that I know will deliver. And if I have any guesswork on any of the trades, then I know it's assigned to myself as a trader who's traded hundreds of trades and tracked hundreds of trades, that if I don't feel 100% about it, I'm just not going to take the trade. Now, there's always a reason. It's not that I'm just like, I just don't feel it in my gut. No, screw that. You need rules. If it matches your rules, you take the trade. If it doesn't match your rules, you don't take the trade. But there are some situations in the rules that say, if the market's doing this, if there's massive resistance here, don't take a long trade. If it's not in your trade plan, it probably should be, okay? But there are some other situations that, you know, based on this trade, it's too choppy, I'm not gonna trade this trade because my rules tell me not to. Now, we try to make things as rules-based as possible, but sometimes there's some subjectivity that can creep in. Speaking of rules-based, what about emotional sabotage? We kind of been talking about this the whole time. Fear, greed, fear of missing out, revenge trading, over trading. I know none of us have ever done this. None of us. Nobody here, right? We're talking about everybody else, right? Time to take some ownership, guys. It's time to accept the fact that we are not perfect. We're human, and that is perfectly fine. We need to know not how to become a perfect trader. We need to learn how to overcome and how to manage. Overcome our weaknesses, manage them, and then focus on our strengths. What do we do well? Well, there is a way that we can help eliminate, or not eliminate, but minimize, you know, mitigate some of those emotions that we face. And that is, you guessed it, rules. Okay. There are two roles that you have, aside from being a money manager. There are two roles you have as a trader. One, engineer. You are an engineer, and two, you are a technician. So the engineer, you are the engineer when you are not trading. That is the time that you create your trade plan. You come up with rules, how you're going to trade, when you're going to trade, how much you're going to trade, where you're going to trade, all of that. Good news. We've already done it for you. We have, I don't know, maybe a dozen of these for different trade plans. And we're going to talk about what goes into a trading strategy in just a bit, but I can tell you that these are complete trading strategies. There are multiple. So if you like to trade reversals, great, we got something for that. Breakouts, great, got you covered. Pullbacks, awesome. So we have trade plans for everything because there's a time to trade each, right? No market ever just goes the same way unless you're trading stocks, and then lucky you, and I'm jealous. But that's not always the case, right? We need to know what to trade, the right tool for the job. What is the market doing today? How do I encounter that and go over that? So strategy cheat sheets, we've got them all built out for you. They are simple step-by-step plans, easy to follow. And oh, by the way, when we trade in the room, we follow these plans to a T. Why? Because that is how we get paid. It's also how we manage our emotions. What are those emotions? Fear. How do we avoid fear? Follow the rules. Your time to be a technician is when you are trading. When you are trading, it is not time to second guess your trade plan. It is not time to make a change. It's not time to decide you want to move your targets or do something different or leave a runner on. No. The time to do that is when you are not trading, so that you can be objective. You can look at the charts, you can see where the edge is, you can do the back testing, you can do the historical info and determine Is this an advantage to me? If you're not doing those things, you need to challenge every single thing that you do and ask, is that the best way to trade the markets? If you don't know the answer to that and you don't have data on that, then you don't have a complete trade plan. We can help you with that. Okay, now we're talking a lot about learning things and encountering things and overcoming things, but does it have to be hard? No. Does it have to take forever? No. We're going to show you how you can start making money right away versus having to go, oh my gosh, how long is this going to take? I don't want to be doing this for a year before I start making money. Most of you have already blown 5 years in the markets trying to make money. Most of us, I should say, right? Because we've all been there, done that. Okay, so it doesn't have to take a long time. We're going to talk about that here in just a minute. But if you're sick of losing, anybody sick of losing? I would be happy if I never took another stop out again. Would I be happy though? I mean, really, I'd probably just take it for granted like everything else. We do that as humans. We do it. Don't pretend you don't. You see, you take something for granted and then it's gone and you're like, oh, man, that was easy. I had it so good. All right, so what about blowing out evals? How many of you have traded over 100 evals? Nobody's going to fess up to this, but I know you're out there. All right, there are traders that trade a lot of evals and a lot of accounts, and they're just trying to make money, but the reality is they're just not. So if that is your issue, we have winning strategies. We just looked at them. We have multiple trade rooms, again, stocks and futures covered, probably more coming in the Forex realm and crypto and all the other things. We cover it sometimes. We've got you covered there too. For the sake of time, I think I'm going to pass through this, but these are some clips of winning trades. Spoiler alert, obviously they're winners, but actually, let me just pause this for a second. Okay, so I don't know how to mute this thing, so that's fine. Spoiler alert, it's a winner. Okay, here, there we go, mute it. So what was the trade? Let's break it down real quick. So this is a trade. You all know what VWAP is, right? Volume weighted average price on a daily profile. There it is. Market comes into VWAP. How do we trade out of it? We trade the break coming out of VWAP. Notice what's happening here. Pivot, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, break. Trade it. We took 2 of those today. They're both profitable. This is one of our trade setups. It hits very, very well, especially when there's confluence with an order block. We teach that as well. So there's trade 1. Let's go over one more that we show from the trade room. And we'll mute that one and we'll go to the end for the sake of time. Spoiler alert, it's a winner, of course. All right, so I'm not going to show you losing trades. That'd be dumb. Okay, so what about this one? We got in on this one as well, right? Sorry, we got in here, out there. Okay, so a couple winners. All right, let's keep moving on. What about you're ready to give up? How many of you came to this event and said, I'm going to do this. It's my last ditch effort. This is my Hail Mary. I'm throwing the ball up. I'm going to see if somebody comes down with it. Somebody please catch this ball, right? Maybe that's you. Maybe you've drawn the line in the sand. You're saying, it's now or never. I'm either going to make money or I'm going to quit. Get it? I've been there. I know exactly what that's like. Maybe you're at the end of the rope. Maybe you don't have any more support from friends or family and everybody's telling you to ditch the trading thing. Heard it before. We've worked with thousands of traders. So we've seen these, we've had these conversations. Some of them are very heartbreaking. Some of them are really tough, okay? Well, we have a community that we've built up and we have worked hard to build a solid community in a positive environment for our traders to feel like they have someone they can talk to. How many of you have tried to talk to somebody about trading and their eyes glaze over and they're like, I have no idea what you're talking about. It sounds fascinating, but I'm bored to death. So stop talking about that and let's talk about football, okay? So they don't really understand what you're talking about, but our community does. We've got chat rooms. We're all in this together, really. None of us are, some of us might be further along in the journey, but we've all had to learn things over the course of our time in trading. I have yet to hear a trader say, I've been trading for years successfully, profitably, and nobody ever taught me anything. I learned it all myself. I just don't think it's possible. It hasn't happened yet. Maybe somebody someday will tell me that, and then I'll do everything I can to prove them wrong. But even if that was the case, all right, even if that was the case, why would you do that to yourself? If there's somebody who can help you, move forward, get better, whatever the case, take advantage of that. There's a quicker road. If the road's already paved, you want to go pave your own road, knock yourself out. We've got an easier way. Okay. What about confused to learn? How many of you spent countless hours on YouTube looking at strategies and none of them work? Why do they not work? Why do the strategies on YouTube not work? Some of them do. I'm going to give you a hint. Most of them probably do work. So what's the issue? One is usually they're not giving you the whole story. Okay, it's like you ask for a map to New York and they gave you, better yet, I'll use Chicago since that's where I'm originally from. You ask for a map to Chicago and they give you a map of River North and nothing else, right? They don't give you a map of everything. You're like, well, what about the Loop or South Loop, or what about, I want to go to Greektown, or no, we're going to give you a map of River North and you could stay there. And what if River North isn't paying that day? All right, well, you don't have the whole story. So how do you get the whole story? How do you know who to trust? Well, this comes down to transparency. We've already covered that. Maybe you're looking at online programs, or you want to learn how to get better as a trader, but you don't know where to go. You don't know what to learn. So what we've done is we've put together our course entirely, first off, around prop trading. Since most of our traders want to be a funded prop trader, that's where we focus our effort and energy, and all of our education is geared toward that. Now, if you don't trade prop, great. We can help you too, because if you can trade prop, I assure you, you can trade your own account, okay? So what do we cover? We cover structure, waves, smart money concepts, multi-time frame analysis, liquidity and volume, order flow, price action, support, resistance, trend lines and traps, support, supply, demand, and order blocks. These are the trading foundations. And as an added hint, we talked about having the whole picture. If your trade plan does not encounter and take into consideration every one of these items, order flow is an anomaly, but some of these cross over, like order flow is also volume, right? But if your trade plan doesn't have all those factors, it's not complete. If you don't have any idea on how to figure out what the higher time frames are doing, then you don't have a complete strategy. Does that mean you have to trade with multiple time frame charts? Nope, it doesn't. Doesn't mean that at all. But it does mean that you need to understand how to interpret what the multi-time frames are telling you. And if you don't, it's a good time to figure that out, okay? What about supply and demand? If you don't understand supply and demand, you're not a trader. I'm just gonna call it straight. Like, you have to understand supply and demand. It's literally how the market moves and why it moves. If you don't understand liquidity, how are you gonna trade? Because every time you trade, you're gonna get hit by a brick wall of support or resistance because you don't know that it's there. So you need to know those things. Obviously, you need to know how you're going to manage your money. Again, there's a time to be an engineer. There's a time to be a technician. If you're trying to figure out your trade management and money management in the middle of trading, good luck. You're going to be a nervous wreck. So don't do it. Psychology, discipline, trader development. If you can't manage yourself, then you certainly can't manage the money. And if you can't manage the money, well, then none of these things make any sense anyway. So what are the most important things on the list? These two. These are advanced concepts. Why are they advanced? Because there's not a lot of opportunities to learn this stuff out there. So with these courses, it looks like a lot, right? It looks like there's a lot of info, but we cover one of these items each week. Each week we'll cover, and some of these take a couple weeks, right? We'll cover these each week. These are the foundations. So what, that takes us 6-7 weeks to get through it? Well, I don't have 6-7 weeks. First off, yeah, you do, because you've spent a lot of time trying to trade. Second of all, do you have to do all these things to be able to trade profitably with us? No. We're going to show you that you can come in and take the trades we're taking, copy them. You've just seen what our results are. So can we guarantee anything? No, but we can tell you this is what our results have been. One would think that maybe they'd be similar, It's a touchy subject. I can't talk too much on that because regulators will come in down from the ceilings and they'll take me away. All right, but you get the idea. Live strategy classes. We have a class every week. It's about 90 minutes. It's live. You can come in, ask questions, all of it. If you can't come in, no worries. We record them. You can go back and watch them. These are all recorded already, by the way. We're going through multiple rounds of these. What about getting funded? You want to get funded? Great. We have partners that can help you get funded. If you don't have money, cool, they do. And they'll take a little bit of your money and hopefully you can prove that you're a good trader so that they can help you make a lot of money. That's the idea. So we are a prop focused education working with partners. What about time and effort? You're spending all this time staring at the screens. And how many days, if you were to say in the last, I don't know, call it the last 60 days, how many days are winners? How many days are losers? You really want to know that kind of stuff, right? Because otherwise you're putting time in and you're not getting paid. None of us would ever go to work and say, it's okay, you don't have to give me a paycheck this week. I'm just happy to work here. It's never happened. So if you're not getting ahead and you're spending all this time studying, earn while you learn. This is what we were just talking about. Do you have to know everything to trade profitably? Absolutely not. Should you want to learn? Yeah, of course. Because it's going to make you a better trader. It's going to help you understand, right? You heard the saying, give a man a fish, teach a man to fish, right? It's that concept. We're not just going to hand you fish the rest of your life. We will if you really want to do that, but we would also suggest that you learn what you're doing because it's going to give you more conviction in what you're trading as well, okay? Make money and scale. That's our priority. What about jealousy, envy? How many of you have seen something, you got an email from one of the prop firms and they say, look at Johnny over here and Johnny just made 10 grand last week. And you're like, get out of here. No, he didn't. He's a liar. But you start to doubt because we're so ingrained and used to seeing losing trade, losing day, that we get cynical, that there are other traders that are making money. And I assure you, there are traders that are making this. So when a trader can show us that they're making 5 grand a month, 10 grand a month, 50 grand a month, great, show us. We'll give you a certificate and now you got the bragging rights. But it also shows those in our community that it's happening. There are traders that are doing it. So we celebrate your success. Again, it's about community empowerment, all that good stuff. So does this sound like what you're looking for so far? I'm actually not going to cover pricing here, spoiler alert. But I am going to cover value. What do we offer? I like to think we have a very, very complete program for our traders. There is a lot that we put into this program for our traders, and I think it's a very complete package. So let's go through. So community, chat rooms, intro courses on every asset class, foundations courses, again, every asset class, basic to advanced global assets, price action course on smart money concepts and market structure mapping. This is mastery level course. It's only about 12 videos. Doesn't take very long to go through, but it's extremely deep. You will learn everything you need to learn. Supply and demand, order blocks, fair value gaps, liquidity. We'll teach you that. Again, mastery level course. Benefits of these, rules based. I've taken other courses on this stuff, and the issue that I had was they go, okay, here's a boss break. You're like, okay, why is that a boss break? Well, because of the pullback in this. Well, okay, how is it a pullback? Well, because it went down. How much? When? Where? Show me. If you don't have rules, you don't have much to follow, because when it comes time to trade, you cannot second guess yourself. So we've put these all into rules, and frankly, I'm very proud of that fact. Strategy courses on, you want to scalp, day trade, swing trade, you want to trade with indicators or algos, multiple live trade rooms, futures and stocks primarily. We do trade Forex and crypto sometimes. Options, we have courses on that. So total value, $12,465. Is it a lot of money? Yeah, it is. Is that what we charge? No, not even close. But that is just to illustrate the value that if you were to go out and pay for these courses separately, start adding up what you're spending on trading. And I assure you, there will be traders in this very course and or in this very room that have spent way more than that. Okay. We don't want you to have to do that, right? Let's save you the headache. Do our traders love us? Yeah. Good reviews, You know, over 1,000 traders have reviewed us. We've worked with thousands of traders over the years, lots and lots of traders. But they talk about how we have their back. We take care of them. We're responsive. If they need help, we're going to help them. You don't get ratings like this if you're not taking care of traders, because traders expect that, you know, we're going to be transparent, do what we say we're going to do, and that's what it comes down to. Bonuses, of course, that's not all. Workspaces, templates, we got them, we'll give them to you. TC2000, trade ideas, NinjaTrader, TradingView, whatever. If we have it, we'll give it to you. Instructor trade plan reviews. How many of you have ever had a trading instructor look over your trade plan? It's pretty rare. That's why we wanted to include it. We'll do that for you. Strategy cheat sheets. How many of you have gone somewhere where you've got an entire cheat sheet on what charts to use, where to get in, where to get out, and give you real examples so that you can follow the rules? You don't have to second guess. Well, wait, is this a condition? I don't know. No, we got you covered. Learn one at a time, right? Master one at a time. I'm going fast because of the sake of time. I'm almost out of time here. White glove onboarding. You want to do a quick intro, or it doesn't have to be quick, but an intro to cover what your path is and what you need to learn and how you need to go about it. Great, we can do that for you. VIP Inner Circle Strategy class. This is where the magic happens. We go over the foundations, that's pillar 1. We go over advanced concepts, that's pillar 2. We go over trade strategy, pillar 3. These are the weekly classes, they're about 90 minutes each. We go deep. We did a class on market structure, and I think maybe some people's heads exploded, I don't know. But we cover a lot of deep info on that. Why? Because we want to confuse you? No, of course not. We want you to be able to access everything you need to know about this subject in a fast amount of time so that you can learn it and that you can know it. Okay, so we cover all these. Then we cover the trade strategies, top to bottom, start to finish, every single rule, and then we look at multiple examples on the chart together. Indicators, we got 55 of them. If you want indicators that will do order flow or volume profiles or structure or smart money concepts or order blocks, we've got it all. And they're yours as part of this program. Trader success calls. You want to learn how to scale your account or grow, or you want to become more profitable. You want to figure out how to get funded or stay funded. We've got 3 calls that we include in this program as well, one-on-one with an instructor. So we've got everything covered. On demand, live classes, one-on-ones, got you covered there. Total of bonuses, $13,000. So we're packaging in $26,000 worth of value. And, I get it, it's a big number, but at the same time, there are programs that cost this, that offer a very small fraction of what you get offered here. And we know these things because, our team has taken a lot of those courses over the years. So I'm not going to show pricing in this event. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to tell you that if you decide to join and you're not completely thrilled with the program, we'll give you your money back. Who does that? So if you show up to the trade room, you do your education, you complete the classes, you complete your instructor calls, and you send in your trade plan for help. If you're still not satisfied after doing all those things, we'll give you your money back, plus we'll give you $500 to spend with our companies. Just as a way of saying, sorry, we wasted your time. Here's some money. Our bad. Because we believe so much that if you do this, you're going to see results. Now, I can't guarantee that, but I can tell you, put the work in, you're going to be happy. All right. We've got special pricing and things available for you. What I want to do here today is I'm going to give you a link, if I can figure out how to do this, in the chat. I'll also put it in the questions, maybe, if it'll let me. There's the link. I don't know if you guys want to share that too, but can you guys see that link? There's the link. Go to that link. I'm going to pull it up right now. And what you want to do, there's another webinar replay. It's very similar to this, but you want to get a free pass. Anybody want a free pass to the trade room? Yeah, cool. Click here. We will give you a pass to the trade room. What, for a day? No. For a week? No. For a month? No. For as long as it takes for you to figure out that this is the greatest thing since sliced bread and you need to do this. Now, I don't want to tell you that. I want you to come to that on your own conclusion on that. But I know that if you come into our program, into our trade room, you're going to love it. And you're going to see all this and you're going to go, wow, I really want to be part of this. Why? Because our traders are seeing success with the program. So if our traders are seeing success, now it's your turn. So if you want more info, what you want to do is put your name and email in here and click here. And that's going to book time for us to visit, go over everything together, go over more details. You can ask questions, make sure it's a good fit before you sign up. Okay, we'll also give you discounts of whatever we have available. If you want your free pass, sign here. Obviously, most of you are just going to sign up for the guest pass, check it out for a while. You should, because you're going to love it. There's all of our logs on all the trades. We've got some comments from our users and traders, and just click the link. So there you go. So what am I selling you today? Nothing. I'm going to give you a free pass to the guest, to the trade room. Come in and check it out. Okay. Are there any questions that came in? I know it kind of went fast because we were a little short on time. We got started a little later. Anybody have anything that you need to cover? And then we will call it. See if I can pop out this little.
I'm doing the same thing to see if there's anything that jumps out at me.
There was, I see some familiar names. This is cool.
Nothing that I don't think would be better addressed in an email.
Yeah, that's cool. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. Yeah, there's, I see some comments coming in. Sorry, guys, I missed it because I was going kind of fast, but yeah, very
Jim,
cool.
I want to thank you for being here. You know, your strategies and setups look amazing, especially that one, you know, fair warning, it's a winner, multiple confluences off the VWAP in order block and something else.
Yeah.
You know, it's just amazing. And I love your personal story of success.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in avoiding all the common pitfalls that traders fall into, learning how to stop failing prop firm evals once and for all, and finally achieve consistent results, Mr. Jim Simmons and his team over at NeuroStreet Trading Academy have a solution for you. I put his link in the chat box. I can't believe the offer he made that you can join his room and follow his trades, which we can see are profitable in the big picture, for free for as long as you want. My advice would be to take a free trade or two, get profitable, and then use it to pay for the course.
There you go.
Which is a brilliant marketing strategy. Jim, thank you so much for sharing the incredible opportunity with our audience and making them that generous of an offer. Happy holiday to you this week or weekend.
Yeah.
And we hope to see you back.
Likewise. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
Have a great weekend, sir.
All right. You too. Cheers.
And I mentioned at the top of the show, we had a great lineup. And I hope everyone's listening closely because our last presenter is a graduate of Syracuse University, and he's been trading the financial markets for the last 15 years. He wears all of the hats over at Right Line Trading. He's a trading coach, assists with the optimization of trading strategies and indicators, provide logistical and technical support, and is always ready and willing to assist the Right Line Trading community. Here to present AI Auto Trader, Self-Learning Technology is Mr. Rory Powers of Right Line Trading. Welcome back to Trader's Corner, Roar.
Hey, thank you, Rob. Thank you so much. I really love being on Trader's Corner, and I want to thank you very much for having me back.
Hey, we want to thank you for being here. We love our presenters.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I know it's been a long day, and it's been filled with great information. I really love being a part of these events. And really, the vendors are just phenomenal. It's great to hear that. Jim, offering the money back guarantees, and Joel Wyse with affordable indicators. I mean, I read his reviews. They're like pages long of happy clients. So it's really a testament to the NinjaTrader ecosystem. I'm really glad to be a part of this group. And I really have a very exciting presentation today on the AI Auto Trader. If you haven't seen this presentation before, stick around. I'm going to make it brief and get right into the meat of the presentation quickly. I know it's been a long day, but first I want to get the CFTC. My PowerPoint's acting up just a little bit. Let me get the CFTC out of the way. This presentation is for demonstration and educational purposes. I am not a licensed financial advisor. If you're not familiar with the risks associated with trading, please consult with a licensed financial advisor. With that being said, our vision here at Right Line Trading is really to develop innovative trading strategies that do just one thing, help predict the future direction of price. And man, that is valuable information. And we use that information, we leverage those trading signals in a variety of different ways. I'm going to very briefly credit my team, just acknowledge them. We have Craig Emery, who runs our Futures Live Trading Room. Had purchased dozens of trading systems in the past that just didn't pan out well for him. And he finally found his groove with the Right Line trading system. We have our professional prop trader, Mr. David Kushner, who was actually on a little bit earlier. And David Kushner is he's the consummate professional when it comes to prop trading. He successfully manages 6 funded accounts. He treats it as a business. He religiously gets payouts every month, and he's extremely disciplined. And then we have our options traders. We have Mark Sachs, is a contributor to Right Line Trading. He actually was the previous owner who sold the company, and he continues to have his options alert services. And then we have David Wyse. David Wyse, man, oh man, is this guy, he's unbelievable. He's one of those few people that can trade completely emotion-free. You know, he reminds me of the pilot on an airplane when you're going through turbulence. You'll be 30,000 feet up in the air, and all of a sudden you come into one of those pockets of air or wind, and the plane starts bouncing like crazy, and you're clutching your armrests. And the captain comes on very cool and confident. He says, ladies and gentlemen, we're traveling at 30,000 feet, and we're experiencing just a little bit of bumpiness, but we'll be arriving. And, you know, he just totally emotion-free. He doesn't let the heat on a trade panic him or make him make irrational decisions. I always refer to him as the Pete Rose of trading because he's always on base. He'll hit single after single after single and mixed in with some doubles and triples, and he's always moving the needle. If you have an interest in options trading, I highly recommend David Wyse. Behind the office, we have a very educated team. We have Brock, who's our college student, who's getting his degree in computer science. We have Charles Sider, who is a UCLA graduate. He spent 30 years in the software industry working for a huge software company, without mentioning any names. And let me tell you something. He could take the computer apart and put it back together probably better than the manufacturer. He's really a gifted guy. He puts others before himself. And our community of traders loves Charles. Very smart guy. We have Mr. Sergio Luque Rodriguez. He got his master's degree here in Miami, Cuban American, and has a beautiful family. And he kind of reminds me of Joe Wyse from Affordable Indicators, a very talented coder. He can develop, unlike Joe, he's not, well, he also trades as well, but Sergio can make these, complex mathematical equations and artificial intelligence and integrate them into coding for NinjaTrader. So he has a talent that is just as good as someone like Joe Wyse, if not better. And then we have our owner of the company, Mark Miller, and I always like to recognize the fact that he's a U.S. Army veteran. I have a tremendous amount of respect for anybody who served in this military, who served in any military. It's really making a huge sacrifice for putting your own life and putting country before self and family. It's really, it takes a better man than me because I was always afraid to go. He's also a graduate of Cal State, got his MBA from Cal State actually, and he's definitely a man of God. He'll be celebrating Easter with his family. So let's keep the ball rolling. Rob did a beautiful introduction, but I always like to show a couple of personal pictures just so you can know a little bit about the voice that you hear in the background. My name is Rory Powers, and I've been with Right Line Trading for about 10 years now. And I've worn several hats, just like Rob said. I've been trading for just over 10 years. And besides trading, I'm an avid saltwater fisherman. I just can't take this picture off my slide deck. Every time I look at it, I have a huge smile on my face. I love to go saltwater fishing. Found kind of a honey hole down in Key Biscayne. I live just a stone's throw away from the Florida Keys. And when the wind's not too strong and the weather's nice, we get out and do some really great fishing. But really, my number ones are my children. I have a 5 and a 1-year-old, my wife and I. And this weekend, this picture on the far right, this is my wife and my mother-in-law and my 2 kids. My friends tell me I have more guts than brains. I'm a little older than my wife, and having 2 young children is, let me tell you, it's a true blessing, but it is a full-time job. So with that being said, let's talk about the AI auto trader. What a great day today, and I'm going to get into that in just a few seconds. But while I'm talking about myself, I can't leave out that I consider myself the Rodney Dangerfield of trading. Okay, kind of get no respect, and that's for good reason. It's for good reason. My trading history includes a chronic case of closing trades too early. I see that P&L start going up and those green numbers start moving really quickly, and I get excited. And I start squeezing my stops on a winning trade. If I take a little heat, I get nervous, and I exit the trade too early. I've also blown out multiple accounts. I think one of the big differences between a lot of people that preceded me, and I have to be completely honest, is I'm a terrible trader. And who knows, you might be too. Most people, it turns out that humans have about 10 or 12 different personality traits. 10 of the 12 of those personality traits just don't lend well to being a good trader. We make these emotional decisions when trades go against us, so they start going in our favor. We trade with indicators that lag price, that lack a proven trading methodology. But it all leads to that same cold, desolate place of blowing out your trading account. I could tell you, I'm telling you, I quit trading probably 6 times. I blew up my account and I said, you know what? This just isn't for me. I just can't do it well. Well, that was the impetus of the AI auto trader. And listen, I've talked to hundreds, if not thousands, of traders over the years. It's really a privilege to get to meet so many great people answering the phones here at Right Line Trading. And I know a lot of people that I talk to share these similar challenges. And that was the genesis of the AI auto trader. And it has been my team's commitment to bring this struggle to an end and give you a tool that's extremely powerful and will provide you with an edge over all retail traders. And I'm going to show you how we do it. When it comes to the opening bell at 9:30 a.m. New York time, we have no idea which way the market's going to go. Let me tell you, today was just a perfect example. I watched the NASDAQ closely. The NASDAQ at the opening bell, it came out and it went straight down. And I said to myself, oh, we're going to have a big sell-off today. But what happened? The very next move it made this big move up. And there was some really great volatility and great trading opportunities today. So my point is when that whistle or when that bell rings and the market opens, we have no idea. Okay, only God himself knows which way that market is going to go. So to be able to have a tool to provide us with an edge is what creates trading success. We have to have some consistency. We've narrowed it down to 2 things. If you trade as bad as I do, number one, we want a system that identifies risk and can get us into the highest probability trading entries. And number two, we needed to do it automatically. Because listen, in a fast moving market, there's a number of different things that you have to look at to assess risk on the trades, on your entries. To have a system that can automatically do it, superior to any human, that's something that I need personally in order to be a successful trader. So I think what we found that with the AI Auto Trader, the benefits of using our system, it's going to eliminate, and I like to refer to them as those bonehead moves that I always make. There's no more overthinking or hesitating or squeezing your stop or exiting a trade too early. All of that gets eliminated. It's thrown out the window. And then you could start, and then I could start enjoying the trades. All of that stress is just kind of flies out the window. And it really turns this trading journey on its head. Listen, I've received, thousands of emails over the years, and a lot of vendors will tell you that it's going to be so easy and you're going to make so much money so fast. And I tell you, I couldn't wait to get in and make hundreds of thousands of dollars, only to learn that it's not as easy as they made it out to be. So having this automated system has been a real game changer for me. The system will optimize our profit targets. It predetermines where to place the stop. There's no more cutting the winners short, and there's no more mismanaging your trades. So I want to get right into the top strategies that we've been running recently. And the AI Auto Trader really consists of a diversified portfolio of fully automated strategies. And the primary goal is to track the flow of institutional money. We want to ride in the same direction as big money. We know that we're not going to create our own trend or try to take the money from them. We want to align ourselves with them. And I've heard it's become kind of a catchphrase with vendors in this industry. So I think what kind of distinguishes us from a lot of our competitors, not only do we trade our system on a live market, but we're leveraging some triggers that I don't see other people doing. We look at the market internals. We look at a disparity between uptick and downtick. And those are always being created by the large institutions. We're also looking at a multi-time frame assessment of trend and momentum. But I don't want to get too caught up in the minutia for this presentation. So let's go right to the results. And I'm going to show you a trade today that really hammers home my point. But this is the cash cow. The cash cow is part of our diversified portfolio of strategies that runs on NinjaTrader 8. NinjaTrader 8 is now a free platform. Hallelujah. I know we've had a lot of NinjaTrader vendors, so I'm assuming that mostly everybody here today is familiar with NinjaTrader. And if you have any questions while I'm talking, I can see the questions panel. But I'm going to assume that you're familiar with Ninja. If you're a prop trader, man, do we have a great tool for you. If you like to trade your own live account, same holds true. From February 26th through March 15th, we do these about every few weeks, and coming up at the end of the month, we're getting ready to do the March's results. We made $2,054 trading the Russell, the RTY. I think one of the major reasons for our success is our risk to reward ratio. Listen, I've traded futures and it's very leveraged. We want our winners to be larger than our losers. And it's so important to let those winners run. Man, I can tell you firsthand. What we do is when we cut our winners short, that risk to reward ratio gets out of whack. We might take 2 or 3 winners and we've cut our winners short. We didn't let them run. And then we'll take a loser just to give back all of those monies in profit that we had worked so hard for. So the cash cow, our Russell strategy, has an initial stop of 20 ticks. So we're risking $100 per trade. Our profit target is 80 ticks. So we got a 4-to-1 risk to reward ratio that's in our favor. So if we take a loser or we take 2 losers, that's okay. If we can win 1 out of 3 of our trades, or 33% of our trades, we're going to do extremely well with this system, with that 4-to-1 risk to reward ratio. And we have a couple of components that we've integrated in to enhance our trade management. We have a momentum-based trailing stop. We have another trailing stop that we use, and there's a couple of other things. We have a break-even plus or minus. This strategy, once the price goes 30 ticks in our direction, the system will automatically put our stop at break-even plus 11. That's the other trailing stop that I was referring to. So every trade we're guaranteed to make $55 in profit once it goes 30 ticks, which is really a great strategy for prop traders, or if you trade a live account. But then we have the potential, with no risk on the table, to make 80 ticks on the trade, or $400, just risking 20. So $2,054.96. And let me tell you, all of the results I'm going to show you today are all based on one E-mini contract. Okay. The commissions have been deducted. Okay. The second strategy that I want to highlight today is our surprise, the Dow, that continues to do consistently well, which is great. Really, I always love the Dow. The Dow is a really great instrument to trade. We trade it on a 10 range. It's a 10 range candle, and very much like the cash cow on the Russell, it's a 4-to-1 risk to reward. It looks for the same 80 ticks, risking just 20. And very quietly, it's become one of our hottest strategies. From February 26th to March 15th, you could see that trading just one contract, it was up just under $4,000. Just under $4,000 trading just one E-mini. And that's after the commissions have been deducted. And then last but certainly not least, and I have a really fun story to tell you about the 2-minute retirement plan. First, it's always exciting because when you answer the phones here at the office, I get to meet and talk to a number of different people, and obviously we talk about our lives. It's just natural for humans to do that. But listen, over the last month or so, I've really gotten to know a family from Nigeria, Daniel, Olu, and Tolu, that all purchased the system about a month ago. And it took them a few weeks. They're prop traders, and they also trade a live account. And it took them a few weeks to learn the nuances of the system. They blew out a few prop accounts, a couple of evaluations, and were getting a little frustrated. But now, after a few weeks of getting more familiarized with the nuances of the system, trading with us on YouTube Live every morning, they finally got it. And today was really a monumental day for Daniel and Olu. They got passed their evaluations, got their funded account, and I want to just say congratulations. It was such a sweet victory to hear somebody struggling, and then after a 30-day struggle, and then come out victorious. It really was special to me, and congratulations, Daniel. But the retirement plan is the strategy that he did it on. And today was kind of a special day because I'm very conservative. And normally when my strategies make $500, I stop and I get out of the market, and I'll do it again tomorrow. I'm a firm believer in capital preservation. I don't want to give that money back. Well, today, I thought the Apex was going to end their sale. And I told our members, because it was my turn to trade in YouTube Live. By the way, we do trade this system on YouTube Live every morning between 9:30 and 11:30. So if you do decide to come aboard, you'll be trading with us live every day. There is no cost. It's free. and that's on YouTube Live. And listen, it takes a lot of guts to get in front of a live audience. All of our live traders in those rooms have a lot of courage. When you have a bad day, there's no hiding from it. But anyway, enough of that. What the strategy was today, I thought the 80% sale was ending. And I told our members what we're going to do is we're going to increase the lot size to 3 contracts. The retirement plan goes for 200 ticks. And I figured 3 contracts would be $3,000. And with 1 trade, hit or miss, we would either get qualified or we would try again. So anyway, to make a long story short, this is the entry that the system took on the Apex account this morning. And you can see that the RSI line had crossed through my 20% line on the Laguerre oscillator. So momentum is certainly a key condition. And that's actually the trigger on this. The conditions that have to be met are listed on the left-hand side of my chart. And you can see that they're dynamically moving because the market is still, it's still open. It's still moving. I believe it's open, but it is still moving. So all of those conditions must turn to green in order for my all conditions to be met. And then the strategy, if it's enabled, will fire off a trade. Okay. Now keep in mind, what kind of gets lost in the message is this system, okay, is simultaneously trading 6 instruments in a very fast market. And it has a list of rules that to only enter if all of these different conditions are met. And it does it flawlessly, without a human, without any mistakes. Listen, unless you're a Michael Jordan who can put yourself in the zone, I just don't see a human being able to trade like that. In fact, it actually makes me look like a good trader, which is really saying a lot. So to make a long story short, I'll tell you what, I was going to save this for the end, but I have to show it live because I'm very proud of this. It wasn't me. This is a trade with 3 contracts on YouTube. And I sped it up, don't worry. So you can see me in the image. I'm sitting on my hands, I'm crossing my arms, I'm doing everything humanly possible not to touch it. So you can see the trade comes up. And this was after a huge move to the downside. I'll show it on the chart in just a minute. And we were looking to break this area of resistance. And boom. And then it hit. What it hit was my daily profit target of 2,000, less commissions. So although I can't say I got qualified on that one trade, it was a $2,000 winner. But you could see at the market open, this huge candle down. And listen, left to my own devices, I would have looked for short trades without a doubt. And this system jumped in long and wrote it up for a nice $2,000 winner in spite of myself. I didn't get in its way. So that's really a testament to how powerful this system is. So the NQ 2-minute retirement plan, from February 26th to March 14th, it made $5,545.84. It's really one of our most powerful, profitable strategies. So we also have a great strategy on gold. I don't really want to go into all of them because I know it's been a long presentation, but we have a strategy on gold that's just been crushing it with the volatility in gold, especially early morning. I'll have it running at 7 o'clock in the morning. It actually starts trading at 5 a.m. And I'll wake up and come to my desk and it'll be up $800-900, I think, the whole week this week. So the reason why we're having so much success with this system is we've integrated some brand new technology into the AI auto trader. And I'm going to show you the workspace in just a minute. But we've collaborated with a very prestigious AI development lab. And what they've done is they've built what they call a closed loop system. And what it does is it gathers data from previous trades, and it has the ability to constantly optimize our stops and targets based on the current market conditions. Listen, I've bought strategies that worked well for a week or a month, and then market conditions change and the results go south, and the automated strategy becomes worthless, very inconsistent. Well, that's changed now with this new technology. The way it works, without going into too much detail, is each one of our bots trades along with what we call a drone strategy. Every bot has a drone, so they run in tandem. And the two strategies, the bot and the drone, will take a trade. They share the same database. The database is looking at the maximum forward excursion on the move and the maximum adverse excursion on the move, and it's learning the range of the market. If we're in a choppy or ranging market, it's gonna place your stops and profit targets in a feasible or an optimal position to make money. It's a closed loop system that optimizes our stops and profit targets to make it a profitable strategy regardless of market conditions. If it's a trending market, then it's going to pull out your profit targets. A choppy ranging market, it's going to push them in. You're not going to go for a 200 tick trade in a choppy market. You'll get chopped to death. So that is the power of having this AI integration into our trading system. And it just keeps going in a circle, round and around. Listen, we're in a very news-driven market. We could start off the day in a ranging market, and then by 11 o'clock in the morning, the thing is flying to the upside or downside because a tweet or a report or an earnings report that came out. This system looks for that change in the market environment and adjusts accordingly to put money in the bank. And I really know that this is why this system is having a tremendous amount of success. So the benefits, and I'm wrapping up now, the benefits of our self-learning AI auto trader are obvious. It gives you the ability to not get in your own way, number one, into my own way. Remember, I'm the Rodney Dangerfield of trying to trade. If you saw me trade without a system like this, you'd laugh. We have a client, I'm not going to, say his whole name, but his name is his first name is Marty. And over the years, Marty, it didn't matter if everybody in the trading room was up $1,000. Marty would always call because he lost $1,000. And he just couldn't get out of his own way. Well, that's me. I'm a guy that just can't get out of his own way. And if you are too, there is hope. This system will automatically take the trades. It's going to adapt to the changing market conditions. As we accumulate more data, the system has what they call, I spoke with the team at the development lab, the AI development lab. They told me that the AI starts learning pattern recognition and starts developing a bias. So it's good to continuously run these strategies to accumulate as much data as possible. And then the last reason is the key. It lowers our risk. A losing trade isn't going to put us on the sideline, and it improves our accuracy. So those are really the main benefits of this AI auto trader. So I'm going to make a very special offer for the Easter holidays. If you decide to come aboard today, we've got some really nice bonuses. I don't want anybody that's not familiar with NinjaTrader 8 to be intimidated by this technology. We've developed a tool that we use to install it. I want to show you the workspace really quick, and then we're going to go right to the offer. The tool that we've used, let me move the questions on my other screen. Okay, so here's the workspace here. And you can see the workspace. The system comes with all of the chart templates. This was today's results. And listen, you could go and check out our YouTube channel. On YouTube, it's on the live tab. Everything we do is recorded. Full transparency, just like Jim and Joel and the rest of the guys that were on Traders Corner. Integrity is our number one, and transparency and honesty. We don't have to try to fool anybody. The system really talks for itself. So this was the results from today. And you could see the outstanding results. The system comes with all of the chart templates and all of the strategy templates. So if you're someone that's not very good at NinjaTrader 8, don't worry. We've developed a tool that will install everything for you and do it in minutes. It's really a huge time saver. So you're going to have the entire workspace that includes all of the chart templates and all of the strategy templates. So you'll be able to trade with us on YouTube Live with the same exact workspace. The only difference being I put images in my charts. That's really just so you could distinguish which one is which. So let me go back to my offer slide. What's also included, let me find my offer. Oh, here it is. Okay. What's also included is we have a 2-module masterclass series. Now, a number of traders, I just spoke about those that aren't very good technically, that are intimidated with technology and computers. Then we have the other 40% that, you know, kind of loves to get under the hood and tinker around with things, you know, and I'm sure, you know, shark indicators, that would appeal to you. But if you are one of those people that likes to get under the hood and play around with the settings and the inputs, we recorded 2 modules that will give you all of the information that you need to build your own automated strategy on any instrument and any time frame. And let me tell you, some of our best ideas have come from our members. So those modules are included. Let me get to the offer. So the special offer that we're making, this is our Easter special. With coupon code, we're going to include the discretionary and automated system, all of the chart templates and the automated strategy templates, all future markets that we add on. I just want to clarify that because we're about to add bonds and a few others. Also, you'll be a member of our Discord chat group. We've got, listen, there's power in numbers. To be part of a community of traders, whether it be with us or any other trading company, to learn what's working for other people and maybe more importantly, what's not working. Listen, I count it all joy to learn from somebody else's mistake. This way I don't have to make it. So the Discord chat group does come with the special offer. Now, the special offer for the monthly, we have 3 different categories: the monthly, the annual, and finally the lifetime. The monthly is going with coupon code $200. It's $4.99 a month. Now I've had mixed reaction to that price point, and I've spoken to people that say, "Wow, $4.99 a month, you know, that's a lot of money," and it is a lot of money, but it's relevant to what the system is, the value of it. If you have a system that has the potential to make you a couple $1,000s a day, you know, then paying $500 for the month, it becomes a lot more reasonable. I hope that makes sense. For the annual with save 50% as the coupon code, and my associate Brock is going to put the offer link in the chat box, and where you can learn more and place an order. With save 50%, it's going to drop down to $19.99 per year. And I always like to break that down by the month. And I think it's about $175 or $180 a month is what that breaks down to. So for $19.99 for the whole year, you'll have access to everything. And then there's those that just don't like subscriptions. They just want to, you know, bite the bullet and pay the one-time price and own it for life. and we've got you covered on this special as well. This is going to be the last time at this price point for the lifetime. Just to give you the heads up, after Easter, the lifetime and a few of these, in fact, all of them are going to go up just a little bit. So the lifetime coupon code is lifetime. Instead of paying $8,000 for the lifetime, it's $39.99. $39.99, pay it one time, you'll own this system for life. And let me tell you, this system has the potential to return dividends for years and years to come. And I just want you to know that we want to develop a win-win relationship with you. We only win when our traders do well and make money. And I heard Jim make that point. And that's really, it holds true with this offer as well. The company is really putting a ton of resources into not only providing excellent customer support, but also continuing this collaboration with this AI lab to continuously develop the artificial intelligence integration until this entire system, every single input, is going to be run on artificial intelligence. So even more power is coming to this system. Now is a great time to come aboard at this price point here. So just to real briefly, I want to look at the questions and make sure I didn't miss anything. And VW, I can give you a call. Listen, if you have a question, I want to respect everyone's time. It's been a long day. If you have a question about the AI auto trader and I didn't get to you, and I do see your question, VW. Hi, Shyam. Please put your name and your phone number in the chat box. I want to respect everyone's time. Put your name and your number in the chat box. I'll give you a call right when this is over. I've still got a little bit of energy left. Okay, thank you. I see your name and number. Okay, perfect. So I mentioned earlier that you're going to be trading the system with us on YouTube Live. Listen, if you have a chance over this holiday weekend, if this is a system that sounds interesting to you, check out our YouTube Live channel. I'm going to show it to you really briefly, really quickly. If I could slide it over. Doesn't want to come. Come on. Oh, Lord. Trying to get it over to this other monitor. It's kind of stuck. Okay, one more try. If not, you have to take my word on it. Come on over. Okay, there we go. On our YouTube channel, at Right Line Trading on YouTube, if I go to our channel, it'll bring you right here. And on the tabs, my mouse, on the tabs here, if you click on the live tab, these are the recordings from every day of the week of the AI auto trader on a live market. Okay. So full transparency, we trade it live every day on YouTube. You'll be a member with us. You'll be able to come into YouTube for as long as you're subscribed to the service. We do have it free to the public on YouTube for a certain amount of time. We want everybody to take a good look at it. We have a great Discord chat group. I want to show that to you really quickly too. Our Discord chat group is really a great venue to collaborate with our other members. We have a general chat channel. We have our resources that is just full with tutorials and videos. We have our daily results channel where all of our members can post their results. We had a new trader, Isaac, trading the micros. He doubled his account this week. He went from 500, starting with a $500 account, to 1,061. If you're having a problem, well, listen, this isn't Ninja support tickets. We have Charles, Sergio, myself. we're going to jump on your screen and fix whatever issue you have instantly. We really cater to our clients. And you have all of these various channels for improvement ideas, for prop trading. So there's something for everybody in that Discord chat group. So you will be a member of Discord. And every week in Discord, we do post the hottest strategies for the week. And that gives you a good indication of which ones are working the best, and maybe which ones to go ahead and put into a live or funded account. If you do place your order, you're going to receive instant access. You'll be able to manage your account in our members area, all of the downloads and training videos, and most importantly, Charles' calendar to get it installed will be delivered to you instantly. So once again, the special offer through Easter. This special offer expires Sunday at midnight. So last but certainly not least, I want to thank you for your time, and I want to wish you and your families a blessed Easter if you celebrate Easter. If not, I wish you for the holiday season coming up, God bless you and your families. Thank you for your time. And one last message. If you've blown out your trading accounts and you've had trouble with consistency, do not lose hope. We have a very possible solution for you. I hope to be trading with you Monday morning. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thank you very much, Rob, for having me. And Rob usually steps out early, so I'm going to go ahead and end it for Rob. But I see your phone numbers in the chat box. Yes, it is, Brad. The NQ 2-minute risks 50 ticks. I didn't go into the risk reward. Thank you, Brad. I see your number, Matt. Bradley asked, and I'll answer this question here, because the risk to reward on that 2-minute NASDAQ. And listen, with NinjaTrader, I got to give you a little bit of insight on that. With NinjaTrader, you can go back, with the data analysis on NinjaTrader, on their trade performance. If you go to their trade performance and you do the analysis of it, you could break it down by the half hour of the day. And that's kind of where I came up with this idea that I did today. I found that every day at 9:30, this strategy just hits it out of the park. I mean, there was like a green block, for the half hour of 9:30 to 10 in the month of March that was $9,000 in profits just between 9:30 and 10. And when I saw that block, I said, you know what? Apex is ending that sale, and I'm going to go for a home run between 9:30 and 10. So in the strategy parameters, I set it to start right at 9:30. To answer your question, Brad, it risks 50 ticks to make 200. I changed it to 201 to cover commissions, and I was determined to sit on my hands and let it ride. But it closed itself at $2,000. But it was a great trade, and it was really exciting to watch. You can choose just one strategy, Brad. That's really the great part of this system. Is when you buy the system, we set up a separate SIM account for each one of the strategies. For every single strategy has its own separate account, because we don't want to trade them all. We only want to trade the ones that are doing well. So I only trade the ones that historically are performing well. And those are the ones that I switch to my live or my funded account. So you can absolutely choose which strategies to use. You can use the trade copier. And in fact, Joel Wyse, who was just before me, he's got I think they're one of the best out there. And there's a few other companies. Yeah, Joel's is incredible. So you can absolutely use that trade copier with this system. All right, everybody. I don't want to take any more of your time. Thank you for leaving your numbers. I'm going to end the webinar now and thank Traders Corner and thank everybody for your time. Thank you so much, and God bless you and your families. Enjoy your Easter weekend. So long, everybody.